gonna rock this motherfucker like three the hard way, like this show. Oh, this show. This show. This show. This show.
Two shots.
We're gonna rock this motherfucker like three the hard way.
Two shots.
Yes, y'all, it's going down right now. Episode 293 of the 22 Shots of Moodz and Horror podcast is coming at you live and direct with JP, also known as the Mexicans. And of course, we got Mr. No Fact Checks Tyler in the house, also known as Mr. Saucedo, and I be your host from the foreign land of Canada, the toxic offender, Moodz. Yeah. What's going on, dudes?
They wanted it. They got it. Another Hidden Gems, our annual end of the year type of end of the season type show. Because we did this last year towards the end too.
Yeah. I was actually trying to remember when we did the last one. It seems like we just did it. And I was like, are we doing these too close together? But I think that was like last season.
We did it in March.
Okay. So it's been over a year then. Okay. But no.
Because I looked it up.
Did you?
When we first announced it? Yeah, we wondered because remember last year we did the drawing for prizes. On the year-end show. So this year we probably have to do it on the start of the new season, which is fine.
You doing a prize?
I'll do a I'm going to do a prize. I want people to
do a prize. We'll do a prize. Same rules. Drop a comment down below on the episode after you've watched one or all of our films that we're about to talk about tonight, which could theoretically give 15 entries. And then I think Sam won last year. He watched all 15.
Holy crap. I completely spaced on that, but I never sent, what's the dude's name from Australia again?
Caleb.
Man, that's a name I can't remember. I completely didn't send him anything because I completely forgot about it.
For that? Was that what it was for?
Yeah, because he did something. I was just like, you know what?
I think we did two prizes, me and Tyler.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did one.
And I just told him that I was going to do it because he watched I all the movies and stuff like that. And I was like, I completely spaced on that. I just realized right now.
Let's do the same thing again. Me and Tyler will do the local stuff people, and you do the foreign people.
I think Caleb, I watch his videos and I'm pretty sure that he doesn't buy Blu-rays because everything that he talks about is in DVD format.
Really?
Yeah. I want to say, I swear I've never seen him talk about a Blu-ray.
Maybe it's just not as accessible, or it's more common to use DVDs in Australia.
I mean, I've got other friends.
You know what? Australia actually has a pretty, probably second, maybe second or third film market, because I've seen there. I mean, you got Umbrella, you got Vive Vision, it's a pretty
Of the people I talk to in Discords and stuff, I only know one guy from Australia, and he's a collector.
Yeah,
I know that Australians have a little bit of a problem getting importing stuff because just a lot of places won't ship down there because it's so expensive now.
He's like you, where he talks about when Criterion sales suck for me because I get hosed on shipping anyway.
Right, and plus the Australian dollar is actually worse than the Canadian one too. So when you're importing stuff with the Australian dollar, it costs you even more. It's nuts. Plus, yeah, it's just it's expensive as shit down there. Like I watch Simon Explosive Actions channel all the time from Australia. I talk to him quite a bit, and it just blows my mind at like the prices of shit down there. I'm like, fuck, it's wild, it's crazy. So I mean, that might factor into Caleb's decision to buy DVDs because they are probably a lot cheaper than buying Blu-rays. Like, I mean, they'll have sales at like JB Hi-Fi and stuff like that, and it'll be like two Blu-rays for like $45. I'm like, shit, that's not that good.
Yeah.
So
pass.
So it could be the factor of why he relatively buys DVDs. I mean, it's still a movie, right? It's not a big fucking deal. I mean, we're just super jaded now. We're like, hey, fuck DVDs, but
yeah, I'm jaded as hell.
I mean, I'll still buy DVDs if it's the only way. And I mean, I'm not really overly concerned about, I'm going to pass on DVD because it's probably going to get a Blu-ray. Some of these movies, like, I don't know. Like, I mean, I've had some of these DVDs for 20 something years and they haven't got a Blu-ray release yet. So who knows? It is what it is. Yeah, I'm just happy to have some of the films. Yeah, I'm still happy to just, have some of the films and stuff. And actually one of my picks tonight is actually a DVD only release. So,
I think a couple of mine are DVD only.
Yeah.
I have some that are DVD only or no release.
Right.
Yeah. So yeah, leave a comment down below. We'll leave this open until we come back next fall. So when we come back, we'll do a drawing for it since we're almost out of time. Or do you want to come back in the summer at some point and do the drawing on like one of our summer shows?
No, we'll do it in the summer show. Let's do it in the summer show.
All right, let's do it on like the Hills Have Eyes show that we have planned eventually.
Yeah, I mean, I want to do a couple summer shows this year.
Give you guys at least a month.
I remember last year we were like, okay, this is the last show, and then we did 2 shows like directly after, in consecutive weeks because it's just the way it worked out. But I think this year we've already announced that we're going to do the Hills Have Eyes franchise, and then maybe another show. Who knows? I don't know. Maybe a shark
show.
Shark
zoology show in the summer.
Zoology shark.
I'm always down for like summer slashers, like a summer slasher show.
What if we did the fucking summer slashers are good too.
Yeah.
If we did the Shark Attack movies, I think there's 3 of them.
Yeah, Shark Attack. I mean, we could torture ourselves and do the Sharknado films. There's only 7 of them.
Only 7.
But the funny thing is with those movies though, we would have to watch one and review it and then put the show together because let's be honest, man, those things bleed together. Yeah, it's all the same shit, right? And it literally has the same 2 leads too. So it's like
the same movie with like a different guest cast every time.
Exactly. So it's like Ian Ziering and what's her face, the chick from American Pie,
Tara Reid.
I always forget her name, but so it's like they just bleed together. But I think it's part 4 that Lloyd Kaufman does a cameo, and it's absolutely hilarious. So funny. It's so fucking funny, dude. I piss myself. But whatever, man. Summer slashers, zoology show. Who knows, man? We'll figure out something. I'm sure there'll be time to do something. But
the Hills Have Eyes definitely feels good summer fun.
Yeah, of course. I mean, that's summer. I mean, they're traveling. I mean, in the first film, right? It's during the summer. They're traveling. They get
there's a like you could do a vacation horror too, like. Think of like The Ruins and Teresa's Summer Vacation.
It'll be fun to do actually is the Hitcher films because that kind of feels like road horror. Like there's the Hitcher and then there's the Hitcher 2 and then they did a remake.
Yeah, I would do those.
It's just a trilogy basically. I mean, just recently got that Hitcher Blu-ray 4K and it looks fucking phenomenal.
The Hitcher 2 is like. So like it feels like such a forgotten like thing that exists. Like I feel like most people don't even know it's a real thing. But I remember watching it like years and years ago.
I can't TV remember.
Show? No, the Hitcher. I've been waiting for you. The second one,
right?
I feel like nobody knows that exists.
Okay,
no, I didn't even correct. There was a Hitcher past the first one.
Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong. Did the sequel to the original Hitcher come out after the remake? Or was it before?
I think it was like right before.
So they did when it was like way later. It was like in the mid 2000s or whatever they did it.
2007.
So that was the sequel.
No, that's the remake. That's the remake.
Okay, so what year did the sequel? Because wasn't that one of those cases? There was something that happened sometime. where like there was a sequel.
The Hitcher 2 was 2003.
Okay, so it was okay. Never mind. But still,
starring Jake Busey and C. Thomas Howell.
Yeah, man, I don't hate the sequel, man.
I didn't hate it either. I honestly didn't.
Yeah, I thought it was actually okay. And I mean, Jake Busey's kind of cool. And like for me, he was kind of coming off something that I really loved with in the Frighteners and stuff. So I was familiar with the face and I was like, this is fine to have Jake.
Yeah, because it's like it's basically an actual like sequel, like follows the character from the first one. It just doesn't have Rutger Hauer in it. Instead, it's Jake Busey.
Right. Yeah, it's kind of a shame that Rutger didn't do that sequel, but I don't know. You're Rutger Hauer. Are you really going to do a sequel to The Hitcher? Probably not. Probably not. But that would be a fun little one, man. And it's all takes place. But I just like road horror in general. I like to do more road horror.
I'm a big road horror fan. I mean, Joyride did really well for us from your memory.
Yeah. And those are fun as hell. Those are fun fucking movies, man. Really fun. What other kind of road horror? I mean, there's tons of road horror films, but to put an actual, I guess you could just do a road horror, just a collection of films. But I think the Hitcher trilogy would be fun to do. That's a good summer one. Summer slashers. You can pick some. Have we done a summer slasher show before? Because I know we did the Canadians or the Canexploitation, which was all Canadian. I think there was Canadian slashers, but we did that one last year, I think.
Somebody left a comment on our last show saying, if you want to see Michael B. Jordan in some hood gangster shit, watch The Wire season 1. Probably the best urban crime series ever put to film.
Which is really interesting because I'm a huge fan of The Wire. Like I love that whole series, but I completely forgot that he was in season 1.
I never watched it because Eminem spoiled it for me one time. Actually on Relapse.
I did comment back to that and I said, I was like, man, that's right. Like he wasn't that. And I completely forgot about season 1, but because I also watched The Wire when it was coming out. Like when it was airing.
I've heard all a bunch of good stuff about that.
It's really, really good. Like every season's so different. My personal favorite, like I commented on and I said is season 2, which is set in the docks. I love that shit, man. It's pretty bad shit, but he is right though. Like the Wire is like one of the better HBO series to ever come out, really. It's pretty fucking awesome. But yeah, thanks for the reminder on that Michael B. Jordan was actually in season 1, because that shit just slips my mind. It's been fucking 20 years since I've seen it, so I can't remember everything, but just knowing who and where his career's gone now, like to see him in some type of like modern gangster shit would be pretty cool. Even though The Wire is pretty modern, but you know what I mean? Yeah. So, but yeah, no, looking forward to, I mean, it feels like it's that time of year where we're just kind of gearing up for the last top 10 show. And then we'll pepper in a couple of summer shows, but it's, the break is approaching very, very quickly. So we got.
By the way, I forgot to mention. I just noticed that Moodz has on the 22 Shots shirt that we made a few years ago.
Yeah.
So Jeremy actually sent me the rest of the ones that we had. So if anybody wants one, we still have some.
I need one that fits me because this is like old from like Fat Moodz days.
What size?
This is like, I think this might be a double. I don't even know because I used to wear my shirts a little bit bigger.
What size do you want?
Large.
I'll bring you one to Wasteland. I think I have a large.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, I need it for the length, like my body, like, and these are great shirts, man. They're so comfy, but they're nice and long too. So that work, but
yeah. So he actually said because Jeremy moved out, bought a house, so he needed to clear up some things of his. So he sent me.
So he just sent them to you.
Yeah, a month or two ago. I just forgot to mention it. They've been sitting in my trunk. But I got one out for myself because mine when I bought it, I was a large. I'm now an extra large because I put on some weight.
so you had to upgrade yours and I got to downgrade mine.
Right, yeah, but I'm hopefully going to eventually fit back into my large.
Let's just say I have a similar problem to JP.
I haven't dug in and seen like what sizes we have left and stuff like that. Large was the most we had. I think we did most large. We did a few smalls, a few mediums, and then like a little bit more extra larges, and then like a couple really bigger sizes. But I think we sold all those.
Yeah. Yeah, and they're good shirts, man. They're really good.
Yeah, I'm Jeremy actually speaking of which, I want to get that Italian Horror Month logo that we made last year on like a hat. I think that would be really cool. So Jeremy actually pointed me in a direction for somebody that might be able to do that for us, but there's other places too. So I would like to, just even if it's just for us, I just want one.
Yeah, I was actually thinking about doing something like that for Wasteland, actually getting like Dickie shirts made up, like the button up, black Dickie shirts where it has our names on. Like my hoodie where I have Moodz written on my chest, but have like Double Shot J and then Mr. Saucedo. And then on the arm, maybe do the Italian on one side and then on the other, maybe, or whatever, just do the 22 shots logo. Criterion logo.
On Tyler's, yeah.
I mean, you could put the name on one side and then maybe on the other side you have a patch and then one on the arm. Maybe the Italian because that's like a specialty thing, and then do 22 shots of Moodz and Horror. Yeah, be kind of cool because it'd be really dope actually. But it's funny you bring that up because I was literally just thinking of this the other day, and I was actually going to ask you like what you guys thought about it, but you totally reminded me. That's perfect.
Super dope.
Yeah. So, well, that worked out. Yeah. So yeah, what's good, man? What's been going on this week? Again, I don't follow any news shits, man. So like, I don't know what's going on in the horror realms. I'm super bad.
Dude, I had such a bad week this week, man. So we had a major storm come through this side of Pennsylvania.
Yep.
And it knocked out like crazy lines. And the weirdest fucking thing is my power never went out. Which my power goes out when the fucking wind blows too hard.
Yeah, you fart around your neighborhood and fucking
But so we had literally like I think I heard like 60,000 or something without power for days. And then so all these like power company people were like coming in the area from like Ohio and like different states and stuff to help with the restoration of the power. So they were booking all these hotels. So like literally on it was Wednesday last week, we got like a ton of these power guys staying at the hotel, and then like they just couldn't house all of them. Like somebody said they needed 166. They needed rooms for 166 guys, and I was like, yeah, well, we're like have like 4 left. But so basically like from Wednesday to today, it was just like sold out completely. You know what I mean? So Thursday and Friday were crazy days. We were trying to figure out like how to like where we were like flipping things around. It was just a mess, but a lot of power came back on. But yeah, it was like, it didn't even seem like that crazy of a storm, but it took out everything. It was the winds. It was really high winds, I think.
Yeah, hence probably why you're watching a bunch of movies today, prepping for this show.
I only watched the one today.
I'm just fucking you.
I watched a lot of movies to prep for this.
I actually watched 6 for this show.
I watched over 10.
I watched 7 or 8. That it's funny because I watched one. I rewatched one that I cut from my first list, and I cut it from this one too. It got cut twice.
I actually, going into this, like I kind of like had a list of movies that like I seen once I already had in mind for this, or like I had like another small list of like movies that like I know about from like directors I'm a fan of that are like very hard, that were just very hard to find. I like made it kind of a point to seek out those movies this year. Mm-hmm. Some of them we ended up getting to cover anyway. Like one of them is in one of the years we're covering. In one of their next 2 top 10s. Like one of them was The Cat, actually. That was on my short list.
Right.
And Kiss Off Mata, that was on We Just on Vincent was also on my list.
That could have definitely been a gem.
Speaking of The Cat, by the way, I was reading in our chat today. I think Dave mentioned it, but I didn't even know or hear about the announcement. But then again, Dave is on the inside with 88 Films because he gets all that shit to review. So I'm sure he gets the early insight to.
Does Dave get 88 Films releases?
Yeah, the American ones. But he said that The Cat is actually getting.
They have an American label.
Yeah, Yeah, they put out lots of American stuff.
Dude,
yeah, they put out that
yeah, man, they do a lot of the Shaw Brothers stuff. They start because they did like 30 something in the UK line, and then they started all coming out by. So it was all UK and America releases.
They put out that In the Line of Duty set, like the Cynthia Rothrock and was in Michelle Yeoh movies. I bought that set. I
bought that set too, man. Yeah, I mean anything Cynthia Rothrock, I'm buying. You know me, I love her. But yeah, no. So anyways, Dave, obviously, because I hadn't heard the announcement, but it's just kind of ironic again that, you know, we cover this film, we're talking about it. And I was literally, so I have another video on the horizon here. It's going to be another 10 films that need a Blu-ray release. And I just realized I have to take that out of my next video because it just got announced. It's literally sitting on my chair in my film room in a stack. So I got to replace it with another film now. But so apparently the cat is coming out from 88 Films. And I'm like, fuck yeah. That's amazing. So,
yeah, it's a pretty good 91 movie.
Shut the fuck up. Everybody agrees it should qualify for 92.
No, everybody did not agree.
Yes, everybody does. Everybody agrees.
Everyone in this chat doesn't agree.
And the reason for it is because of one major stipulation is that if we don't include it in 92, which it still should be because this is a bullshit. It has nowhere to go. We already did 91.
That's the only reason that I will concede. But
I also think the main reason is that,
and I know I'm biased. I really like the movie, but like, and when I think about,
I think we all really like the movie.
Like, I'm saying like I might have a bias that I can like kind of acknowledge because I like it. I'm not saying like I'm the only one who likes it, but I feel like I might have a bias because of that.
I mean, there's multiple reasons for me. Like, yeah, I mean, I get that, but like, you know, the fact that it was 92 when we first started, and the other factor was, you know, like it obviously, if we don't include it, we can't include it again. Yeah. And then the other factor is that it's actually legitimately good and could be on someone's list. We even had a comment saying that, like, I could see this being on, you know, Tony's list and stuff like that. And I'm like, you know,
I know Tony too. Me and Tony have talked about this movie. I know he loves this movie.
I mean, I get where JP comes, like, just pick something else, but it's not really the point. It's like, if it was 92 when we started and you were considering this possibly making your top 10 and all of a sudden it's like not eligible, it just sucks.
I think, yeah, well, it does suck. But like I said, that happened with House and then it just ended up on my 85 list instead of 86.
But that was also because we hadn't done 85 yet.
Right. So that's why I'm willing to concede this time, because it would just be lost in limbo forever at that point.
It'd be the Bill Murray Lost in Translation.
So one bit of news that I remember hearing from this week is that there was the guy who made The Final Girls is making a killer rat movie set in New York. Thought that was pretty cool.
Nice. I did not hear that, but that's fucking awesome.
Yeah, you know, and I just feel like the killer animal subgenre is like kind of like, you either get like really, really crappy sci-fi channel level ones, or you'll get like the occasional like cocaine bear type movie or like a shark movie or something. But like the killer animals that we love that we do zoology shows on and stuff like that, I feel like we don't get a lot of that anymore. So I was like, okay, cool. Awesome. Spiders. We have had a little resurgence in spider movies.
And actually a couple, decent ones. But rat films have always been kind of like an obscure area to explore within horror. Like, I mean, I did a couple of those rat weeks back in the day and stuff, but like, there's not a ton of them. There's not really a ton of them. And when was the last killer rat film that came out? Like, I don't even remember. It's
Willard, been a while. 2003.
Like the remake for Willard. Yeah, it's been a while since we've actually seen a rat film, but that's something that we would have to do in zoology, which I would love to do because I like.
We got to do rats.
I mean, there's definitely some decent ones you could pick.
I mean, we could do Ben Willard and Willard. But there's other cool ones. There's one Rats from 2002. Of course, Deadly Eyes.
Yeah, Deadly Eyes.
Which has
I've done like
isn't Food of the Gods a rat movie too?
It's got big oversized rats in it. I think I did that one too. But like the one that's really fun, I think I rewatched it like maybe last year, is Rat Scratch Fever. That one's a really fun one. It's kind of like, it's super low budget. It's like the super indie film. It's got like green screen, but it's like, it's so much fun, dude. Like you'd have a blast with it. It's just, at first you're like, what the fuck is this? But it's actually quite fun. Yeah.
Of course you got Knights of Terror.
Yeah. Oh, rats.
Killer Rats from 2002. The Rats from 2001 or 2000.
The Rats is pretty good. I actually like that one.
Rat Scratch Fever from 2011.
Yep. It was put out by Shriek Show on their Fresh Meat line or something like that. Like
Trilogy of Terror 2 has a rat segment.
Yeah. I didn't do the segment ones. Because I think there's one in Nightmares also, right? Or not Nightmares, what's the anthology? Yeah, Nightmares. It's in Nightmares.
I can't remember. I haven't watched that in a while.
Yeah, no, there's a rat segment in that one too. Yeah.
I actually really love the what the fuck's his name? What's the dude's name from Back to the Future?
Crispin Glover?
Crispin Glover.
Yeah.
I actually really like his Willard version.
I never saw it, but I remember seeing the previews when I was like a kid and thinking it was really good.
Yeah, it was that weird era of Crispin Glover when he did like the remake of like Wizard of Gore, and Willard,
which is
like
not good.
No, which is really bad. It's still better than the original one, to be honest. But
they both suck.
Yeah, they both suck. Didn't we do that OG versus remake and they're just both terrible?
Yeah, I think that was like a Patreon selection or something.
But yeah, he did the remake of Wizard of Gore and Willard like back to back. And then he also did another movie in that realm too called Simon Says. I remember liking that one too. He's a weird actor, man. I wish he did more genre films. Kind of fits that profile a little bit because he's very eccentric already.
Wasn't he in that TV show like Hannibal or something?
I never watched Hannibal actually.
I think he was. I think he was like the title character.
When we did the Hannibal franchise, I watched like the first couple episodes and it was really good.
Yeah,
that's probably, when I think back, that's like one of my least favorite things we've ever done.
The Hannibal franchise?
Not for any like weird reason like Twilight or something. It's just, I just don't really care for that franchise that much.
I think my most hated show we ever did was the Twilight Show.
It was kind of funny for me at this point.
Yeah, he was. Oh, never mind.
It was fucking torture. And even recording that was painful too because it was frustrating to record that too.
So I fact checked myself. It was not Crispin Glover. It was Mads Mikkelsen.
Okay, glad you fucking learned your lesson.
Good Lord, Ty, you are fucking wrong like 80% of the time. I swear.
They're not close to the same person, but they kind of look similar.
They do look alike a little bit.
Because like I'm even looking like, because I looked it up just to fact check myself, and like the picture that comes up, you can see him sitting there, and it's not the best quality picture, but I'm like, oh yeah, that's Crispin Glover, and I clicked on like, nope, no, it's not.
Yeah, Hannibal was one of those shows where, like a lot of modern shows, if I'm interested in it, I was waiting it out until the whole series got, done, but it got canceled, so it never even finished. So I was like, fuck, I'm not going to start that shit. So
not a good sign.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think it didn't. I don't think it got canceled due to not being good. I think it was some other fucking variables that were involved in it or some shit. Because I just heard from everybody that it was really solid. So it was surprising that it didn't, finish out its run. Sucks.
I do have a knowledge segment if you want.
A knowledge? Okay. Sure.
Bro, what the fuck are you doing?
Oh, I thought you were fucking...
Go away. This fucking puppy, bro.
Yeah, it's just like Animal Central. All of a sudden a cat jumped on Tyler's fucking chair and then he's fucking with his dog.
You guys talk.
He's been at the door crying for like 10 minutes. I'm like, all right, fine, you can come in.
A knowledge segment. Holy shit, Dan. That sounds pretty fun.
Oh, Puffy. Come here, bud.
No, I was kind of searching around the interwebs here today for just because I never really go on any type of websites and the Facebook. I don't follow all the news and all that bullshit and stuff because I don't really give a fuck. But I do stop in at Bloody Disgusting every once in a while to see what they're posting and shit like that, because they're pretty reliable. And they did just post a couple days ago an article called Bloody Disgusting Summer Horror Preview 2025. 34 horror movies you don't want to miss. I was like, holy shit, 34 movies are coming out this summer. That's pretty fucking wild. And I was like, kind of just scrolled through quickly here, and a lot of them are theatrical, like a ton of theatricals. I'm not sure how wide released theatrical these are going to be, but a lot of them are dubbed as theatrical films. And I was like, that's pretty crazy. So, but yeah, maybe let's kind of rip through this here. So the first one on the list here is a film called A Desert, hitting theaters May 2nd. Have you heard of this one, Tyler?
Sounds kind of dry.
Yeah, so this one is from, it says photographer Alex Clark, Green Rooms, Kenny Lennox embarks on a solo trip to capture abandoned roadside structures and buildings in desolate stretches of southwestern desert, hoping to reinvigorate his stalled career in director. Okay, so it's definitely like road horror type deal. I'm surprised. That doesn't really sound overly the greatest, but okay, so it says Alex finds himself trapped in an unsettling nightmare when Rowdy Rennie knocks on his motel room door in this true neo-noir form. There's a savage nihilism to a desert that packs a punch. So it's kind of cryptic a little bit. I think it sounds actually a lot more interesting after reading that right there. When it says in true neo-noir form, there's a savage nihilism. So if you put the words,
fancy words I like.
Yeah. So if you're putting words like neo-noir, which already piqued my interest, and then you threw nihilism in there, well, I'm on board because I'm very nihilistic. And it's a trait that my wife does not really care for overly that much. But I think nihilism is kind of a underrated trait because it's really just kind of speaking the truth a lot of the times. But anyways, so that one does actually sound kind of cool. We got Holy Night, Demon Hunters, also in theaters May 2nd. I think
you stole my segment.
What's that?
You stole my segment.
Well, you were fine. I didn't know how long you're going to be going for. So.
How'd you know that was what I was going to do?
I was waiting for you guys to get up.
Chill with.
Yeah, when I was waiting for you guys to jump on, I was like, I wonder what Bloody Disgusting's up to today. So I started reading. I was like, oh, this is a perfect article because a lot of these fucking movies are hitting theaters, which is actually pretty crazy. So the next one up here. So the one we just talked about was called A Desert, and it actually sounds pretty cool. Me and Tyler were talking about the words that they used to describe this. It says, in true neo-noir form, there's a savage nihilism to a desert that packs a punch. That's just the last line that's written on there. So right there sounds pretty cool. Holy Night, Demon Hunters, May 2nd. This looks like it's an Asian film. Train to Busan breakout star Don Lee produces and stars us in this upcoming action horror hybrid as Babu, the Bonnie leader of a secret demon hunting trio. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
This one right here, Rosario, also hit in theaters May 2nd. And I did say before we started this, I'm not sure how widely these are being released, but they do say that a lot of these are in theaters. So some people might get them, others might not. I probably will not get the majority of these because, yeah, let's face it, my town sucks. So Rosario, May 2nd. I'm pretty sure that we mentioned a couple of these films when we did our 2025 preview. But I was a little bit in shock that there was 34 films coming out just in these summer months. That's pretty wild. It's quite a bit. So this one right here, Rosario, it says Wall Street stockbroker Rosario Fuentes uncovers an unsettling occult secret when her grandmother dies, leaving her to sort through her belongings. This goes on to say supernatural occurrences plague her and stuff like that. So, I mean, I'm shrugging my shoulders a little bit at that one. So this one right here, I did not know. JP enlightened me on the brief history of Clown in a Cornfield. Apparently it's based on kind of like teen novels, I guess is what it is.
Yeah, YA, young adult.
Young adult. So this is the adaptation, I guess, of the first book or whatever. Like, so Clown in a Cornfield. So it's a young adult slasher novel by author Adam Cesar, is preparing to make a bloody splash on the big screen. So, I mean, I think I saw like a teaser trailer for this. It looked like it was definitely aimed at where it's supposed to be aimed at. So
what I'm hoping for is something similar to that of like the R.L. Stine Fear Street movies that came out, and there's another one coming out of that too. But if it's at least like that, then I'll be happy with it.
Absolutely. I'm intrigued by it. I'm going to check it out, even though I'm not familiar with the books, but sometimes that doesn't really matter. And so that one right there is also hitting theaters. And then we got a movie called Daydreamers, set to hit select theaters May 9th. And this is also another Asian film. So this one says horror, fantasy, and thriller collide in one of Vietnam's first vampire movies from writer-director Timothy Lim Bu. So that's pretty interesting. Vietnam's first vampire movie.
Yeah, set in modern day Saigon.
Yeah.
I feel like it could be cool. I'm always interested in seeing what other cultures do with like vampires, because we've seen some really cool ones over the years from other countries. So that sounds interesting.
What I really like though about different countries' vampire films is that they have totally different mythology. The mythology that we generally see in films is like the Americanized mythology of vampires. Mm-hmm. So when you watch like European films, the mythology is a lot different. That's why the rules are so different. And I think that's why a lot of like Westerners, North Americaners, when we watch these type of films, we're so confused by what's going on in these vampire films because the rules are so different. I reviewed a film last year on 31 Days, and it was like this European kind of like pseudo like vampire film. The rules and mythology were so different in it, and it was very artsy and kind of out there, and a lot of people don't really care for it. But I thought it was phenomenal. And it's actually another film from that Psychotic Woman or House of Psychotic Women box set. I like Bats. Really, really good stuff. But the mythology is so different, and I can see where people are coming from when they watch it. They go, what the fuck am I watching? Like, this doesn't even make any sense compared to what the mythology I'm used to. So yeah, you're right though. Like, checking out these different areas and looking forward to see what they do with the mythology at least. So next one up here is called Cryptic, hitting digital platforms May 9th.
This one was at South by Southwest. It got like, I saw like decent reviews. I wouldn't say like 8 out of 10, but some, it's like a creature feature. 6.5 out of 10 reviews.
Yeah. It just kind of, paraphrase it, but it's a creature feature. So it says Kay Hall can't remember anything before the bizarre encounter in the woods that wiped her memory and left her traumatized. So got some kind of weird creature feature.
It seems like a Bigfoot.
Oh yeah, it does. It actually goes on to say, visceral memories of an eerie Sasquatch-like creature. Sasquatch, that's very Canadian.
Which I love Bigfoot movies. Legend of Boggy Creek, one of my favorites.
Isn't that funny? Like, it's so funny the words that are used, because people used to get that so twisted. They're like, is a Sasquatch and a Bigfoot and a Yeti the same thing? And I'm like, yes, they are. It's just the regional names for them. In Canada, we call Bigfoot Sasquatches, or if you're a Trailer Park Boys, a Sansquinch. The Sansquinch. In America, they call it Bigfoot. In Mexico, that's where the Yeti name comes from. It's all the same mythological creature of this.
I still want to do a cryptozoology show.
Yeah, it'd be fun. Yeah, and you know what's funny about that that subgenre? There is so many goddamn bad Bigfoot.
Oh, horrible ones.
Fucking horrible. It's honestly one of the worst subgenres.
Dude, this guy just threw his fucking stick 10 foot in the air.
Yeah, it's pretty fucking bad. So, I mean, that could be interesting, but it could also be bad. So, another one hitting theaters May 9th is called The Moogwai. I believe this is
this one was based on a short film that won some awards.
So this one, it says Sarah and Fergus, a hopeful young Aboriginal couple, give birth to their second baby. But what should be a joyous time in their lives becomes sinister when Sarah starts seeing a malevolent spirit she is convinced is trying to take her baby, in the feature debut by writer-director John Bell. That name just sounds made up. John Bell.
John Bell.
John Bell. I mean, I'll be honest, it doesn't sound up my alley, but could be good. You never know.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I'd never really get excited for like anything that's like the synopsis sounds like that, where it's like
me too.
Malevolent spirits. Like, I don't know. I just feel like those are so easy to make shitty.
It's funny because I was expecting this one to say in parentheses Shudder, because that's your typical Shudder synopsis right there.
Sound like a Shudder movie.
It does. All right, another one hitting theaters May 9th. It's called Sotorn. Director Freddie McDonald makes his feature debut, adapting his short film of the same name that screened theatrically ahead of Ready or Not. So this is dubbed as a darkly comedic crime thriller with horror influences. Follows a seamstress who must weigh her options when she stumbles upon a drug deal gone wrong. Okay.
So Torn explores the Rune Goldberg-esque consequences of each outcome. So that's like those machines, like sort of like almost like Final Destination nation-y, where like something happens and it triggers another thing and then another thing.
Mm-hmm.
That's what a Rune Goldberg machine is.
Right. Okay.
Rube Goldberg.
Rube. Yeah. All right. Okay, that could be decent, I guess. A Breed Apart hitting theaters and on demand and digital May 16th. What is this one? This horror comedy puts a meta twist on The Breed, the 2006 horror movie produced by Wes Craven. Okay.
Yeah, I think this is a sequel or remake to The Breed.
Yeah, that read kind of
which
weird.
We covered on Zoology
Dogs, right?
Yeah, it doesn't really specify if it's a remake or just influenced by The Breed or just kind of a spin-off. It has something to do, obviously, with The Breed from 2006.
Violet becomes part of her own horrific reality show when she's invited alongside influencers, my favorite word for modern horror, to a private island getaway. They're pitted against each other to capture the island's legendary man-eating dogs before they become victim to the monster's canine. So to me, it sounds like, with the meta twist, it sounds like that the stuff that happened in The Breed happened, and it's like stuff of legend, and then these people are going to this island to do something.
Right.
So,
yeah.
Sequel? Kind of?
Yeah, kind of, I guess. But horror comedy, though. Interesting. Because The Breed is not a comedy at all. So it kind of changes up the tone a little bit. So,
but we just talked about not having like killer animal stuff, so I'll take it. Just, we'll see how it goes.
Fair enough. Then we got Final Destination Bloodlines hitting theaters and IMAX May 16th, which I'm pretty sure everyone's familiar with. This is the fifth entry in the Final Destination franchise, and of course Tony Todd's, I believe, his final film. Like, I think you see him in the trailer and he looks like super skinny and he looked
not
really
good.
skinny.
Yeah.
Really skinny. Yeah.
Yeah. But I'm happy that he got to do this movie before he passed, because like, honestly, like, Tony Todd is kind of like, it's so weird. He's like the face of that franchise in a sense, but he always only has like one scene. So it's like, it's kind of interesting, but it is like a nice, like, through that is awesome about those movies is his little like character who sort of gives exposition. But I'm actually really excited for this one. I love those movies. I was going to do a rewatch of them, but I literally just did a run through of that series like last year. So I don't know if I'll do another run through, but I'm pretty excited.
I was thinking about doing it this week too, but I just kind of want to do my rewatches for 59. So I don't really need to rewatch the movies.
I mean, you'd have a whole nother week after that. May 16th.
Yeah, I guess so, right? It's not opening up this Friday. So yeah, speaking of Tony Todd, actually, Charles Band, I guess they finished the lost film that they had with Tony Todd called Cutter's Club. I guess this one was originally in production in 2005. And I guess the story goes is that the person that was funding the film basically ran out of money, and with like 2 days left of shooting. And so the production just kind of fell under a rock.
And then he found the footage in a warehouse.
Well, so ultimately, I guess what happened was, I guess they thought that the negatives were lost for the film. It was like literally lost. They couldn't find them forever. And I guess whoever put this thing together, like kept calling up the labs and like, okay, they got to be there somewhere, and they eventually finally found them. And meanwhile, they were doing this, I guess they were coming up with like kind of a plan to like fill in the gaps because they didn't really get to finish the film. So they came up with like a kind of like a subplot to the narrative, and then they ended up finishing the film. So apparently that one's coming out. What is it?
It's on Tubi right now.
Yeah, it's on Tubi. That's what it was. So some,
I might actually watch that just to fucking see how much of a mess it is. But I mean, that's cool nonetheless.
I read that today and I was like, this sounds like a hot fucking mess.
Plus, it was in that era of Full Moon. It was honestly like a little shitty.
2005, 100%. But they did say it was shot on 35 millimeter, which kind of shocked me a little bit. I was like, 2005, that was like straight up digital Full Moon era. No fucks given with their films and stuff. So, you know, making 65-minute movies and shit. But to do it on film, I thought that was pretty interesting. So next one up here is Hurry Up Tomorrow, hitting theaters May 16th.
I am very excited for this movie.
Okay, really? What the fuck? So this one right here says The Weeknd stars as an insomniac.
The guy that made Waves, Krisha, and It Comes at Night. Those are only 3 movies. Ooh. The guy that made those 3 movies made this, and it looks like such like an Odyssey, like ambiguous, like kind of like psychological horror movie type deal. It looks really interesting. I'm very excited for it.
Yeah, so The Weeknd stars as an insomniac faced with a stranger who begins to unravel the very core of existence in his Lionsgate's Hurry Up Tomorrow. The psychological thriller will be an extension of The Weeknd's 6th studio album of the same title that debuted in January. So
that's kind of interesting.
Yeah, that is kind of interesting. It's so random. And it's got Jenna Ortega in it also. Mm-hmm. So
it could be a total mess, but like it looks really interesting to me. It looks like it like just like because I've seen the trailer since played it the last 2 times I went to the movies, but just in like the glimpses I've caught of it, it looks like it's one of those. I don't feel like the trailer like actually gives anything away. It's not quite a teaser like Longlegs was.
Mm-hmm.
But it doesn't really seem like it gives anything about the movie away, or it's too ambiguous to like give away stuff in the movie.
By the way, what is Waves?
It's a movie about. I haven't seen it, but I've heard it's very well regarded. It's a movie about. I believe it's like a high school athlete that gets injured right before his college draft, and like a severe injury, and it's like a drama. Where
I was gonna say it sounds like a drama.
Yeah. His only horror film is It Comes at Night, but Krisha, I guess, was kind of considered a horror film ish too. That one's like about like mental illness like in the family. But I haven't seen either of those, but I've heard people like really hype both of those movies up. But I've seen It Comes at Night. I think it's very good.
Yeah, It Comes at Night's excellent. I know JP is a big fan of it too.
Yeah, one of the very few films I gave a 10 to.
Yeah, right.
In modern time.
Sorry.
Oh, I was just gonna say that I even rewatched it and still felt very strongly about it.
That's always a good thing.
Go ahead.
All right, so next up here is The Severed Son, hitting VOD and limited theaters May 16th. The Severed Son.
Yeah,
I like that
Dark
title.
Sky Films.
It's a folk horror film.
Folk horror film. An isolated religious community is torn asunder by the arrival of a mysterious beast in the folk horror movie arriving this May.
So it really doesn't give you a lot there, which I really appreciate. But I can tell you one thing though, that just the title alone, I knew it was going to be folk horror. I didn't even read the bottom before I even. Yeah, so The Severed Son, that sounds fucking pretty cool. Cool. That sounds interesting.
This list is very helpful for keeping track.
Fuck yeah, it is. Fuck yeah. This is crazy. I'll probably only get maybe a handful of these in my theater anyways, but it is what it is. Next up is one I'm very, very excited to watch, because I actually did a little bit of research on this because I wasn't 100% sure if this was going to be a straight up adaptation of the book, and it is. So I'm pretty excited for that, because the original Fear Street trilogy that came out was just based on, that
one was more just like taking like like reoccurring themes and like titles, like Shady Side and stuff like that.
Yeah, I'm just using it as a skin.
Yeah, they took the backdrop. They took the backdrop of Fear Street and the ideas and stuff like that, and Shady and all that type of stuff, and then just kind of created a brand new narrative. Where this one called Fear Street Prom Queen, which is hitting,
which Netflix. Is actually one of my favorites of the Fear Street books.
Yeah, this one's really good actually. And was there not a sequel to this movie or to the book? Was there not?
I don't remember if there was or not, but I actually reread Prom Night. It's actually, I think it might be the first or second book. Actually.
You mean Prom Queen?
Prom Queen. In the Fear Street series, I think it might actually be like the first or like one of the first books.
It's super early, and yeah, man, it always pisses me off because I had every one of the original Fear Street books and I gave them to my sister and she fucking threw them out. Like later on, I was like, so they don't even exist anymore. I'm like, fuck.
Actually, it was not one of the first books. I lied. It was the 15th book.
Yeah, something like that.
I mean, I guess that's still, there was like 50 books, so I guess that's still one of the first.
Yeah. My mom used to get so pissed off at me because I would like go to the bookstore, grab one of these, and I would read the whole thing in 3 hours, and she's like, "Really, you're already done? What the fuck?" But I love this shit, man. Like, I actually read like the first page, like I Googled it or whatever. And I just like kind of read the thing and I was like, oh my God, this is giving, it's like nostalgic overload right now reading this. But yeah, because I was doing the research, I just wanted to see if it was an actual adaptation, and it is. So they are setting this one in 1988. So it says it's the franchise's fourth installment. It's set between 1994 and 78, of course, but it's its own entity. So, but yeah, it's basically just about like prom nominees that are disappearing. I think they're just getting dead. I think that's what the narrative is.
Yeah. So I read the book probably a couple years ago. I went to the library and grabbed a couple Fear Street books and read them. And I wanted to revisit that one because it was one of my favorites when I was in like elementary school or something.
How did they hold up? Because like I was reading these when they were, kind of dropping in their,
honestly,
I was 12, 10, 11, 12 years old when they were coming out or whatever it was. Like 10, 11. And they were so, I would get chills reading them. They were it was
more violent than I remembered.
Really? Yeah.
Yeah. For like a kid's book, like a young, like, I don't know, like the age range that these were marketed towards, but I would say like young teens.
It was young teens. Yeah.
Yeah. It was like, it was actually kind of a bit dark, it was a slasher film, basically. Slasher book.
Yeah.
There's like 5
a lot of them were, though. A lot of them kind of played out like that.
Yeah. There was like 5 girls who were nominated for prom queen.
For prom, yeah.
And one of them dies, and then another one dies, and they start thinking like, oh, it's one of us or something, that is because somebody wants to be the prom queen or whatever, you know what I mean? So they're taking out all the other prom queen nominees.
Right.
But I remember it being pretty good.
One I always remember loving was I think it was the ski resort one.
Ski Weekend.
That one. Oh, I love that book, man. It's so good.
Yeah. I mean, dude, most of these I read when I was like literally like 12 or something.
Yeah, me too, man.
So
I'm 45 now.
Stick in my memory.
I'll be 45 this year. So it's been a whole lifetime ago. Like, I literally read all those books pretty much in sequence when they're coming out, and then would have been up to
read 90 when they were coming out. Like when I was in the library, they look old in the library.
Dude, it was so crazy, man. I remember being young and everyone was super stoked, like the new Fear Street book's coming out, and then everyone would like literally go to the local book stop and fucking go grab the books, and it was crazy. Yeah. So it's a really big thing, man. Between like Fear Street books and Garbage Pail Kids, man, fuck. Amazing.
They always had the best fucking covers, dude.
Really good. They sucked you reading with those covers. But they were such easy reads, and everything the way R.L. Stine words his books, it was perfect for the demographic because you got everything. You understood everything. Like you could paint the picture in your mind so easily. It was awesome. It's fucking awesome, man. But then again, I could read Stephen King novels and do the same thing, but
I actually might start reading some of these in preparation because, like, dude, I don't know that they're fun to read. I went to my library has a bunch of them.
Can you are they in print still? Can you like go to the local bookstore? Like they don't make these. They don't.
And if they are, there are some that are available, you know, but I'm pretty sure they have like new covers and they're shit.
Stupid. You don't want to get a book with no fuck. That's lame.
Yeah, because the same thing happened with like the Goosebump books. Like if you buy like the modern versions, the covers are all different and shit and not nearly as dope.
Right.
Yep, not at all.
Yeah, so that's Fear Street's Prom Queen. Hit Netflix May 23rd. Super, super excited for this. I really enjoyed the trilogy. I liked all three movies. You know, they varied, for myself, but I really enjoyed the trilogy so much that I actually went out and bought a bootleg of the trilogy, which I don't buy bootlegs very often, but it's Netflix and they're probably not coming out legitimately. So, which really fucking sucks. I wish Netflix would start up their own physical brand because I think they would do well because they have the rights to a lot of films that just don't have legit releases. Like The Ritual is a film that I would love to get a copy of.
It's kind of corny how Netflix does that.
Yeah, it's cornball, dude. It's so corny, man. It's like they're just hogging it for themselves and shit. But I know there is companies out there that put out The Ritual.
Yeah, like I need a copy of the goddamn Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
They have Criterion has released like 5 or 6 Netflix movies, I believe.
Netflix themselves has released some of this stuff.
Yeah,
I think I have Haunting of Hill House and another one on Blu-ray.
Yeah. The Chainsaw one's a mystery to me why that one wouldn't get a release because it's kind of annoying that it's the only Chainsaw film that doesn't.
It's a cult film that would sell at least like to,
Well, I mean, it's also the only film in the franchise that doesn't have a release, and it's just annoying. It's annoying.
Yeah, it is annoying.
Yeah. But anyways, next one here is Sister Midnight, hitting theaters May 23rd. Man, I don't even remember talking about half these movies. It's crazy. It says filmmaker Karen Kahadri makes it. Oh, it's Karan.
Hari.
I thought it was a woman's name, and it's like makes his feature debut. I'm like, oh shit. It says with a genre bending that follows a rebellious newlywed Uma, who's less than thrilled about her arranged marriage. Okay, so it looks like it's an Indian type film, so that's very common in the culture to have arranged marriages, which I couldn't even imagine, dude. Isn't that crazy? Just being married to somebody, being forced to marry somebody that you've never even met before. That's a crazy. It's crazy to me. So she embarks on self-discovery page with pitch black humor and horror. Expect a stylish and unpredictable debut with a banging soundtrack, courtesy of Interpol's frontman Paul Banks, making his debut as a composer.
All right.
Okay. So next up is The Surrender, hitting Shudder May 23rd. I love that. I love the wording. Filmmaker Julia Max's gnarly occult horror film or horror movie stars Colby Minifie and Kate Burton as a prickly daughter and mother duo dealing with the loss of a patriarch, and their fraught relationship gets tested further when mom hires an occultist to resurrect her husband from the dead.
That's kind of ridiculous sounding.
Wow. Expect a visceral journey into the hells of grief. Interesting. Very weird sounding narrative, actually, but okay.
Next one I'm pretty excited for.
Bring Her Back, hitting theaters May 30th. What's the deal with this movie? It says siblings uncover a terrifying ritual at an isolated home of their new foster mother in the sophomore effort by Talk to Me filmmakers. Okay. Interesting. So it's the film is described as a soul-shaking possession horror. I guess that kind of makes sense, right? From the same directors that did Talk to Me, the whole kind of possession thing and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Next up here is Dangerous Animals, hitting theaters June 6th. This one. Yeah, I was excited for this one too because it's Sean Bryan, who did The Devil's Candy and The Loved Ones. Is back with a brand new horror movie centered around a sadistic killer who feeds his victims to sharks. I read that. I was like,
shark obsessed serial killer.
That's fucking amazing. But I really liked The Devil's Candy. I thought that was good. Loved Ones is great.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, good stuff. That sounds very just offbeat. What, like you're just killing people to feed your sharks? So your sharks are like your pets kind of thing? That's really odd.
Yeah.
It's very odd. So don't really remember too many people having sharks as pets. Strange. All right. So I Don't Understand You, hitting theaters June 6th. The hell is this?
All these D-Day movies.
Yeah. Andrew Rannells and Nick Kroll stars a couple setting off on a picture perfect Italian vacation that goes awry when they're stranded in the middle of nowhere. So it's dubbed as like a pitch black horror comedy turns into fear and bloodshed, an emphasis on dark humor featured in the trailer. Okay. So another dark comedy road summer type thing. I don't know. Could be okay. This one caught me off guard. I didn't even know about this at all, but Predator Killer of Killers. I think it's animated. It says the first of two Predator films to arrive this year from director Dan Trachtenberg. This one is an animated anthology that showcases Yocha warriors hunting human prey across global history. So it's an animated Predator film.
So technically we could do a roundup on the Predator movies because there'll be 3 to do.
Do we not do the last one?
So we actually need to do a couple things. So we need to do AVP 1 and 2 to finish the Alien and Predator series.
Right.
And then the last Predator movie, what was that called? Hunter or something? Prey.
Yeah, Prey.
Then this one, this animated anthology, and then there's a new movie coming out this year too.
Yeah, I'm down. I mean, I'm always down for animation or animated films. So I was kind of shocked to see that, but interesting. Next up here is another movie called The Ritual, hitting theaters June 6th. Like, why? Like, who sets out and goes, you know what? I'm going to do a movie called The Ritual. That sounds like a good idea, right? Because that'll work really well for people that want to Google my film because they're going to find 4,000 other films called The Ritual and never find mine. I really don't understand why you would ever call your film The Ritual. I think it's just cornballish. But so this one's interesting though. It's like, it's not the fictional portrayal of the Schmidt case, which remains the most thoroughly documented exorcism in American history that intrigues in David Middle's exorcism horror movie. It's starring Al Pacino and Dan Stevens, who play two priests that put aside their differences to save young women's souls. So it's a possession film called The Ritual. Oh man, is anybody excited for this? Because I would be shocked to hear a bunch of yeses on that.
You got that right.
That sounds, I'm sorry, but this sounds fucking terrible. Like, it sounds awful. Like, even Al Pacino's name attached to this project is not selling me at all. Like,
Pac-Man.
Although Al Pacino playing a priest is kind of a funny idea.
Watch, he's in it for like a minute.
Yeah, he's probably the elderly priest that's mentoring the younger one, and it's Dan Stevens that's fucking, doing the exorcism. I bet you exactly what it is. But I would love to see Al Pacino just go full on Al Pacino in a role like this, where he's like the main guy and he's just freaking out. He's yelling "woo-ha" the whole fucking time and shit.
Can he even do that anymore?
I don't even know, but if he starts saying "woo-ha," holy shit, dude, I'd lose my shit.
He's 85 years old.
Right. But what an interesting role for Al Pacino even to do. Right? Like, he hasn't really done a lot of genre films. I mean, he did The Devil's Advocate before, but he hasn't done a lot of actual straight up horror films. Of course, I'll always say that Cruising is a horror film. So, he did Cruising, he did Devil's Advocate, and I think there might be a couple other ones maybe in there, but not a whole lot. It's just an interesting choice at this age and, time in your career and your life, really, to do something so generic sounding as The Ritual possession film. Interesting. Not going to judge, but I am. So, next one here is Best Wishes to All, hitting Shudder June 13th. So it says the winner of an overlooked film festival's scariest feature award follows a young nursing student's descent into madness when she visits her grandparents' home and discovers their dark secret. This is a Japanese horror film that hails from writer-director Yudo Shimutsu. And yeah, I'm not doing that name, but Japanese film. Sounds kind of generic.
Not enough for me.
It sounds generic, but it could be okay, though. You never know what you're going to get with these type of films. It might be something completely different. It might be generic. Who really knows? The oddly named, and this one still confuses me, but 28 years later, hit in theaters June 20th. Of course, we are all going to go see this, but I just don't understand why it jumped to years later. But
because everybody was expecting months.
Yeah, well,
it would make so much more sense. It's like the long-awaited follow-up to 28 days later and 28 weeks later. And I think originally was supposed to be months. Was that not the plan? Because I think we reported on that years and years ago.
This movie is literally one of those movies that's been in and out of development hell for like literally since Weeks Later came out.
So maybe that's the joke to the fans, that it took so long that they couldn't actually name it months anymore. They're like, hey, it's kind of the funny thing. It took 28 years to make this fucking movie. No.
How many years is 28 months? 3?
28 months would be
2.5.
2.25.
2.25. So it would have been like set 2.25.
Actually, it's 2 1/3 because
I guess it almost makes sense to do that many years later. Like just because you would almost have to do like a period piece at this point to do months later, right?
Yeah. Right. Yeah, I mean it's two.
It would be set in like 2005.
2 1/3. Yeah, that's kind of funny actually. But you know, I mean, I'm looking forward to seeing it. You know, I mean, it's Danny Boyle again, so you know, I mean, I wasn't like ecstatic on 28 weeks later. I still like the movie.
You know what, bro? I rewatched that movie like a couple years ago, and I wasn't a big fan of it when it came out, and I really liked it a lot more revisiting all this time later. I was like, damn, that was actually really good, especially the opening. The opening, that's sort of the problem, is the opening is the best part of the movie. Mm-hmm. It is so damn intense.
Yeah, that's the best part to me. And I like the escape at the end.
I agree. I agree that the opening is definitely the best part. All right, so moving along here. Next one up here is Megan 2.0, hitting theaters June 27th. And I got to say, man, I did see the trailer and I decided to actually watch it while I was in Sinners. And I have to say, this movie looks absolutely ridiculous. Stupid.
I've heard like nothing but hate on this trailer.
It literally looks like a fucking Terminator 2 ripoff.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like I was watching some trailer reel randomly on YouTube. I never do this sort of thing. My girlfriend like randomly clicked it. Just played on, and like if it didn't have like the other actresses in it, like the girl from Get Out, I would have thought it was like a fake AI trailer.
Dude, it actually looks so goofy to me. And when they made a bigger version of Megan, I actually laughed out loud.
Yeah,
that's actually kind of funny.
Did I talk about this just like somewhere else, or did I talk about this on like the podcast? I thought I remember like talking about this like a week ago. But it doesn't even look like a horror movie. It like literally looks like Terminator 2.
No, it is. They actually make a bigger version of her just to go and fight this other fucking AI. It's like exactly Terminator.
Megan.
It's just a modern version.
Megan. Someone stole her software and made an assassin Megan.
I almost like kind of appreciate them doing something totally off the rails.
That was just amazing. It was like just watching this trailer dumbfounded that they went from like the last Megan to like all the way to like robots flying around and fighting each other in the air.
What the hell?
Yeah,
dude.
This doesn't sound like something that I will.
It fucking looks like
it. Like I have to see it. It looks so like it just looks so bizarre that like I feel like I have to see this now.
Well, I told you guys, man, after I watched the first one, like when they announced the second one, I'm like, I have no interest. I'm not going to watch this. But then I watched that trailer and it looks so stupid and bad. I was like, I need to actually see this because this is ridiculous, man. Like I couldn't even believe
seats, like the rumbly seats at like Cinemark. Like I saw Sinners and I want to see them.
It looks like they just jumped the shark like 4 fucking times here, man.
Yeah.
Like they just went way too far out of the realm.
What if like they just came in for like the pitch room when they were like, all right, so what are we going to do for the fall? We're going to have a whole franchise of these robot fighters, and they just pitch this ridiculous like off the wall shit, and they're just like, all right, let's do it.
I have a feeling that this one is going to be pretty hated. Like I think people are going to shit on this film, man. Like,
I feel like horror fans are going to hate it, but I feel like there's absolutely an audience for this.
It definitely does not even look like a horror film at all. There's not one thing in that trailer that screamed horror.
Yeah, I don't think it is. Like, honestly, the first one barely is. It didn't have like the whole like Killer Chucky angle going with it.
Yeah,
like it just like
the first one's definitely a horror film.
It definitely is, but it's like all it has, even if you really think about it, is like the whole like killer like Chucky thing. Like, because like
isn't that all that Chucky has?
Well, like Chucky's not really, because Chucky's like a possessed like doll from like this. It's not like Chucky's like some like robot. Yeah. He's like a possessed like serial killer.
Have you not seen Child's Play 2016?
Oh yeah, your guy gets Max. He gets fired.
I actually like the remake because I like that they did something different, but it was actually
like it's definitely a horror movie. You could already see like in the final act of that movie, they already kind of like geared it to almost like to the action side of things. And it was just like, it was pretty much like lighthearted all around, I felt like. But this one doesn't look horror at all. But I'm still going to see it.
Yeah, I'll see it.
Yeah, I have a feeling it's going to be a really big flop. Or else it's going to do so much better and it's just going to be a huge hit. Like, it's going to be one or the other. Like, there's no middle ground on this one. But next up here is Jurassic World Rebirth, hitting theaters July 2nd. I haven't even seen the latest.
How many are there of these now?
I
feel like every year there's a new one.
Dude, you know what's funny? I haven't seen any Jurassic Park movies since the original trilogy. So all the new ones
was the last one I seen.
Yeah, all these new ones that have come out, I have not seen yet. So I'm like, oh my God.
Is this the third one?
I think so. I think it is. This one right here has Scarlett Johansson in it, though.
Sorry. This is the 7th installment.
So this is the 4th of the new Jurassic World movies?
Yeah.
Wow, crazy, man. Okay. So I haven't seen any of them. So this one has Scarlett Johansson, which I don't know if she was in any of the other ones because I haven't seen them. So, but anyways, it's a fucking Jurassic World movie. So, yeah.
That's pretty wild, dude. I didn't that's crazy they made that many of them. These things must make some fucking money, dude. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 new ones since 2015.
I bet you they do, man. I bet you they hit real hard in the theater. Because they're what, PG-13 movies or PG? I don't even think they're, so it's like marketed for like a different crowd. So probably do a little bit better. Next up here is Else, hitting Fandor and digital July 8th. This is the feature debut from French director Thibaut Emu. I don't know, introduces a blossoming romance amidst an ominous epidemic. Okay, I'm going to stop right there. But then it says, love turns into shape-shifting body horror nightmare for the couple. The poetic, unique body horror film was penned by Eamon and blah, blah, blah. Okay, so
I mean,
the romance angle totally lost me. But when I saw shape-shifting body horror, I was like, okay.
I sort of trust the French to do things.
Yeah, I mean, I think it probably starts out as a romance and then totally goes into body horror shit, which is pretty cool. So, yeah, I mean, that sounds interesting.
Here we go.
Hitting theaters July 18th is the remake of I Know What You Did Last Summer.
Legacy sequel.
Woo, legacy sequel.
So
not a remake.
It's not a remake. That's right. The Fisherman is back and more brutal than ever when 5 friends cover up their deadly mistake in this legacy sequel from director Jennifer Caden Robinson. Jennifer Love Hewitt is back as Julia James, and Freddie Prinze Jr. is back as Ray Robinson, joining a new generation caught in the fisherman's crosshairs. So
I was so confused on what the fuck, like, so is it like just the same thing happens to new people, or like what the fuck?
So their characters, is it like their kids that are involved with the same, like what are the chances that you have a bunch of kids and 35 years later the same shit happens to them?
They're the townsfolk now. Now they're in charge of the town.
Like the way that I assume that it's going to be is like but like the way that if I was going to say how I predict it to be, I think that it's set in the town where that originally happened, that Ray and Jolie were from. It's sort of a legend that happened around there, the whole I Know What You Did Last Summer thing. New kids do something bad, somebody sees and decides to like recreate that thing.
True.
That's how I predict it's gonna go.
Yeah. I just have a feeling that Jennifer Love Hewitt and Freddie Prinze Jr. are going to be in the film for very minimalistic time.
I think they actually
cameos.
said that. I think that's like official. Like, so like they said that they're not like the stars of the movie. They're just in it.
Yeah, they're just there to more sell the name because that's what people went to go see back in the day. They were part of that whole Beautiful People era where these casts in these films were just the attractive fucking people of the moments, right? So
I missed that era.
No, that's why there was floating heads, because they had to showcase the pretty faces on the covers.
I'm almost nostalgic for floating heads at this point.
See, now if they were all ugly actors, we would have got awesome artwork on the posters.
They should have made a poster of this floating heads. That'd be such a sick callback.
God damn it, Beautiful People! You fucked up all the poster artwork, man. Oh well. All right, so next up here is The Banished, hitting digital July 18th. The latest from writer-director Joseph Sims Dennett, who did Observance, follows a woman in search of her missing brother. When she uncovers the truth, she faces a darkness that threatens to consume her, too.
That's pretty wild that Observance is mentioned, because that actually was a movie I was considering for Hidden Gems.
I don't even know what that is. What is it?
We watched it before. We reviewed it on the show.
What is it? I can't remember. What is it?
It was an Artsploitation release. Unless this is a different Observance.
Oh, okay. So I didn't even put that. Okay. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I'm not even 100% sure on that. Okay. All right. So next up here is a film called Together, hitting theaters July 30th. Allison Brie and Dave Franco, starring directors Michael Shanks, body horror movie about so body horror is just going to be just flailing.
I was going to say body
now.
Horror is a fucking on a comeback right now, dude.
Well, when you have a movie like The Substance that hits hard for everybody, it's like, well, we got to do body horror now. It works. All right.
And wins an Oscar.
Yeah. So body horror movie about a stagnating couple dealing with codependency issues of Lovecraftian kind when they move to the countryside to become closer. It's a romantic dramedy turned crowd-pleasing horror movie. Fuck. Oh,
I don't know what the hell is going on in this screen grab that they used for the movie. They're in some kind of like fucking cave or well or something.
But what's with the fucking
cool, though? What's
with the romantic films mixed with body horror? That's 2 in like the last like 4 movies.
Yeah.
Fucking weird. All right. I don't know what to think about that one, but it does say Lovecraftian kind. So that's kind of cool. And then the body horror.
Anytime I hear romance and Lovecraft, I always think of Spring.
Right. Yeah. That's perfect one. Weapons hitting theaters August 8th. Barbarian director Zach Krieger is back with his new mysterious horror movie that prefers to keep plot details close to the vest.
I like that. I love when people
excited
do
about
that.
this movie. I didn't watch the trailer or anything, but I just like looked into it a little bit because I heard about like the Jordan Peele bidding war thing where he fired his agent because they lost the bidding war to produce this. But Zach Krieger
that's very promising sounding.
Yeah. So yeah, exactly. So that got some hype, and I hated Barbarian the first time I saw it, but then I rewatched it, and I actually really liked it. Like on rewatch.
I didn't do the rewatch thing. I saw it in the theater, and I didn't really care for it. So I thought it was like the tale of 2 movies.
Yeah, my girlfriend wanted to watch it, and I think like I had one of those reactions where just like, oh, I hate what the movie did, and I just like was like off of it.
Me too.
But like I already like accepted that like when I was rewatching, my girlfriend wanted to watch it, so I just like rewatched.
Well, of course, because you can't like get away from the fact that you know.
Yeah, so like when when I wasn't like thrown off or like disappointed like what the movie did, like I just accepted it for like what it was, like I liked it more. I like kind of actually like really enjoyed like kind of like the wackiness it had to the second half. Like where I just hated it the first time. But anyways, I read a little bit about this. So I'm also a fan of The Whitest Kids You Know, so like I want to like this guy's movies like for sure.
What the fuck is The Whitest Kids You Know?
You don't know what The Whitest Kids You Know is? Oh,
no.
It was a sketch comedy show that ran for like 8 seasons, and this guy was on it, and it's just that like dry, like stupid, like absurdist humor. It's so fucking funny. I'll send you guys just like some quick like videos like of skits they did. You'll know like if you like it immediately. It's hilarious though. I've never met like someone who just doesn't think it's funny.
It's described as batshit insane, which is good to me.
But he said the director said this movie is a very personal story to him, and it's heavily inspired by Paul Thomas Anderson's Magnolia, which is my second favorite film of all time.
Yeah, batshit insane. Every time I see that written down, I mean, that's going to pique our curiosity, right?
Yep.
Which it goes on to say. So that's pretty cool. All right. So I'm very, very excited for this. Jimmy and Stiggs hitting theaters August 15th. Of course, that's a new film from Joe Begos, which over here at the 22 show, I'm a huge fan. He hasn't missed for me yet. But I do think it's really interesting that, he started his career with kind of an alien film, Almost Human. I don't remember what year that was. But, he's done a lot of different types of projects, and he's, covered a lot of different types of angles, but he's kind of went full circle, and he's, this one seems to be a film about aliens again. So kind of cool. I'm looking forward to this, man. It says, follows a down on his luck filmmaker, Begos, who claims he was attacked or abducted by aliens and enlists his friends, Matt Mercer, to take them down. Begos' latest is described as being in the vein of Sam Raimi's and Peter Jackson's low budget over the top splatter fest.
Super fucking down with this.
Yeah, dude. So Begos is actually starring in the film.
Even though Begos got first rounded, yeah,
he hasn't missed for me, man. Everything he puts out, I love.
I just remember Moodz being so distraught over that.
Yeah, a couple people even mentioned that too. Like, oh, dude, you got fucked on that one. It was one of those moments where I couldn't say anything. So, but yeah,
the screen grab they use there looks pretty cool. Some colors and shit. And honestly, I rewatched Christmas Bloody Christmas this past holiday, and fuck, dude, I love it.
Aesthetically, that movie is so pleasing. It's just amazing to look at. It's fucking awesome. And even the still that they use for this, does it not already remind you of that? Italian colors. It's got the green, it's got the blue, it's got, and it looks like from that shot, I don't know if it's just a shitty still, but it may be shot on film. I don't know. Maybe just filter. I don't know. But we'll see. Who knows? All right. So hitting theaters August 15th is the remake of Witchboard. And I didn't even realize, and I'm sure we probably covered this, but I was reading this earlier, and it is directed by Chuck Russell.
Yeah, this was on the slate for last year.
Yeah, so if you're not familiar with it,
we tried to get it at Fantasia, and they're like, no, dog.
Yeah, they didn't give it to me either.
So if you guys aren't familiar with who Chuck Russell is, he's probably best known for directing Nightmare on Elm Street 3, Dream Warriors, and of course the Blob remake. So fuck me, man. I wasn't overly excited because I love Kevin Tenney's Witchboard. I'm a really, really big fan of that movie. So when I heard it was being remade, I was like, oh, okay, whatever. And then even Merriman, he even said he saw the trailer in the theater and he's like, man, it actually looks pretty fucking good. So
that's promising.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really kind of looking forward to this now, just having Chuck Russell's name attached to it, because Nightmare on Elm Street 3 is one of my all-time favorite movies. The Blob, I mean, he's the guy that directed The Plumage. Kevin Dillon's Plumage. He's responsible for putting that fucking beautiful plumage on screen and just making it shine. Absolutely amazing. Thank you, Chuck, for that. All right, next up is another film I am super excited to talk about. I can't wait to see this, and you'll probably see the franchise being done probably next season, because it's actually getting its theatrical release August 29th, and that is The Toxic Avenger. Ooh, fuck yeah, Peter Dinklage is playing the Toxic Avenger. I can't wait to see this. Oh man, we got Kevin Bacon in this, Elijah Wood. Dude, I'm so excited for this. I can't even express my giddiness to watch this movie right now. I never get excited for remakes and shit like that, but this one, I can't wait to see what they did with it, because Peter Dinklage is playing the Toxic Avenger. Let's face it, it's
Peter Dinklage has been getting a lot of hate lately.
Why?
Because he made some comments.
Because he's not tall.
He basically destroyed the Snow White film. He set in motion
some comments about just little people need to it's offensive to cast little people as dwarves. So and since he's made those comments, suddenly the Oompa Loompas aren't little people anymore. The Seven Dwarves are CGI now.
Yeah, and all these little people are like, yeah, it's easy for you to fucking say that sitting on top of your throne of money when we're out here struggling and can't find jobs.
But you know what? I completely disagree with them because, like, if I was a little person,
everybody else seems to disagree.
I would love.
It's very easy to say that when you're the most successful dwarf character ever. Like, actor
there's like him. There's Warwick Davis, who really was more of a character actor. Like, Warwick Davis never got roles like Peter Dinklage got. He got like fantasy roles. And then there's like that guy, I don't know his name. He like did some like stuff on Comedy Central. He was in that movie. He was in that movie In Bruges. I don't know his name, but like, you know who I'm talking about? Though?
Yeah, I do. I know who you're talking about. Yeah,
those are like, and there's I don't know his name either. The guy that's from Bad Santa. He's more popular than him.
There's also Phil Fondacaro from like Full Moon Films.
I guess there is more too. Then there's like Vern Troyer, but he really only had like the one role. So like I don't know, like
there's a bunch of really famous guys.
Yeah, so I guess I'm underselling them, but
the point is that like
you're taking work away from small people that could play the Seven Dwarfs and say like they do another Star Wars film and they want to use they want to use practical real people and have Ewoks in there and stuff like that. I mean, that's where Warwick Davis started, man. That's where you got to start. Like, why the fuck would you take that away from these people that are looking for work? And let's face it, they're not going to get a starring role in a romantic comedy. It's just not the way shit works. So if you have a role like the Seven Dwarfs,
honestly, that might actually be an interesting romantic comedy.
Or like a post-apocalyptic film that has like small little warriors or something like that. Like, why not give them some fucking work, man? That's kind of fucking ignorant to do.
Yeah, Dinklage got like tons of hate from
I disagree with what he's saying
for that. I disagree too with it. Like,
I think
like, why not ask like, more little people their opinion on that before you speak for all of them?
I mean,
I get the feeling he kind of regretted what he said or like the way he said it.
It's just so selfish though, right? Like JP put it, like, the guy's sitting on a throne right now and all these other people that are in Hollywood that have these acting cards and shit, and they're trying to get work and now they can't get work because Dinklage said, it's not right. What?
Yeah, no, I literally have seen probably about 10 different little people come out and say like that's some fucking bullshit, bro.
Yeah, I agree with them, man. It is bullshit, man. They just took fucking jobs away from him, man. Bullshit. And plus, who in the right mind wants to see CG Oompa Loompas?
Seven Dwarfs look. I didn't see the movie, but they look fucking horrible.
Yeah, like nobody wants to see that shit, man. It's corny. It's really corny.
I didn't see the new Wonka movie, but I know they shrunk Hugh Grant down to Oompa Loompa.
Oh, fuck. Okay, that's just embarrassing.
Are you talking about Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, or was there another one after?
There was
the one. Yeah, that movie was not good.
Yeah, Dan loved it.
I didn't even bother with it.
Dan fucking loved fucking Wonka and didn't like Sinners.
Maybe he didn't love it, but he liked it. I know he saw it.
Dan's fucked in the head with that one, man. Because
he loves the original Charlie and the Chocolate Factory though. Like that's one of his favorite movies.
The Johnny Depp one?
No.
Or maybe dude, you fucking idiot. The original one.
It's one of my favorite movies of all time. I have it on.
No, 4K. The Johnny Depp one. The Tim Burton remake, man, was horrible.
I thought it was awful.
I've seen that. I thought it was awful.
Oh, I really despise that movie. And like, I'm a big Tim Burton fan and I'm a big Johnny Depp fan. And I thought that movie sucked, man.
I agree 100%.
Fucking sucked.
Yeah. The magic of the original is like unmatched. Like that and like the Wizard of Oz to me are like
I actually saw it in a theater with the
right.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and like I remember later on, he was like, "Man, I hope Tyler didn't catch me tearing up at the
end." Not only did he catch it, but he's going to share it with all our listeners.
Audience.
But yeah, Toxic Avenger. Obviously, we're excited to finally see that.
Yeah, one of my most anticipated.
Starred Kevin Bacon and Elijah Wood.
Yeah, no, I mentioned that, but yeah, it's one of my definitely most anticipated. Actually, there's a string of films right here, man, that we're just going through, like Jimmy and Stiggs and Witchboard remake. I'm intrigued now. Toxic Avenger, and then moving on to another one I'm very, very intrigued to see, called Strange Harvest, hitting theaters August of 2025, framed entirely as a grisly true crime documentary. The latest by writer-director Stuart Ortiz, one half of the filmmaking duo known as the Vicious Brothers, who, of course, gave us the Grave Encounters film. Tracks a grisly serial killer's murder spree across San Bernardino County. So it's a true crime with an eerie supernatural twist kind of thing. I mean, the mask looks awesome. Like I actually
I'm always a fan of these sort of like true, like these like found footage-esque type like fake things that are supposed to look real.
Yeah, true crime documentaries. So it's like it's a fake. Yeah, it's fake. But yeah,
it's like a Lake Mungo thing or something.
Yeah. Fake doc, Poughkeepsie tapes.
Yeah. But yeah, that mask looks pretty cool, man. Kind of like that. So that got me intrigued right there. When I saw the Vicious Brothers names, I'm like, yeah, hell yeah. So next up here is Abraham's Boys. It says to be announced summer 2025. Of course, this one's hitting theaters also. It says filmmaker Natasha Kermani, she did one of the segments in VHS 85, and Lucky adapts Joe Hill's short story, which of course is Stephen King's son, that serves as a sequel to Bram Stoker's Dracula. Like, so bizarre. It follows
sibling, yeah.
Max and Ruby Van Helsing confronting their family legacy when they uncover their father's history with Dracula, and stars a bunch of people.
That's pretty dope.
But Jocelyn Donahue's in this movie. I'm like, fuck yeah, I love her. So sign me up on that.
I haven't seen her anything in a while.
She shows up here and there.
I read my first Joe Hill book last year called Nosferatu.
Yeah,
that shit was pretty good.
The wife's actually reading one right now. I bought it for her for Christmas, I think last year or the year before or something. She's finally getting to it. It's held as like one of his best books or whatever. I can't remember the title of it, but she's reading it right now.
Moodz, you got to pick up some of these books.
Sorry, I can't. What am I looking at here? Oh yeah, I know. I do. I know. I read that whole.
There's a whole line of them from that book.
Yeah, there's about 30. I think there's about 30 of them now or whatever. But that was one of my favorite reads of last year when I read that out at the camp. It was so good. So good. I want to get that one with like the Nazi. The Nazi.
I know they haven't put that out yet. I wish they did.
That thing sounds fucking insane, man. Absolutely insane. But yeah.
For those of you who can't see the video, which is everyone,
that's right.
It's the book The Nest, which is the first in the Paperbacks from Hell line of republished books from that novel, or that like compilation book that talks about paperbacks from the 70s and 80s.
Yeah.
And 90s, I think.
So what are your guys' thoughts on this one? It's kind of an interesting premise.
First of all, I think that any film that is adapted from a like novel or a short story automatically usually has a chance to be decent to good, because usually the source material wouldn't be adapted if it wasn't strong. So, and honestly, like I think that from what I've read of Joe Hill, I really like his stuff. I'm sure it could be pretty decent. And I actually like the idea of like following the kids of Van Helsing, or great grandkids, or whatever the hell they would be. That's kind of a cool idea.
Yeah.
And the one screen grab that we have, if that's even from the movie, looks kind of cool. So this is like the Bloody Disgusting summer preview. Fucking lot of movies coming out. This definitely
that's a ton for a summer preview.
Yeah, that definitely helped. And that's obviously there's stuff not even mentioned in there, like Ugly Stepsister, I guess because it's already out, but that'll be coming to Shudder eventually. But I think that like these lists are always very helpful for people like us who do like end of the year list, and we need to keep a eye on what's coming out. Obviously, like the main theatrical movies we're going to see anyway, but like some of the more underknown ones are a bit tougher for us to keep track of. So yeah, that was a good little preview, and there was a ton of movies on there that was not in our end of the year preview. So that just always goes to show that like a lot of times there's going to be way more stuff coming out than that preview entails.
That's what I thought, because when I was kind of skimming through it, I'm like, I don't remember talking about this one or this one or this one. I'm like, what the fuck? Where did all these things come from? So, all right. So I'm not completely crazy, but I got to say though, I'm interested in the majority of those movies, to be honest. It sounds like it could be a pretty good summer.
Yeah. Honestly, I would say there was only like a 5 or something that it like totally didn't sound interesting at all to me.
Yeah, I mean, for 34 movies to only have maybe a handful that didn't sound very good, that's pretty good percentage.
Yeah.
So,
yeah,
I mean,
we could be looking. I mean, I think that the year's starting to pick up a little bit with the last 2 movies that I saw. So, I think every time we've ever done this, which is over 10 years at this point, the second half of the year is always much stronger than the first half.
Yeah, I mean, January is basically just dump month anyways. So,
yeah.
But it has, just like, the last few years, it's been really slow, even up to this point. Like, we're in the beginning of May right now, and I've only seen maybe a dozen films. Definitely a couple heavy hitters. I can't imagine a couple of the films that you've seen probably not making your top 10. So, I mean, that's always encouraging when you can see films in the first half of the year that are probably contenders for high on the list, maybe top 10.
Oh,
or
yeah.
whatever. So,
I love when that happens because, like, the last couple years, not counting last year, like, I've been like, man, am I going to even have a top 10 list? Whereas right now, I at least feel like I have like a part of a top 10 list going, Well,
remember 2023, like we were in October, November, and we're like, okay, I still can't put a list together. This is fucking
I haven't
wild.
seen The Ugly Stepsister, and I feel like I have 2 movies I'd be happy to put on a top 10.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have a couple as well.
What was the other one that you just saw, GP, that was really good? What was it called?
Ugly Stepsister.
Okay, so and that one is that one coming to Shudder?
Shudder, yeah.
Okay, good, because I need to check because you really kind of hyped that one up, and I'm like, that really.
I've heard pretty good things about that one all around. It kind of just got overshadowed because it came out the wrong weekend.
I feel like I'm going to go down this rabbit hole this year because I'm so into like the Poohniverse films and like all these like fucking films that all these characters that have been made public domain, like all the Popeye films. I feel like I'm going to end up watching so many shit bombs this year because I'm just like intrigued. Like, okay, I watched Popeye the Slayer Man and actually quite enjoyed it. And I know Tony did too. It's probably not going to be everyone's cup of tea, but it's not horrible. But there's already 3 Popeye movies, like Shiver Me Timbers and there's another one too. But I'm like, oh my God. And I'm looking at the projection of all these films, like all these Mickey Mouse films and like all this other shit. All these movies that aren't part of the Poohniverse, but like, these public domain characters that are being icons now. It's fucking nuts, dude. But I was looking at the Poohniverse. You know how many movies are coming out? There's like,
we talked about it like 3 times.
I know, but like, there's more, I think, listed on there now. There's like 10 movies. It's fucking wild.
So I have a bit of breaking news that is kind of interesting, but doesn't like, it's not like, it's like actual real world news.
Okay, suspense. Okay, the suspense is real.
So apparently, and I don't want to get into like the political side of things, but just this comment. So apparently Trump said the movie industry in America is dying a very fast death. Other countries are offering all sorts of incentives to draw filmmakers and studios away from the United States. Hollywood and many other areas within the USA are being devastated. This is a concerted effort by other nations and therefore a national security threat. It is in addition to everything else, messaging and propaganda. Therefore, I am authorizing the Department of Commerce and the United States Trade Representative to immediately begin processing of instituting a 100% tariff on any and all movies coming into our country that are produced in a foreign land. We want movies made in America again.
Dude, you know what's fucking so awesome about that is that like it's just all like Canada. I got no tariffs for that shit, man. It's great.
What does that even mean? We're gonna tariff the movie? What?
So I think what it means, like if you want to show a foreign film theatrically or something like that, it's probably going to cost a lot more to bring it in, right?
Yeah, that's the way that I read it.
What?
Yeah. So therefore,
he's trying to entice people to produce movies in America and not go to like other countries where
people do that though. They just
it's also another case, and I really don't want to get into this, but like it's another case where there's so many American filmmakers and stuff that come up to Canada because it's cheaper to film. He doesn't want that. He doesn't want films being shot in Vancouver when you can make a film in Hollywood, right? Because it's all he wants the American.
Problem with that is
because it creates a nice economy for us. We have a huge industry in Canada with filmmaking because a lot of people film here because of the scenery and shit. BC's very popular. Not just American films, it's all over the world. People shoot here all the time.
Listen, what we should be trying to do is fucking resurrect the movie damn theater, because they're dying. They're fucking dying.
Oh no,
and
that's
all
definitely
of them
dying.
are gone. They're not building any new ones. Like, I need some more theaters around me. I'm tired of driving an hour away to see a movie every time I go to see a movie.
Yeah, that's a good point. There's probably not many theaters like actually opening.
So do you think he's going to hit up?
Like that every year theaters close, but when's the last time you heard of a theater being built?
No, I can't think of.
Oh no, they're never getting built, man. No.
Yeah, since like in the last like let's say 10 years, I can think of around me. It doesn't seem like much, but 2 theaters have closed. But yeah, I can't even remember the last time I heard.
But not one got replaced there, though, right?
No,
yeah, that's
exactly
the problem, dude.
Yeah.
I like whatever we
pure
can
downsizing.
Actually, three theaters have closed. Actually,
somebody needs to come up with an idea to save that, because that's what
So I wonder if he's going to get whiff of like people importing stuff. Like, so if you want to buy, as an American, if you want to import some films from like Umbrella, which is from Australia.
I think that already exists, right? Isn't
that
just
already
like
exists? That's just
tariffs?
a product.
He's got tariffs on that shit too.
Yeah. I think it's just all goods, right? Like, I don't know the actual like.
I didn't realize it was media too. I didn't hear the media thing, but man, that really sucks for collectors that buy, say from the UK, like, fucking 88 films and Arrow releases from the UK. Like, that's crazy. It's fucked up.
That actually could, in the long run, hurt our like the types of movies we're seeing. Like, I don't know if that is like just for stuff that's like theatrical, or like if like, let's say a movie like Tumbad, right, from a few years ago that was an Indian film, like getting that released in the US, like would there be a tariff on that, like just digitally even? So
that I was wondering the same thing right when you were saying that. I'm wondering if it's going to cost more for Shudder to get the rights to a foreign film, because you still have to bring it in, right? It's not a film that was made in America. So if you like, and Shudder's been known for this in the last bunch of years, they bring in a lot of foreign films, right? So is it going to cost them more based on a tariff just to show it digitally? Because they do a lot of foreign films, like it's crazy. Yeah, well, I know that the thing is, I know that there are a lot of countries who put big incentives for films to be shot there. You know what I mean? Like like some of them even require you to hire their crew and stuff like that. Yeah. But they also give you like huge like breaks on, filming and stuff. Well, like that. So I don't know. I know when Charles Band in the early 90s, when he was filming like the Subspecies movies and all the films that he shot in Romania, it was so cheap to shoot there. And that's what they would do. They would actually hire on Romanian crews and stuff like that, because they work for like basically no money, right? It's almost like slavery labor at that time. But when you think about it, yeah, that's like. But Charles Band was super smart with that. Like that's where he would, he'd make these really low budget films and, and kind of maximize his. Yeah, I remember when Joe Lynch was filming Everly in Serbia, like he said, like 90% of like the crew that he hired in Serbia worked on a Serbian film. Right. Exactly. That's exactly. So sick. But I'm sure if you look at the credits, like when Ban was in Italy filming all those films back in the day with Empire, I'm sure like the fucking crew, like all the grips and everything, and everybody was probably Italian, right? It's probably just a bunch of young people working on those films for sure. Just hire locally, way cheaper to do, and then it's cheaper to film there. So fuck. Yeah, and I read in Charles maximizing your dollar. In Charles Band's book, he mentioned that he actually, I don't know if you guys knew this, but when he started filming movies in Romania, it was so cheap that he bought a castle he bought a castle that he lived at sometimes. Well, the crazy thing, man, this has happened to me twice. I've told a story about Erin when she was in the Hostel story, the scene at the train station. I was watching Hostel one time. She comes downstairs. She's like, "What are you watching?" And I'm like, "Hostel." And she's like, "I've been there." She was actually at that legit place that she actually got kicked off that train at that exact spot. It was really fucking weird. Yeah, that's so wild. So she also lived in Romania. She taught there for a couple of years, way back in the day before I met her. And so I'm watching Subspecies one time, and she's like, "Where was this filmed?" And I'm like, all these older full moon films and stuff were all shot in Romania. And she's like, "I know exactly where that is. I know that castle. Like these are real fucking castles and shit there." And I'm like, "That's so cool, man." Yeah, that's really that is cool. So fucking cool, man. Yeah. So, but anyway, we'll have to see how that fucking plays out. Yeah, that's kind of bullshit. Kind of bullshit for you guys, man. But yeah, anyways, so that's Bloody Disgusting's Summer Horror Preview 2025. 34 horror movies you don't want to miss. And it's kind of right. The headline reads correct. There's a lot of good ones that sound, or a lot of films that sound really good in there. So, but is that everything?
Yep.
Nothing else? Because that's pretty much all I had. I guess I stole JP's knowledge segment there, but oh, I did. I actually wanted to not talk about it, but I did see Until Dawn. Did anybody go see it?
No, I haven't been able to go movies this week.
Okay, so I didn't know anything about Until Dawn. I did find out from reading the credits. It was a PlayStation game back in the day. So
yeah, it's a popular.
I had no idea.
Played it when he was on the show.
Okay, so like I saw the credits and I was like, PlayStation. I'm like, this must be adapted from the video game kind of thing. Honestly, man, I can see people not really caring, especially if you're a fan of the video game. It's probably like, it's not adapted well from that, blah, blah, blah. People are always tripping dicks when things are adapted, right? For myself, not knowing anything about the video game, it's a movie it's not really reinventing the wheel at all. Which, of course it doesn't have to be, but it's definitely a popcorn flick, but I actually had fun with it. I thought there were some fun moments in it. There was some decent kills, and like, it's kind of like that Groundhog Day thing, right? I'm sure you guys know the narrative of it, but like, it feels like it's kind of Groundhog Day. So like, there's quite a few kills in the movie. And to be honest, some of the dark comedy, I'll just say with exploding things, is actually quite funny. It had me laughing quite a few times. So I didn't mind it. It's not going to be making anyone's top 10 list. I can't see people saying it's the worst horror film of the year. But to be honest, I actually had a blast with it. I thought it was kind of fun. But yeah, it was fun to see in the theater. So
cool.
But Until Dawn, not great, but fun. So yeah. Anyways, I don't really have anything else. You guys want to get into these hidden gems, or?
Yeah.
All right. Let's shine them up.
All right, so that's going to conclude the intro. We'll be back here momentarily with some hidden gems round tree. Yep.
5 rounds.
We're gonna rock this motherfucker like 3 the hard way.
And now, our feature presentation.
All right, so getting into, was going to say the featured reviews here on episode 293. I guess it's kind of feature reviews, but anyways, Hidden Gems Volume Dux. That's what I would title it if I was making the thumbnail. Dux. Because, I'm Canadian and I don't speak French, but
that's
I think
French.
It's funny. It is French. It is French. No, it's the hot shots joke. The hot shots part Dux. I always thought that was kind of funny.
I think it's do, right?
It's
part do.
It probably is do. I say ducks because it just sounds better. It sounds funny.
That's what they used to call it on VH1. They remember that show.
I love the 80s and shit.
Yeah, there was one. I love the maybe it was 80s, maybe it was 90s, but for one of them, they called it the second edition. They called it Part Dux.
I actually really loved those when they were airing.
That was the first time I heard about Mulholland Drive, and I was like, I gotta see this movie.
Yeah, those were fun. Yeah, I actually have Jeremy sent me a hard drive with a bunch of that type of stuff on it.
Yeah, like watching Mulholland Drive back in the day, super baked, was not a good idea. Because I was tripping fucking dicks, dude. Like, I didn't know what the fuck. I thought I was dumb as fuck.
Even to movies yet, but they were talking about like the lesbian scene, and they were just like, and then this happens, and I'm just like, it's like probably teenage me just like watching this on TV, like, ooh, I gotta check this movie out.
All right, so I am very, very curious on everyone's picks tonight.
Yeah, like, what's the order?
I didn't actually do an order. So does anybody want to volunteer to go first?
Well, before we start, did anybody set any criteria for themselves?
Yeah, that's what I kind of wanted to get into.
Yeah.
Too.
Okay. Okay. So Tyler, what's your criteria?
So last year I kind of winged it and just picked movies that actually were somewhat popular movies, just in the sphere of world cinema, but they weren't necessarily popular horror movies, and they're my favorite movies. I was going to talk about them, so I definitely wanted to set some restrictions this year. So this year, I only picked movies that had 10,000 or less logs on Letterboxd.
Fair enough.
And all of them on IMDb are under 4,000. I think a couple of them are only as high as they are because of the director having a little bit of a niche following. And since last year, I picked 5 Criterion films. I picked 0 films released by Criterion this year intentionally. And I also
all 5 of yours were Criterion things last year.
Holy shit. Does not surprise me. I actually didn't even put that together, but that doesn't surprise me now that they're all
60s Criterion movies. So if it was physically released by Criterion, I disqualified it. Okay. And I tried to pick a variety of films. Like I tried not to pick things that were similar to working the same types of movies. And lastly, at one point I had 3 Japanese movies on my list. So I was like, all right, you can't do that. So I limited myself to 1 movie per country.
Wow, you really set a lot of boundaries, man.
What is your range of years? Oldest to newest?
I'm going to do in chronological order, so we'll just
that's actually what I'm doing too, but I was going to say my range.
All right. I'll let you guys say your range first, and then I'll come back because I want to see your reactions.
Okay. The way that I did mine was pretty much the same as I did last time, where I think I put the stipulation of under 10,000 as well. But this time I did it a little bit different, where I just took I went through my Letterboxd and found movies that I had logged that I had rated 7 or above, and then I basically sorted it by popularity, and I took pretty much all the films that I could think of that were under 10,000 and put them in a list, and I kind of just randomized the stuff that I picked. So I had a list of 30 titles or something like that, and I just randomized them. But I tried to if 3 came up from the 90s or something, I just took 2 of those off and did something else because I wanted to get a range.
Yeah.
So my particular films that I chose this time range from the highest logged film I have is 1,400. So well under 10,000.
Oh, you meant range like that. Oh, I thought you meant year.
No, I meant year range, but I'm just saying my highest ranged one is 1,400, in logs, which I thought was actually surprising.
Yeah, so that's the most logs any of the movies had.
Wow, that's actually really shocking coming from JP.
My lowest is 1,493, and my highest is 9,579.
My lowest is 35.
35.
Which
on IMDb, 2 of my movies are in the 500s.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so mine, my lowest one, which is also the least good movie out of the gems that I picked, has literally 35 people have it logged on Letterboxd, which is pretty crazy. And then my years range from the 70s to the 2010s. Or sorry, 2000 10s.
Okay. Yeah, I the first thing I did was not include any 60s films because everybody gave us shit for having 60 films. And I do agree there was too much 60s or whatever.
It ended up being Tyler had 5, you had a couple, and I had
mild spoiler, I have 0 60s films.
Yeah.
Me too.
So I was just like, well, you know what? I'll not include the 60s. All right. So basically also I was kind of keep everything under 10,000. But I was more thinking 7,000, 8,000. I wanted to keep it a little bit under that. But I did want to mix it up.
It's been hard to find movies under, and as Letterboxd gets more popular and every year goes by, obviously that number is going to change a bit, right? Films that last year had 1,000 might have 3,000 this year.
Right.
Yeah, two of my movies would not be eligible next year.
Yeah, so I was thinking under 10,000, but I was thinking more 6,000, 7,000. I wanted to keep it kind of lower, kind of thing, which it actually worked out for me because I didn't look because I have a list on my phone of a bunch of films and I didn't know what they were. And I was pulling them out. I'm like, I'm going to use this one, and I'm look it up, and I'm like, okay, so that's actually fitting my criteria. So everything here is under 6,000. There's not a film that's over 6,000, and it ranges from 14, until about 5,900. So I have one film that's
14.
Yeah, 14.
I thought I was badass with 35.
Yeah, so one's 14, and then up to 59, which I was actually quite shocked at the one that I actually was 59. I was like, holy shit!
Is one of the 14 one of us?
Yeah. So I did want to mix it up year wise. So I do have a film from the 70s. I have one from the 80s, but then oddly enough, I had a bunch of films I was going through and stuff, and then I have 3 films. I actually have 2 from 2010 and then 1 from 2012. So 70s, 80s, and I kind of a little bit more modern. So there is quite a range here, and the films are all quite different too. And that's the other thing. And I honestly think I didn't do this on purpose at all. I just realized yesterday when I was actually putting the discs, in a pile, but they're all from different countries.
Yeah.
They're all from different countries, which was not actually planned at all.
That was part of, I think, naturally happening too with me, where I was trying to pick like 5 different movies. Like I think I just ended up in like film styles from 5 different countries.
Yeah, it's weird because I didn't plan this. It's just the way I chose the ones that were on my list.
Yeah.
And it was kind of a feel thing though too, because I wanted to really rewatch one of the films on here that I'd put on a list. I was actually going to include this in my first list, and I didn't end up doing it. And I didn't end up watching it, or rewatching it. But I was like, I got to do that one. I got to rewatch it. I'm like, this is perfect. So, so it was very simple. But again, I wanted to keep it low logs, and because I feel like the lower the logs, it kind of accentuates what we're trying to do here with hidden gems.
Which is show people movies that are underseen, right? Like that's the whole point of this. And last time I did it, I tried to really focus on like the best movies that I've seen that nobody has seen, where this time I was a little bit more loose and didn't pick, like I lowered my rating to a 7 instead of 8. Last time I think I did 8s and above. And I really just wanted to find movies that I think that are cool that people haven't seen. So that's sort of like my criteria this time. I didn't try to pick as many like 9 out of 10s as I did last time, you know what I mean? Because like there really aren't, I don't really have that many more 9 out of 10s that
I gave 2 10s last time.
I think honestly, like most of my movies probably, I think the lowest rated one here is like 8.5 anyways. Right. So I wasn't worried about rating, but
my lowest one is in the 7 range, but I will also say that 4 out of the 5 of my movies are not logged by either of you, but I do think that Moodz probably has seen at least 4 of mine.
None of my movies are logged by any of you, and that was also a criteria I forgot to mention.
You know what? I actually didn't look to see if you guys had watched any of these, to be honest. That wasn't actually didn't even cross my mind until you just said that right now. So, but I actually, last minute, I was like, oh shit, I should check to see how many, logs and actually write it down kind of thing. And I was shocked by what they ended up being. It was really, really awesome. So
was any of them logged by us, or do you not know still?
I didn't even look. I just looked at how many was logged in like the main thing. I didn't actually see how many of my followers or
I didn't actually intentionally do that. Like I did not like, I know Tyler set that as a criteria, but I didn't look until like just now when I'm looking at who logged what. But Moodz has logged one of these 5, but I'm pretty sure, just knowing him for years, I'm pretty sure he's seen at least 2 of the other ones, maybe 3 of the other 4.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say that you guys have not logged any of these movies and probably might not even seen these. I don't even know. I can't say that far.
If I haven't logged it, it's like there's like a 99% chance I haven't seen it.
Okay.
I would say if I haven't logged it, there's a 75% chance that I haven't seen it.
Yeah. And again, that wasn't really my focus. It was just more.
I tried to extend it to like our whole group of people we kind of talked to. Dan has seen one of these movies, and that was it, or has one logged, and that was it.
Funny enough, I think Parker has seen 4 out of my 5.
Yeah, Dave was someone I saw. I would have just let it go anyway, but Dave was I had like a good pool of movies I was using, and Dave had seen like probably about a third of them.
I should use that as a criteria because I only follow 8 people on Letterboxd anyways. It's
So yeah, that's sort of how I came up with my list this year. I think this should be like a yearly thing that we do because it does fit.
I love episodes like this. Like I love like just like being like the teacher or the person that like introduces people to things. So like
yeah, that's how it was last episode when I was schooling you on Sinners.
Well, I honestly have a list in my phone, and I have like another 2 shows worth of films.
Yeah. I mean, I do too.
And of course, it would be other ones.
I actually watched a 6th one, that I really do like the movie, but I feel like other people wouldn't. Like, so I was like, it was like the 3rd one I watched, and I was like, I think I need to pick something else. Might use it in a future one. I don't know. It's one of those movies where I think that it's really good, but most people that I know have seen it find it annoying, like the characters.
All right. So who wants to start us off?
I'll start off.
Okay.
All right. So
I'm gonna go take a nap real quick.
We're gonna start.
I'm kidding.
We're gonna start right here in America. We're gonna go back to the year 1945.
Oh,
damn!
With 9,321 views, I have John Brahms' Hangover Square.
Oh yeah.
So
I actually own this. I actually own this movie. I've never seen it though. Kino put it out, right?
Yep, Kino has an out of print Blu-ray of it.
I do have it. I just haven't watched it.
So about like 2-3 years ago, Criterion had like noir movies for a month. Like they did like a little like on their whatchamacallit, their streaming service. And and someone in one of the groups watched it and they were like hyping it up. They said like this is like really cool, and I didn't end up catching it. But it stayed in the back of my mind, like, oh, this is like a noir movie I'll like. Mm-hmm. So I'm randomly, like last year at Wasteland, was combing the bins, and I found this for $5 used, and I knew it was out of print, so I like snap bought it at Wasteland, and I was really excited. I came home and watched it, and this is like secretly like just a straight up horror movie. Let me ask you guys this. I asked this probably like a month ago because like I noticed this about this movie. What is the earliest you can think of where there's like a straight up like on screen slasher kill in a movie?
Earliest. Jesus Christ, dude, that's
like a movie that's not dubbed as a slasher film, but just something that
like
has
the earliest you can think of in a movie seeing like a point of view shot of the killer like slasher kill on someone. Like stab with a knife slasher.
My brain can't stop thinking Psycho, but
no, not Psycho.
I know there's one in Peeping Tom because I kind of felt like that was the first sleazy slasher kill when I watched it last time.
So the first one that we remember seeing, I mean, I saw Psycho so young, so I'm like thinking,
like, what's the earliest film you can remember seeing, and the oldest film you can remember seeing like a slasher?
There was one that I seen before Psycho that I remember.
There's got to be something. I just can't think of it. There's got to be something.
I'm not gonna say this is the first slasher or like the first slasher kill, I should say. But the opening like scene of this movie is a POV shot of like a killer like of a serial killer killing someone with a knife.
Yeah, that's crazy.
It caught me so off guard. So this is like the opening scene of the movie, and then it pans up and you see the killer, and he's like really disoriented, and he sets it's a pawn shop, and he sets the pawn shop on fire, and then like kind of like wanders off, and then like as he gets back, you come to learn like this is someone who has been blacking out for periods of time, and like completely losing their memory, with like complete blackouts with like the faintest memories of things, and he sees in the paper like shop owner like murdered and and arson set. You know it's not in his head because they show you straight up who the killer is, and like you kind of like it's kind of weird at first because you would assume something like that would be a mystery. And it's really, this is like a noir story that takes on a Jekyll and Hyde type of routine. He's having these weird delusions where like when he's awakened by like a bell, when he hears like a high pitched bell, like he goes into these blackouts and has like insatiable urge to kill anything in front of him. And when he wakes up from this first blackout where we see the murder, he has a bloody knife in his pocket, and he's even concerned, like, I have these faint memories. I don't know how I got there. Do you think I could be responsible? So he goes to a police psychologist, and he shows him all this, and he tells him like, no, like this isn't blood, or this isn't like people's blood or whatever. This couldn't have been you because it's like he had some reason why it wasn't him, but we as the audience know it's him, so he kind of like feels relieved. But we know like the secret behind him, and he's a concert pianist. He's like a composer, and this is like kind of where it gets into the noir side of the story, where he goes to this little bar and he like falls for this this kind of like untalented barroom singer, and like she's like clearly using him. It's the whole like young starlet using a guy to advance her career type of motive. And you just see like the resentment building. He catches her eventually, and then like then the movie goes back into like the Jekyll and Hyde line, and it just becomes like this like really cool mystery with some really shocking things for a 40s movie. Like I was shocked at how dark this movie gets, but it also ties into this like infernal Phantom of the Opera type story. It's like melding these two classic movies together in this like in this noir format, and it's really cool. Noir horror is kind of there wasn't a lot from the era because I feel like horror was kind of underexplored. Out of like the monster mad scientist parameters at this time period, but there is like a little niche of this like serial killer noir movie, and this is probably the best one I've ever seen of them. And they were definitely, I think the biggest thing is people like this isn't really like marketed as a horror movie. It's not marked as a horror movie on Letterboxd, but if you go on Wikipedia, it calls it solely a horror movie. It's just like it's a 1945 horror movie, and it's also marked as a horror movie on IMDb. And when the director of this film, the year before this, made a movie about Jack the Ripper with the same actor, and they basically wanted him to make that same movie again, like about a serial killer, like Jack the Ripper, like in this like novel that they were adapting that came out in like 1941. So, I know like 40s might be something that immediately turns people off, but the movie's 78 minutes long. Like I said, it opens with this slasher killer, cuts right to it. It's just a really easy watch. I think you'd be really impressed with some of the things this movie does for its time period. It doesn't really have. It has some. It's got the two lead actors in it died very young. One of them died right before the movie came out, and this wasn't like really a big director. They were both in good movies, but they just like not in like a bona fide classic. So I think maybe this is why this movie was overshadowed. But I think this is a great watch. There's a lot of really foundational horror movie things in it. It's very quick. You can watch this movie on YouTube. Like I said, it has like out of print Kino Blu-ray, but it's accessible on YouTube pretty easy, and it's only 78 minutes long. And it's a really just easy watch. It's an early peek into the history of horror. So I definitely recommend this one. That's John Brong's Hangover Square. I'd give it an 8 out of 10.
All right, damn. Coming in with the early pick. The early ass pick.
I will say though, like I'm not like incrementally climbing up. This is like an outlier year.
Yeah, okay. Outlier. Yeah, I was about to say next one, 1946.
Yeah, it's like this is an outlier year, like from the rest of them.
Yeah. All right, so I guess I will go next here, since Moodz is currently. Let me ask you something about that movie, actually. What's the runtime on that?
78 minutes.
Nice and brisk. I will. Like that sucks that the Kino Blu-ray is out of print because that does sound like something I would pick up, especially since you said it has like an early slasher scene, which as a huge slasher fan, I've always been fascinated by like the influences of slasher films. Another one that I think of that sort of has like a slasher type opening, but it's like kind of off screen, I think, is M.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
With the balloon in the shadows.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, so I guess I will go next, Moodz.
Sure.
All right, so the film that I picked here is, I was actually happy to see it come up on the randomizer because this is one that I was considering last year for a hidden gem. And it's actually the viewed, most logged title out of all of my films here. It's actually tied with another film. I don't know the exact. Can you see the exact? Oh, you can. 14.
Yeah, you just run your cursor over it.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, this is actually the most logged, which is pretty interesting because I feel like this is one of the more underseen out of everything I have. So taking it back to all the way back in, oh man, when was this episode? It was a long time ago. Episode number 212 of the podcast, we did a top 10 of 1970. And there is a film that was on there that made a handful of lists. I think it made 3 lists, Moodz, me, and Dave Parker. It was Dave's number 2. It was Moodz's number 8. And it was my number 3. This film is titled Jonathan from 1970.
I knew once you said 1970, I'm like, this is Jonathan. You actually told me, I haven't seen it, but you literally told me, like, even aside from 1970, like, watch this movie, and I just, like, never have. It's on YouTube, right?
Yes, it is on YouTube, which is how I watched it this time, because there is actually a problem with this movie, and that's that it doesn't really have a release. I think there's a German DVD. But it is, sort of like a folk horror type thing. It's basically a Dracula tale. But it's set in, I guess I'm so bad with like years and stuff like that, but it's the olden days.
Olden days.
Classic. It was directed by Hans W. Bendorfer, who is a German filmmaker. It was a German filmmaker. So this is, I think I have 3 different countries represented, and this is one of the countries, Germany. West German vampire film set in, what year was this motherfucker set?
It's
19th century.
It's set in the 1800s, late 1800s.
Yeah, okay. 19th century. It's a movie about, it's kind of an interesting take on the vampire lore, but it's also clearly, I think more so watching it this time, it's definitely like taking pages from Bram Stoker's novel, but it's not like explicitly saying that we're dealing with Dracula, but it essentially has.
Well, he's one of the writers that's credited for the film, though.
Really? Okay, then based on Dracula, I guess.
Yeah.
So it basically follows like this society in West Germany who are under oppression of like Dracula and like the vampire way of life. Like the vampires are like the like aristocrats of the area, right? Like they're in power. The village people are peasants, and they sort of come together for like sort of a rebellion against the oppressive nature, which this time watching it, I realized that like Dracula is essentially Hitler in this movie. Like the way he talks and stuff like that, it's very like mannerisms of Hitler. So I guess that kind of makes sense. But so the funny thing about this movie actually that is like the sort of a bit stupid in my opinion is it's different, but if you really think about it, it's kind of dumb. So over the years and centuries, vampires have developed an immunity to sunlight. So sunlight does not kill them anymore, but water does, which I found it like, it's kind of silly, and it ends up having like a really cool scene, but it's kind of stupid when you think like water kills them, because that seems a lot easier than sunlight in a way.
But again, it goes back to what we were saying about like watching different mythologies, right?
Yeah. And it's I think the thing that I like most about this movie is like the framing of the shots and stuff. It's like art housey. There's like these little like almost like ballerina type like girls who like fall, like little kids who like dance behind the vampire and shit like that. There's a character named Jonathan who's sort of like the hero of the story, and he's like attempting to infiltrate the castle, but he runs into like this hunchback who like steals all his like vampire killing kit shit. So he's like kind of fucked. There's actually a actual rat death in this one that's actually fairly brutal. That I forgot about. There's a real rat that's like stepped on multiple times while it's trying to escape, and it's like kind of sad a little bit. So be warned for, you know, the animal lovers out there that's kind of a brutal thing about this movie. But overall, it just has like that great, like folky horror. The village is like such a good set piece for the film, like the castles, the framing of the shots. Music stuff, and it's good. It's a very underseen, partially because it's just not available, but it is on YouTube. But you know, it's not on disc anywhere from my knowledge. But yeah, I think it's a really good movie. It was the gem of that year. And I remember a few years ago when I looked, it was under 1,000 logs, maybe even last year. But I think now, after maybe talking about it, we'll get a lot more people watching it. It's a title that should totally be like released by like Severn or Vinegar Syndrome or something. Maybe even in like a folk box set or something. It's a cool movie.
Moodz, it's a Severn title. It's a Severn title.
Yeah, it feels like a Severn title.
Yeah.
But yeah, not many people know about it, but it is really cool. So yeah, I give that one an 8.5 out of 10.
So how many logs were?
So the total logs on this one are 1,441.
Wow. Crazy. Okay. I'm going to start in the glorious year of 1988, and definitely one of the most underseen.
Are you going in chronological or no?
No, I'm just doing the way I have them stacked in front of me. Yep. I'm letting my OCD just say fuck off right now. So this one is from 1988, and I've always felt like this one is really, really underwatched. And then I was shocked when I looked it up on IMDb, on Letterboxd, and there's only 918 logs of this. And I was like, damn, crazy. I had no idea. I'm like, that's fucking wild, because I never looked it up the first time. I had it on a list to do the first time we did this Hidden Gems, and I just didn't get around to it. But I was like, this is the one I need to rewatch this kind of thing. So it's a film called The Carrier. Have you guys ever seen this one?
Nope. I don't think so.
All right. So again, from 1988, it's directed by Nathan J. White. And the connection with Nathan J. White for us is that he actually produced the 1992 film called Hellmaster, which actually has a nice little Vinegar Syndrome release.
I just got excited, but then I got disappointed.
Why?
Because I read that it says a mysterious beast and struck with infectious disease, but I thought it said incestuous disease.
How would you get struck with an incestuous disease? That's fucked up.
It sounds like a good movie, right? A disease that makes you have sex with your sister. Come on.
Oh man, that's fucked up. That's really fucked up.
I'm making that movie.
But yeah, so Nathan J. White, he ended up producing the movie Hellmaster from 1992, which I've actually already rewatched for a 1992 prep. It's a movie that I've always liked. I just wish it was better. It has this great premise to it, and it's just the execution's a little bit more low budget. But anyways, that's nowhere here. So we're talking about The Carrier from 1988. This movie was actually released by Code Red, number 162. Here's the cover for it if you guys are not familiar with. You guys can't see it, but these guys can.
Parker gave it a 2 out of 5.
Oh no!
Interesting. That's really interesting, because I remember talking with Brandon about this movie. Actually, I know Brandon really likes it, so that actually kind of makes sense, because everything that Dave likes, Brandon hates, and vice versa.
Brad Henderson of TerrorVision gave it a 3.5 out of 5.
Yeah, I can see that. So basically, this one follows our main character. His name is Jake. He's like a social outcast. He's been kind of ostracized by his like little small community that he lives in, because everybody in the community thinks that he like killed his parents. He apparently got really drunk one night and ended up killing his parents by accident. It was a total accident kind of thing. So everybody in the small community, which, you know, in these small little towns and communities, everybody knows each other. So they take their aggressions out on him, like, fuck Jake, man. He killed his parents kind of thing, blah, blah, blah. But he's dealing with this, right? Like again, like I said, it's a small community, so everyone's kind of against him and stuff, and no one's really on his side and shit. He has no parents. and he turns to alcohol, and he's just fucking drinking his shit away, man. He's pounding back the JDs and shit like that. And he's just kind of dealing with the shit on his own because he doesn't really know what else to do. He has no parents. He's still young, and he's kind of holed up in this house and stuff like that. So anyways, one night he's getting all shit faced, and he goes to bed, and he wakes up like something comes into his house and basically attacks him. And it's totally undisclosed exactly what it is that attacks him, but it attacks him. And what it does, it basically just kind of scratches him. Anyways, so he survives the attack, whatever kind of goes on with his life and stuff like that. And, in the days, that precede this, he realizes that he's caught this like really weird disease that's not affecting him. He's the one that's kind of spreading this weird ass disease. So what it is that he's the carrier of this bizarre unknown disease. And every time he touches something like an inanimate object, it infects it. And what happens is when someone touches that inanimate object, that object absorbs the person. So if he touches a door handle, it infects the door handle. So if you go to open up a door and you touch it, it basically absorbs a human into like the door handle. It's actually pretty fucking wild. So he's the only one that really knows what's going on here. Obviously, because, we have this doctor character that's trying to figure out exactly what is causing, this plague that's, around this town and stuff like that. And, of course, Jake is the only one that knows what's really going on and stuff like that. And, there's a lot more shit to it. But anyways, so my overall thoughts on this movie, man, it is a really interesting, piece of filmmaking, because this movie came out in 1988. And the very first time I watched this movie was way back in the day, and I was never thinking about commentary and blah, blah, blah. And when Code Red announced this Blu-ray, I was like, I had completely forgotten about this movie, completely forgot about it. And I couldn't wait to rewatch it. And I rewatched it a few years ago. And I was like, damn, dude, this movie is really interesting, because there's a commentary within this film that is kind of dark and very interesting. So again, 1988, this film comes out, and I feel like what the commentary is in this film, it's a film about, the exploration of, I feel like it's kind of like disguising itself as an exploration of like the AIDS virus, right? So when AIDS came out, it was kind of discovered more or less in like the middle of the 80s, kind of late 80s and stuff. People were very kind of not even stubborn to the fact, but we really didn't know a lot about it, even in the later 80s and stuff like that. And the contrast within this film, it's the same kind of idea. Something causes, this disease, and there's a spread of it, and no one really understands. And that's kind of the cool thing about the film. It's very vague. It never discloses exactly what causes, like what the creature was or whatever causes, the spread of this disease. And they never really figure it out. And it's not really a spoiler. It's kind of one of those things, but it kind of plays into, the whole commentary of the film and stuff with AIDS and stuff. Like at this time, they didn't really know what the cause of the AIDS virus was. They just knew that it was there and it was spreading and, blah, blah, blah. So I feel like that's kind of what they're doing here in the commentary, but just kind of done in like a totally different, non-comical way. You think the premise would be a little bit comical when someone touches an inanimate object, they would get absorbed by it and stuff like that. It's not comical at all. This movie has a very, very serious tone, which I really, really like, because our main character, like I said, is being totally ostracized by the entire community. And he's already dealing with a bunch of shit, right? His loss of his parents and shit. And then there's a little bit of love interest thing that kind of develops within the film that's kind of sad in itself too, because of course, he can't really touch anybody because, they'll fucking die. So you got this whole kind of thing going on. My biggest complaint with this movie, though, is I wish there was a little bit more effects involving the absorption of people with the inanimate objects and stuff like that. They do show a little bit. There's a really cool scene where someone's touching like a book and they're being absorbed by it and stuff, and they gotta like hack off the arm and shit. It's all really cool. But they don't really do it enough. It really gets into the commentary super, super deep about the ostracization of this character. And then there's this reveal in the film too with Jake's character too. And you're just like, you kind of scratch your head and go, God damn, it's so fucking mean spirited, man. You're just like, damn, man, what the fuck is wrong with people? But I really like this movie because, like I said, it's something that we just dealt with. We just went through this whole COVID thing, and we just kind of dealt with this exact same premise, like this plague. We didn't know where the fuck COVID came from. I'm not going to get into the conspiracy theorist versions of COVID and, all these AIDS and all the type of shit. That's not what we're here to do. But it's kind of the same thing. It's like an exploration of like people and how they deal with, pandemics and epidemics and the unknown, things that we don't understand, and how people react in society to things that they really don't understand. I mean, this movie becomes almost post-apocalyptic, man. People start forming, it turns into like Lord of the Flies. People start pointing the finger at each other and they start killing each other, which leads me into the other kind of interesting part of the film. It's like, to find out what is being affected, somebody comes up with this crazy idea. It's like, man, there's a bunch of like stray cats around. We live in this rural area. There's farmland. There's a bunch of fucking cats that are everywhere. We'll use the cats to find out what's infected. So there's these scenes where they have these cats and they're like rubbing it on, lampposts and door handles and shit. And every once in a while there's an infected area and it like soaks in the cat and shit like that. And you're just like, oh my God, it's actually kind of comical. You're like, Jesus Christ. Because some of the effects are not the greatest when it comes to like the cats dying on screen and shit like that. They're obviously not real cats, but so they call those like the red flags. So once they figure out what objects are infected, they put like red tape around, and they're using cats, hence the cover of the movie, to figure out where these infected areas are and stuff like that. Again, the whole commentary, which, you can see it from different multiple angles with the whole AIDS thing too and stuff like that. But it's a really interesting study on like humanity and the mentality of people. Again, going back to like, people react so fucking weird when they don't understand things. And it showcases it really well here. I love how like people band together and there's like two different types of people are pointing the fingers. People are literally killing each other over cats at this point. It's like the contrast is when COVID, when people were fighting in the fucking grocery stores for toilet paper, it was the same goddamn thing. It's fucking, people are so crazy when it comes to shit like this. And man, I think this movie is really good. I think it's kind of misinterpreted too. I can see where if you see it for face value, yeah, you'd be like, whatever, it is what it is. It's a decent film. It is what it is. But I think there's a lot more here than just what's on the surface. I think there's a lot of subtext. I think there's a lot of layers to the film. The commentary is really cool. The acting is really cool, really good in the film. And the ending to the film is really interesting also. I'm not going to obviously spoil that, but I think the ending is very interesting, the way it all goes down. I think that's really noble and just kind of what happens and stuff. But yeah, no, I mean, this is one of those films that like, I love that they set it in a small town because it works so much better. If you set it in a big city, it kind of creates a little bit more havoc and stuff like that. But a small town where everyone knows each other and the outcome of what people actually do to each other is batshit insane. It's batshit insane to me. Yeah. So without giving everything away about the movie, that's The Carrier from 1988. I think it's definitely worth your time. Check it out. Fun film. Really, really fun film. Cool premise, but if you like films that you can kind of like look into and kind of decipher and figure out a little bit of commentary and stuff like that, I think The Carrier's there. So, but I was really shocked by the 918 watches. Kind of blew my mind. I thought it was a little bit more seen than that, but really not. So yeah, good stuff. Definitely one from a year from 1988 that obviously has a lot of bangers, has a lot of big movies. This is not one of them. Little Jemmy.
This is not one of them?
No, I said it's one of them. It's
like he said not one of them.
It did sound like he said not one of them.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's not a big movie from that year. Yeah. I'm just saying, it's from a year where, there's a lot of films that could overshadow something like this. And that's kind of what happened. I mean, I feel like this is forgotten. Big ups to Code Red and Bill, rest in peace to Bill, for putting this out, because I mean, this really didn't have any type of release before this Blu-ray even came out. Like, I don't think there was a DVD at all. Like I said, I remember renting this back in the day, but watching it later on in life and, watching films with different pair of eyes and stuff, I think there's a lot more here to offer. And I like movies like this. It's not just your typical bland horror film, A to B and stuff. There's a lot more to offer here, character wise. Really, really good stuff. Like I said, it's mean spirited at points too. Like there's a reveal in the film, and it makes you scratch your head to the point you're like, oh my god, and especially how they reveal it and how the characters are acting while they reveal what they fucking did is so. It's so mean spirited. I'm just like, oh my god, it's awful. But again, I love movies that study people and interactions and the mentality when it comes to, especially we just lived through like a pandemic, right? So, you can really kind of relate. And if you take that ideology of what we just did and you incorporate into a watch like this, you're like, damn, dude, interesting. So, but again, yeah, The Carrier from 1988. Check it out if you can find it, because I'm sure the Blu-ray is probably not easy to find now.
All right. Coming in next with my most popular film on the list, with 9,579 logs. We're going to move up to the year 1972 in the land of Czechoslovakia. My second pick is Uri Herz's Morgiana. If you recognize the name Uri Herz, it's because last year I selected a film called The Cremator that Uri Herz also directed.
JP's favorite movie.
This is also a Czech New Wave film. I've talked about how much I like the Czech New Wave before, so we're making a stop there. This film is like the black comedy of my list. It's kind of presents as a dark fairy tale. It's about two twin sisters. And the good one and the bad one. When their father died, they left the adherence to the good one. Their names are Clara and Victoria. Victoria is the bad one, who we're mostly spending the movie with. And Victoria goes to a fortune teller, and she pulls the Black Queen, and the fortune teller says that's her, and it's her heir to take the throne from her sister. So she begins to secretly and slowly poison her sister. And it just becomes this like world in a bottle type of dark fairy tale. What I really like about this movie is right from the opening, it's got this over the top, almost, I don't know if it's a flute, but it's some type of wind instrument that makes this high pitched little noise, almost like Willy Wonka's flute, all throughout the movie, and that's kind of the score to it. And right from the opening credits, it uses that, and it backs it up with the most over the top dun 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 drum solo. This movie knows exactly. It's such a satire on the horror the horror genre. It's very tongue in cheek without being outright funny, and it just works for me on every level with the comedy. There's no jokes in it, but it's the movie's winking at you. It kind of in the same way as The Cremator also does, but it's more it's a little bit more. It's much more pronounced in this film. It doesn't specify where it is or what year it is, but you would guess it's the 1700s based on the architecture and the clothes they're wearing. But it's really almost this world in a bottle type feeling. It's got a lot of really unique cinematography, a lot of fisheye lenses, and then you realize at some point in the movie that these weird camera angles and fisheye lenses because you're watching a lot of the scenes through the eyes of the cat, who is Victoria's cat, and the cat's name is Morgiana. That's where the movie gets its name from. And the cat ties into a greater part of the story. But yeah, this movie is just so much fun. It blew by. This was the only movie I had seen before. When we did this last year, this was the only movie I'd already seen. And honestly, this one was a film that was really on my radar, but I decided to rewatch it, and I liked it a lot more this time than I did the first time. But yeah, it's got a lot of things. It's got a pretty sweet dummy death in it. It's got a lot of things that we all kind of like in this genre. It's pretty fun. It's really uniquely shot. It has a lot going for it that really works for you in the movie, and it's such a refreshing take on satire that's not overbearing. And yeah, I really liked it a lot. It went up for me on revisit. This film, I don't know if the set just came out or it's coming up, but this is actually in A House of Psychotic Women 2. To me, it's the selling point of the box set. And I'm going to pick it up basically on the strength of that movie. You can watch this movie now on YouTube, but the transfer is really dark. There's one, I believe, was on Vimeo. You can find it if you just Google it. That's a little bit lighter, but it's still a little dark. Um, but I'd recommend watching that one instead. And yeah, it's a Czech movie, but there's subtitles on both of those versions. So it's still pretty accessible to see. You can also check out the teaser trailer that Severin put out with the new restoration. It looks like absolutely beautiful, and you'll see the aesthetic of this movie. And if you, it's almost like a dark fairy tale version of like the Wes Anderson style. Like it's got that kind of like vibe to it. It's just a pure black comedy. I had a lot of fun with this movie. Big fan of this director, obviously. He's got two movies in the Severin Severin's All the Haunt set too, so he's all over that label apparently. Maybe we'll get some more of his stuff. But yeah, I would give this movie an 8.5 out of 10. That's Yuri Herz's Morgiana.
Yeah, that's awesome. I'm looking forward to checking that out, actually.
I'm surprised we did not watch that for 72.
I think it was really hard to find back then.
Yeah, I don't think it was.
I feel like the Cremator's blown up like in the last like couple years, and like this movie's kind of only even has the logs it does. That movie, you don't understand how popular that movie is outside of horror.
Tyler comes to the table with hidden turds.
People love that movie. But anyway,
the Cremator's good. Yeah.
All right. Back to me. A film from 1976 here. It has 1,177 logs on Letterboxd. It's coming from the foreign land of Canada. It's a Canada, French, Germany, Italy co-production, according to Letterboxd. It is called, I think Moodz has probably seen this one. It does have a Severin release. It is called Born for Hell.
I haven't seen it, actually.
Really? Okay, that's actually very surprising.
No.
Okay. Yeah, so this movie is last year I did Confessions of a Serial Killer, which was a movie based on Henry Lee Lucas. This year I'm doing another serial killer movie, this time based on Richard Speck, who was a real life serial killer who died in 1991. He
movie, though.
Basically killed a group of nurses.
Mm-hmm.
He broke into their like dormitory and killed, I think it was like 8 nurses or something. But Born from Hell, it was released by Severin. I actually don't own it, which is surprising. I actually forgot what this movie was until I was doing research for my list, and I was like, what is Born from Hell? I saw it had a high rating, and I was like, oh, okay, yeah, I remember this one now. I think I watched it during prep for 1976, but it did not make my list, but I did have it at an 8 out of 10 back then.
Pretty sure I own it. I just haven't watched it yet.
Yeah. That's actually surprising that you haven't seen it. So that was one that I thought you probably had seen, but not logged. But it's set in 1972 at Belfast, and that is in Northern Ireland, of course. During the early stages of the Northern Ireland conflict, it follows an American soldier named Kane Adams, which I assume is named that based on Cain and Abel. Kane Adams, yep.
Yep.
Arrives after deserting in the Vietnam War. He's trying to get back home to the US, and he has like no money. He doesn't have like shit. He's like bumming it around. He's kind of a dickhead a little bit. Like he's at like some homeless shelter or something, and there's like a Vietnamese dude like sleeping next to him, and he's like, he shows him this medal. He's like, you know where I got this? I got this from killing all kind of G words, whatever, you know? So yeah, a little messed up. And basically, there's like another scene where it's a very, very fucking sleazy movie. I'll tell you that right now, in only the way like movies could be made in the 70s. But it has another scene where he like, this hooker like propositions him, and it's like an older hooker, and she gets all naked. He pulls out his knife and shit, wants her to dance for him and stuff. But the climax of the movie, like the main chunk of the movie, takes place in this. I think it's like student nurses or something, and they're in this like dormitory thing, and they welcome him in at one point and give him some like food and stuff like that, and then he leaves, and then later that night he breaks in and basically just fucking terrorizes them, dude. Like one of them's like pregnant and stuff. It's like the type of shit where like he's just stabbing them, and like two of the girls he like takes into another room and strips them naked and like wants the one to perform like oral sex on the other. Just very sleazy, nasty shit, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And it's just a brutal movie. It's a very feel bad movie. It makes you feel like shit because this guy's a piece of shit, and it even
it was a real story, right? Like,
that even makes you feel worse because it's like this actually happened to a bunch of people.
It's very notorious up here in Canada. Very, very notorious.
Yeah.
I've seen other adaptations of the story, but they're usually super low budget and stuff like that, and like not very good.
Yeah, I mean this one looks a little low budget too, but it's like back in the 70s when low budget is like still pretty
good.
Fucking good. It's like it's a straight exploitation film, you know what I mean? It's just it's a nasty, dirty, grimy movie that is just sleazy and like fucked up. When the film was actually being released, it had its premiere in like Austin, Texas, and there was a feminist group and the Austin Rape Crisis Center and Coalition for Battered Women and the Women's Equity Action League and the Radical Lesbian Feminist were among the groups who held public protests against the film when it was released in December of 1976. It caused quite the stir down in Austin, Texas, because of how, I guess, violent and sleazy and messed up it is. But Richard Speck is a real person. He killed, I think there was like 8 women, and then the 9th one like hid under the bed. He like lost count of how many he actually had, so she like survived it. And he actually, there was back in the 90s, I want to say, there was a video that came out of him in prison that showed him with like breasts, like from taking like hormones and stuff like that, and he was like sharing cocaine with like other inmates and performing oral sex on them and shit like that.
Really crazy.
Yeah. And he famously said, when asked if he killed those nurses, which I don't know why somebody would ask him that, obviously killed those nurses, he said, "Sure, I did." And when he was asked why, he shrugged and said, it just wasn't their night. And then he also famously said that if people knew how much fun he was having in jail, they would let him out, which is just horrific.
Damn, dude, that's fucked up.
Yeah.
Not all Canadians are nice, man. I'm telling you.
Yeah. So, the actual murderer was not, I don't think he was a vet. I don't think so. But the movie, the person is a Vietnam vet, also listed amongst other vet exploitation films. But I think that
he couldn't have been a vet though, man, because the Canadian Army wasn't in Vietnam. We didn't go to Nam.
Right. Well, did you not?
No.
Interesting. Well, this guy actually was not Canadian. He was Illinoisian.
But he was he not? He was born in the States, but he was.
I don't know if he ever was. I don't think he was actually Canadian, bro.
Oh, I actually never really looked into
that. The filmmaker is Canadian.
Yeah. Well, and it all happened in Canada too, but
no, it happened in Chicago.
Oh, right, it did happen in Chicago, right?
Yeah. So, the filmmaker, the director, is known for directing.
Right, it did happen.
The film I seen of his was The Uncanny from '77.
Right.
A year after this one, but. It's a exploitation film, extremely brutal and messed up and dirty and nasty. But I like movies like that. Right. And yeah, it's definitely like in poor taste a bit, because this actually was a murders that happened. But I think it's definitely worth checking out if you haven't seen it. I'm surprised with Seven releasing a Blu-ray years ago, it hasn't got like more notoriety or attention since then. Yep. And the title of the film, Born for Hell, is based on a tattoo that Richard Speck had that said like born. It was similar to that. It was like born for like doing hell or something, or born to raise hell is what it said. But in the movie, the character Kane tells somebody that his grandma used to say, because he would never go to church, that, boy, you were born for hell or whatever. So there's some cool stuff in the movie like that. It gives a little backstory on the character a little bit, but yeah, I highly recommend checking it out, but be warned, it is like, pretty fucked up. I give it an 8.5 out of 10.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to eventually watch that. Jeez, but like I said, I've seen
especially since you own it.
Yeah, other adaptations of it. But
was that the second? That's the second movie that someone's pick you've owned so far.
Yeah, that's fucking weird. I guess I can't watch them all the time, right? All right, so my next pick is from 2010. And it is, I think, considered to be the very first Swiss.
Holy
Switzerland.
Shit, dude!
What?
Winnipeg just scored with 1.6 seconds left to tie the game after they were down 2-1. They scored a goal a little bit ago, and they just scored a fucking another goal
in the third period.
With 1.6 seconds.
Oh,
left.
Dude, the Blues fucking blew that. Brutal.
It's tied now, so it's not.
Well, that's still a blow though, man. Because
they blew it.
Holy shit, that's crazy. 1.6 seconds left.
Dude, that's shitty.
Louis blew it.
All right. Yeah. So from 2010, and this film I think is considered to be the very first Switzerland like genre film, and it is called Sen and Tunchi, Curse of the Alps.
I've seen this movie.
Did we do this one on the show?
I don't think we ever reviewed this on the show.
Yeah, it's been a long time since I watched this, but yeah, I have this movie.
Yeah, it's a good one.
So this one has on Letterboxd, it has 2,313 watches. I was a little shocked by that. I thought it was a little bit maybe high, low. I don't know. I didn't really know what to expect from it because I don't really hear a lot of people ever talk about this movie. I remember when it came out, I loved this one. I thought it was really cool. And I was very drawn to it because of it being dubbed as like the very first kind of like, genre film from Switzerland. I thought that was very intriguing. I'm like, they didn't have any other genre films before 2010. It just seems so late in, film history not to have any genre films. So I thought that was really cool. And what is Saint? What country's Saint from? The Santa Claus movie? The Netherlands.
Oh.
Yeah, so Sen and Tunchi is basically kind of like it's like a horror mystery thriller. It's like a folklore. It's got the mythology behind it and stuff like that. It's kind of a mixed bag of like everything. It's like they wanted to make like a folklore film, but then they throw this whole mystery kind of investigative angle to it, where it almost feels like a giallo at sometimes, but it's not a giallo at all. It has a big investigative kind of angle to it and stuff like that. Basically the film opens up in present day, and there's this like little girl, and she's out in the woods and she's kind of doing her thing and she's picking mushrooms and stuff like that. And she comes across basically a skeleton. And so these cops come in to investigate whatever it is. And then it jumps back into 1975. And the film kind of opens up with this like priest that is basically hung himself. And so soon after, this priest kind of reveals that he hung himself, which is very sacrilegious and stuff like that. So the town folk, and again, this takes place like in the Swiss Alps and stuff like that, very small community, very small type of very religious type of areas and stuff like that. And so this priest dies. And soon after that, this girl kind of shows up, and she's like just out of sorts, like just shows up, and everybody in the town kind of figures that she's probably responsible for this death because she doesn't belong there. She doesn't look like she belongs there. She doesn't speak, and everyone just kind of pointing the finger at her and stuff like that. So we have this kind of whole narrative thing happening in the town. And then you kind of jump to the other side of the narrative where we have this father and his mute son, that are, I guess they're kind of like farmers. They're just kind of like, I don't even know really what you call these type of people. They live in the mountains. They're doing their farming thing and stuff like that. But they basically hired on some help. They needed some guy to come in and, you know, kind of help out and stuff like that. And, you know, so this guy arrives and he's helping out in the farm and things like that. Anyways, one night they start getting into the absinthe. Now, have you guys ever drank absinthe before, like real absinthe?
No, I drank something that was advertised as absinthe, but there's no way it was real absinthe.
Yeah, so I don't think I've ever really had real stuff, but I've had stuff that definitely made me feel fucking weird. Just put it that way. But anyways, if you guys know anything about absinthe, like the real absinthe actually makes you kind of like, when you drink it, you get drunk, but you get really, really high. And it's actually like, it's illegal because it's a hallucinogenic. So it makes you see weird fucking shit. So anyway, the guy that owns this place up in the Swiss Alps, he brews that shit. So one night they get into the absinthe and stuff like that, and he starts telling the hired help about this legend about Sen and Tunchi. And then he's like, "What the fuck is Sen and Tunchi?" And he's like, "It's basically about this girl, you know, like you could create one. You can basically create a Sen and Tunchi by, you know, creating or building a girl out of like straw and like just building like a girl out of like all the straw type of shit like that. And it'll come to life and it'll be her slave." So they get all fucked up on this fucking absinthe and stuff like that. And, you know, all of a sudden the Sen and Tunchi fucking shows up. They kind of like, you know, they kind of breed the Sen and Tunchi and stuff like that. And she becomes their slave. And the legend of the Sen and Tunchi is that when she shows up, she's a sex slave. She'll do anything for you. It doesn't matter what you say. She'll do kind of thing like, you know, shit like that. And so I'll just leave it there. This is one of those movies that's really hard to talk about without giving away spoilers, because there is a really big mystery to this. And I think the biggest complaint people have with this movie is that they might not fully understand the ending to this movie and how it actually connects within the narrative and stuff like that. Because there's a couple moments, I think, if you think back to the opening scene where you see something in the opening scene, and by the end of the film, you're like, why am I seeing this? I think honestly, I can't really put it into words why you see what you see in the opening scene, because I've seen this movie like 5 or 6 times. I still can't figure out the contrast, the correlation with that. But how everything goes down in the third act completely makes a lot of sense. Now, like I said, you know, this movie plays itself off like a folklore film because it has that whole folklore mythology element to it, but it's really kind of an investigative film that really does manipulate itself to the point where, you know, it does all kind of come together. And the story is very, very fucking dark. It's really, really dark. It plays off on the whole religious aspect of, you know, religion being just dark. You know, it's fucking dark, man. The hypocrisy is real. And I think that's what this film is really trying. I don't know if that's the main focus of the movie, is to showcase how the hypocrisy within religion is, it's just there in every culture. It doesn't matter if you're in the Swiss Alps or if you're in the Vatican in Italy or if you're in America, Canada, whatever. There's always some bullshit that's going on. And there is parts of the narrative here that kind of showcase that. And it's super, super fucking dark. And what I really like about this movie is that it's not what it is. You can't take it for face value. You really need to like watch this thing kind of through and kind of figure it out and stuff like that. And I think it really does a really good job of showcasing what it's trying to do. Is it straight up supernatural? Is it not supernatural? There's so many questions that are being arise when you're watching this film. Like, is she real? Is she not? Are they tripping? Is this, that? But there's so many different elements to the narrative that come together in this that I think it does a fantastic job of really kind of tying up everything. And the ending is beautiful. It's a fucking very poetic and beautiful ending. And, you know, this movie overall, though, I think it's acted really, really well. I think the girl that plays the Sen and Tunchi in the film does a really fantastic job. This is one of those movies that is so fucking beautiful. The setting alone is worth watching the film, but the cinematography after that is just fantastic. It's shot in the Swiss Alps. It's just phenomenal, man. It feels like a period piece, even though it's set in the 70s, because it's super old school and stuff like that. A lot of the shit that they use is just fantastic to look at. Music's great in the movie. But it is one of those movies that you kind of got to watch for yourself to, you know, because you can't give away, you just can't say a lot about it. You guys know what I'm talking about, right? You can't really say a lot about the film without ruining the movie. But I will say it's a beautiful, beautiful film. And I was hooked after the very first time I watched this, but I feel like it always gets better with every watch. It really does. It's entertaining from the start to finish because of the mystery angle. I wouldn't say it's like a full-blown horror film. It's like a folklore film that has this element of horror within it, but it's just more, I think the horror comes in. I think the horror elements lie within the narrative and the darkness of the religious factor, and that those angles though too. There obviously is some kills or some nasty shit that happens within the film, and that's definitely horrific. But I think the scariest stuff to me is again dealing with religion and what people really do, you know. And yeah, Sen and Tunchi, 2010. Definitely give it a shot, man. I think it's a fantastic film. I was a little bit shocked by this. I wasn't sure if this one was even going to qualify when I looked it up, and I'm like, 2,300 watches. That's it. Or all the logs. I'm like, that's crazy. So definitely one that's probably been missed because it's been out for 15 years now, and that's not a lot. So people aren't seeing this shit, man. So, but Sen and Tunchi, man, check it out. Great fucking movie. Oh, by the way, it is it's obviously from Switzerland, so it is subtitled. So you're going to have to read that one. And I think I mentioned the carrier is from America, right? I think I mentioned that. So yeah, so America to Switzerland. So yeah. Tyler.
All right. We're going to take a trip to my new little place of interest. We're going to the Philippines for this one. Going to the year 1976. With 1,494 views, someone's actually logged it since we've been talking. I have Mike DeLeon's I-Team, or probably better known by the American title, The Rights of May. If the name Mike DeLeon sounds familiar to anyone, it's because we just talked about his movie Kiss It Mata like a week ago on Sinbin. This film is in All the Hauntings Volume 2. So when this first came out and I was looking at the list because of the director, it immediately caught my interest radar. And since I like Kiss and Mata so much, I went ahead and watched this one as well. And this movie's great. Mike randomly said, like, in the group chat, like, oh, this new Mike DeLeon movie just hits Shutter tomorrow, and like dropped a link to this movie. And I was kind of like, don't you guys fucking click this link. Don't you blow up my spot here, Mike. So I was sweating it out for a second. But this movie was great. I watched it twice, actually, just to make sure I really liked it as much as I did. This is my slow burn movie of the Pics. This movie's an hour and 45 minutes to slow burn, so which kind of actually seems like the ideal length for a lot of horror slow burns is around like the 105-minute mark. And this is a really nice take on almost like a haunted house and possession fusion type of film. To me, haunted house films are kind of the most conventionally scary films to me because, like, it kind of puts you, especially if you're just like watching like movies alone at night, it kind of just like puts you in like that same like it kind of puts you in that situation while you're watching the movie in a way, where like you start seeing shit in the shadows. In this film, it ties it. It's a really interesting fusion of all things. It's not any of these things outright, but it's like it's a spiritual film. It starts off with a seance of all these women. It's actually the girl from Kiss It Mata, the daughter. It's her first film, and she's having a seance with her mother and some other family members and a medium. And they're trying to contact her sister Rosa because they haven't spoken to her in a long time. And then the medium says Rosa's dead. And that's the first, they didn't like that. That's them hearing about it for the first time, like them getting this spiritual confirmation, like from this medium. And then it just moves into, right. It just kind of just gives you that as like your precursor of the film. And it sends, and then we're introduced our next character, June, which is, he's visiting his father at home during the Holy Week. I don't know what that is, but as you can infer as you're watching this movie, there's a lot of spiritual things with Philippine culture. So it's just easy enough to understand that it's some type of like important religious week that this is taking place in. He works in the city in Manila. which is like a big city in the Philippines, as a photographer, and he's coming home to his village. I don't remember what it's called. It's more of a remote town or a remote little village, to photograph. Uh, it's a whole photograph Holy Week for the newspaper he works for, or the magazine he works for. It puts him. It kind of runs these, like, his story with his father. His father is wheelchair bound and can't speak. He had a stroke or some sort of accident, and you have the girl we saw earlier. Story. What was her name? Teresa. That was who was trying to contact her dead sister, and their stories kind of like start to pick off on their own. They eventually like intertwine by them being almost like drawn to this like sort of location where they're just like their energy's like drawing to them, and you get the impression, like, talking as like they're speaking, like they're both like very like lonely people, and they start to like bond over that sort of thing. And you like learn more that like that well, like the one that was the girl Teresa is religious, and it kind of ties into this whole, like, I imagine almost the Holy Week, maybe like kind of a Day of the Dead thing, where like the spiritual barrier between the living and the dead is thin. That's how I kind of interpret it. There's a lot of like religious iconography in this, and like some of that relates into like dreams that the June character's having. It kind of makes this ambiguous foundation that there's like some spiritual grounding to them being drawn, and like uh this girl, the girl Teresa's dead sister, like contacting her, or not contacting her, but like just like being drawn to her and having like these weird memories. So she starts like spending time with these two characters. Start spending time, and then Teresa starts like remembering things, the places she's never been. It's that type of story. It's just really, really well done. Something that this movie really captures to me that I really liked a lot is, I wouldn't even say like it's shadows, but he creates these like dark rooms in this big like house that the June character is walking around, and it reminds you of like walking around your house like at night when you're a little kid, like waiting for something to like jump out of the shadows at you. Yeah, and he has the same type of cinematography he had in Kisamata, and it just works like really well with this movie. This movie's really patient, and the payoff is like everything worth it. I liked it a lot. This movie reminded me of The Changeling a lot. It kind of has that like restless spirit trying to guide someone to a truth type of thing. And I wish the movie actually like kind of held its hand just a little bit closer to its chest. Not that it just gives anything away, but even like total like no hints ambiguity might have been better. But yeah, it's not too long, but it is the slower, and the climax is like every bit as worth it. There's this great scene where June is in a dark room developing a picture to like zooming and blowing up on it to try to reveal something hidden in a picture that's like so fucking suspenseful. It's like cutting back to the clock, and like him like doing things to blow up the picture. Like Hitchcock would have been proud of like how suspenseful the scene is, and it just like perks you up for like the last acts of the movie where it comes. And yeah, it hit the same way twice. After watching this when we were a couple weeks apart from each other, and I really liked it. Like I said, it's on the All the Haunt set. It just hit Shudder, so it's pretty accessible to see now. It is on YouTube as well if you don't have Shudder. Yeah, this is a really good film. I think it's definitely, if you're into that slow burn type of genre, or even just like the possession haunted house, like spiritual type of thing, if you like religious movies, it really checks a lot of unique boxes, and you really don't, especially in horror, you really don't hear much about movies coming out of the Philippines. And this guy is like a hard 2 for 2 on me so far. So I've heard only good things about this director. So I definitely would recommend this one. Give this one an 8 out of 10.
Cool. Probably that's in the Haunts box set.
Yep.
Yeah. So
I think I forgot to rate Sen and Tunji, didn't I?
Did you?
Yeah.
I gave it 9.
All right. 9. All right. Next up for me is probably the most obscure one here. It is a film that I ended up seeing back in the day, like a long time ago on this show, and like many of these movies in prep for a year-end show. or not a year-end show, a top 10 show. And the film is probably one that I assume none of you guys have heard of. It has two titles. So it has the title of Reindeer Games from 1996. So it also is known as The Girl in the Basement. I think after that other movie, Reindeer Games, came out years later.
Which was filmed actually in my hometown. That's when I met Ben Affleck and stuff.
Yeah. So it's also known as The Girl in the Basement. But this movie has 35 logs on Letterboxd. I think there was a DVD way back in the day, but it's mainly hard to see. It is on YouTube now. Back when I saw it, I had to go through like some shady Russian website thing. I couldn't find it because 96 was a weird year because it just had like nothing. I remember us talking about that back then. I'm sure we could probably find some more stuff that we couldn't find back then because that was probably, I think, our second top. So we did 68, and then I think the second one was 96. So it
was that the second one? Crazy.
It was second or third. 2002 was right there as well. So it was either 96 or 2002. But I think it was 96, honestly. So this is probably like in terms of like strength, quality of movie, it's probably the least out of all of them. I considered it last time as well, but I didn't have it rated that high, and I don't think it's like a amazing movie or anything like that, but I think it is notable. So the movie basically it's super indie, right? It's just like four characters in the movie or something like that. And it follows a guy who's like a really weird dude, like social outcast, who has like past trauma, and he works at like a diner, and he invites this girl that is there. There's like an asshole who works at the diner who like fucks with him all the time and stuff. But there's a girl there, who is named Kate, and he asks her out on a date, and she just like kind of entertains him with it, and like is like, okay, I'll go on a date with you since this other guy's being a dick to you. They go on this date. She's very like different, right? She's like from a different world. She's like, sort of like I wouldn't say like a bad girl, but like sort of like just walks to the beat of her own drum type girl and just does what she wants kind of thing, but a pretty normal person at the same time. And he's trying like really hard on the date and stuff, and she's just like, hey, like we're not really compatible. We're from different worlds. I think she even says that. And he basically snaps and he like kidnaps her and puts her in his basement and ties her up. And basically the whole film is just like more psychological, like them interacting. It's like I said, it's very indie. It shot on 16 millimeter though, which is pretty cool. And it has like shades of potential in the filmmaker. Like you could see this guy could have made some cool movies if he kept making if he was able to keep making movies afterwards. He basically it runs a little long. Like I think it's like an hour and 45 minutes. It could have easily been an hour and a half. But there's some like psychological aspects to it that I really like. There's something that happened in his past on Christmas that is messed him up. So there is this like Christmas angle to the movie too. And pretty much like I've never heard another person talk about this movie in my entire life. And I just happened to find it when I was prepping for 1996. I've never seen it since, but it's always stuck with me as one that I would like to revisit. And revisiting it, I feel pretty much the same about it. I think it's like a solid movie it's definitely better than the amount that it's been seen. Like it is a movie that I think people need to check out and see it, but just don't expect much. Expect like a first time filmmaker who scrounged together money to make a pretty interesting psychological movie that looks like he could have been a good filmmaker. But the real reason I decided to finally like talk about this one is because I started researching the movie a little bit, and the director of the film made it in 1996 or whatever it was put out. He was in San Francisco in 1999 and he was murdered. So I found his like Facebook memorial page from his family and stuff like that. And I just felt like, hey, this guy, I feel like his movie needs to be seen by more people because it's kind of cool. But him and a friend were in San Francisco and they were basically mugged by some dudes and, at gunpoint, told to lay on the ground, give them their money and stuff like that. And he cooperated and the dude shot him in the head. So pretty fucked up. So tragic story behind the filmmaker. This is his only movie, but he made some short films that I don't think were ever released. I found that out from his like memorial page where his family's posts all kind of stuff about him, like pictures and shit. And it seemed like the guy wanted to be like a filmmaker, you know what I mean? So it's fucked up, really. But I thought that I could shed some light on this dude's movie. I think it's a pretty cool movie for basically no money and just a couple of people getting together and making a movie because they were passionate. So yeah, Reindeer Games, aka The Girl in the Basement. I gave it a 7 out of 10. I do think it's a lot of people, if you're going in expecting it to be like amazing or anything, don't expect that. Expect like a film student who made his first feature with no money and but talent. Like you could tell the guy had talent. Like he had, like I said, it's shot well. It's actually like pretty well done for a no money first feature type movie, but in terms of the grand scheme of all movies, it's maybe not the best, it definitely has flaws, but I thought it was cool. And the dialogue's pretty good. Like a lot of it is like them just conversating, like the girl trying to manipulate him a bit, but also like him just being like out of touch with, like how he has like social retardation, you know what I mean? Like he doesn't have an ability, like there's a scene where they talk about like how like she had sex with the guy who like fucks with him at work, and like he asked her if she loved him and stuff, and she's like just taken back, like what the fuck are you talking about? Of course I don't love him, I just had sex with him because I could or whatever. So just stuff like that where he doesn't really understand the idea. I think there at one point she asked him if he's a F word. And he's like not sure if he is or not or whatever. He doesn't really know or understand. So pretty interesting dialogue. I think that it had a lot of care put into it, but if you haven't seen it, maybe check it out. It's a little long, but I think it's pretty cool.
Cool.
And it has Christmas.
I know that there's definitely a few films with that title. So it's kind of like one of those odd ones to search, like The Girl in the Basement. There's definitely a few.
If you type in Reindeer Games, you won't even find it. It won't pop up anywhere.
It'll come up as the Ben Affleck film.
Yeah. So you have to find it as the Girl in the Basement, which there's another movie called The Girl in the Basement from like 2011 or something.
Yeah. I think I actually own that one, to be honest. When you said it, I was like, what?
But I wanted to find something that was like a really fucking hidden movie.
Right.
For this one. And I needed to represent the 90s a little bit too.
Right. All right. So next up for me is a film from 1974. It is called The Driver's Seat, aka Identikit. This one was actually featured and just recently released by Severin in the House of Women's Psychotic.
Damn, Severin getting a lot of love on this show. I mean, my movie, the
Psychotic Women.
I've had 2.
Tyler had 2. I had the one by the Born for Hell, and now this one.
Yeah, true enough. I think when I first, so I reviewed this movie last 31 Days of Horror. And on Letterboxd, I think it was under 3,000, maybe it was under 2,000 logs. And now it's at 5,740. So I'm assuming it got a lot of different views based on Severin putting out the Blu-ray, because forever this movie was really, really hard to come by. You couldn't really see it anywhere. So even though the lady that wrote the book said it was on her list to watch for like 30 years. She couldn't see it. So it's obviously gotten a little bit of love in the last couple of years or whatever since it's been released, but still with 5,000 logs on Letterboxd is not really a lot. And it's kind of shocking, actually. It's definitely one of those movies when I picked up the box set and I was kind of going through it and I'm like, okay, I'm doing a little bit of research into the films. And I'm like, okay, what's this Identikit thing? And then I saw who was starring in it, which is Elizabeth Taylor, who plays the lead character Liz. And I was like, what in the fuck? I couldn't even believe, because I've seen some Elizabeth Taylor films. She's not really a genre actor. She's comes from kind of the end of like the golden age of Hollywood and stuff. And she's Elizabeth Taylor. And she's done a couple films kind of similar to this, but this is kind of like one of those performances from what I've read that really sticks out in her career as being just so batshit insane and so different and so weird. But it's also because of the story and stuff like that given. So basically, Elizabeth Taylor plays a character named Liz, and she's she lives alone, and the film kind of opens up with her shopping, and she has this really weird encounter with the person that's trying to sell her this dress, and she finds out it's like this stain-free dress, and she just loses her mind over it. She's like, I didn't want a fucking stain-free dress, blah blah blah, and she starts losing her shit and stuff like that. Anyway, she ends up making her way home. She gets on the phone and she's talking to somebody, and she's basically saying, like, I've never really freaked out like that before. I kind of need a vacation and stuff like that. And, that just kind of leads to her packing up her keys into an envelope and going on a vacation. She's heading south. I will mention this is an Italian film. It's directed by Giuseppe Petroni Griffi. So yeah, it's an Italian film, but it is obviously just straight in English. So it takes place in Italy. And so she's like in northern Italy or whatever. She's heading south to go on a vacation and stuff like that. And it just turns really, really bizarre. She is on vacation, but she wants to find somebody, but she doesn't know who she's looking for. And there's a specific reason for that. And that's basically the whole premise of the film. So the whole film follows her character, and she has all these weird encounters with all these people that she's meeting along, her vacation and stuff like that, her vacation, quote unquote. But meanwhile, we get all these police inserts. So we get about 15 minutes in the film, and all of a sudden it just cuts into those like police inserts, and there's this investigation going on. So the story is linear, but it's not linear at the same time. We know that something has definitely happened with her character, because there's a police investigation. The police are trying to find out who this person is, and they're basically interviewing all the people that she's come across in her adventures. And it just kind of does this throughout the whole film. And so we see her character going through all the motions in the airports and meeting all these characters, and it'll cut to like the police investigating and talking to these people that she came across. It's really, really bizarre. But so I'll just leave the premise there. So my overall thoughts on this film, man, it is just phenomenal. Like this is one of those movies where it just, if you ever had a lull in your movie watching career, whatever you want to call it, this is one of those movies where when I watched it, I was like, damn, dude, this is why I love watching movies, because you discover shit like this. Like, I had no idea. I'd never heard about this movie ever once. All I knew was in this box set, House of Psychotic Women. And I knew it had to deal with, women leads and stuff, and just, potentially psychotic women. It's all I knew. I've never even seen a lot of Elizabeth Taylor movies. I've seen a few. So I didn't really have a lot to go on. But I will say this is one of those movies that is insanely haunting. Now, most people watching this film will look at it and be like, this is not a horror film. Fuck yeah, it is. It is definitely, this is a scary ass fucking movie. It has a very scary outcome. It has one of those feels where the second you start this movie to the very end of this film, it's got that impending doom. It's a very ominous film. It is super quiet. The score is super haunting and daunting the entire time. It really accentuates Elizabeth Taylor's portrayal of this Liz character. She is it almost seems like she's playing this character fucking stoned or just out of her mind. But there's a reason for why she's playing this character the way she is. And you follow her character throughout the whole film. And you're just like, man, some of the dialogue, some of the interactions are so crazy and out to lunch. Shout out to Parker for saying out to lunch. But it really is, man. Like you're watching this going, damn, dude, like what the fuck is this the entire time? It's just crazy, crazy shit. Like she meets this one guy, I think his name is, what is it, Bill? And he's on this like macro diet or whatever and shit like that. And the whole relationship with him in the film is so weird and bizarre. It's almost comical at some points, but it kind of plays into it, right? Yeah, this whole movie is one of those films where when you watch it, that you just can't help but feel so uneasy. Like I said, it's super ominous, it's super quiet, and it's like, you know that there's something going to happen, but you don't know what it is, because she keeps saying that she's trying to find somebody. And it's almost portrayed to you like she's trying to find a dude. Like she's trying to find a dude because like there's certain points in the film where, she's going to buy some presents for this person and things like that. And like where this goes is like, it's so fucking dark, but it's really just a character study on mental health. And, it's a character study of just people and how they're willing to do things and how they're willing to do things, like why they're willing to do things and how they're willing to do things. It's really interesting. It's a really, really interesting watch. One of my most favorite watches I've actually seen in years. It's definitely slow. Like I said, if you're not into films that are very quiet, very ominous, very kind of like not to the point, and it's got a really interesting construction to the film. Like I said, it's got this police investigation that's it's not linear with what's going on with your scene. It's cutting into, after you have these encounters and stuff like that, which I love the construction of the film. I think it's fantastic. It really kind of plays into it. It kind of breaks up the impendingness of the film. And yeah, it's really, really fucking good. It's really, really good. There's this really cool moment in the film where she encounters Andy Warhol. Andy Warhol has this cameo in the film. And it's one of the best scenes in the film because one thing I didn't stress about this movie, it's basically a puzzle. Like you're watching this movie and you're kind of trying to put the pieces of the puzzle together. Like what the fuck is going on? Like why is she doing this and why is she saying this and stuff like that? But there's all these little clues throughout the film that kind of lead into, the final act of the film and, what happens. And there's this really, really great scene in the film where she encounters Andy Warhol in the airport, and he hands her this book of the Walter syndrome. It's a real book. Now, if you know anything about the narrative of that story, it kind of plays into what you're seeing right now a little bit. It's not per se the exact same thing, but it definitely plays into what her character is trying to accomplish and stuff like that. And it's really kind of maniacal and is really beautifully done, very well written. There's actually another moment in the film where Andy Warhol kind of shows up too, again, which I thought was really interesting. Apparently the reason why he made the cameo in the film is because he was actually in Italy at the time they were filming Identikit. And he was there doing either Blood for Dracula or Flesh for Frankenstein. One of the two films he was doing at the time, maybe both. I think they're what, 73, 74? I can't remember. But he was there doing those films at the time. So that's why he made an appearance in the movie and stuff like that. So I thought that was really cool. But there's a lot of little kind of nuances and a lot of little kind of subtlenesses throughout the film that add to this mystery, the pleasure, just the of really what's going on. And when you put all the pieces together and stuff, it actually, so when I watched this film for the first time, when I reviewed it last year, watching it again, I totally caught so many more things that are subtle in the film. And I like movies like this, where it's not spoon fed to you. It's not force fed. It's things that are said. It's things that are happening. Like the book, I caught that the first time too, because I was familiar with the Walter syndrome anyways. So I caught that, but I thought that was a really cool kind of thing that they threw in the film. There's another really cool scene in the beginning of the film where she goes to like this kind of like this book stop. I think it's in the airport actually. And you got to remember, this is 1974 in Italy. and she goes to find a book and stuff. And this character comes over and she grabs these two books and she's like, which one do I pick? Which one do I pick? I'm very picky. I'm very choosy about what I choose. But the whole scene is really cool to me because if you like giallos, you're going to love this scene because the whole table is just filled with the yellow books. It's all these giallo books and all these magazines and the straight Italian. Oh, it's fucking awesome. Super, super cool. Loved it. Really, really cool stuff. Yeah, Elizabeth Taylor is kind of the big selling point to this movie. Like I think she was about 42 when she did this film. The day that she got onto set on this film, she had just finalized her divorce to Richard Burton. So she was kind of like in this mood already and stuff. And it was like perfect to build this character based off of real life emotions was really cool. Another thing I really love about this movie is like the wardrobe within her. Like they talk about her clothes throughout the film and like the eccentricness of her clothes and even her hairstyle. Her hairstyle in the film is completely batshit insane and it plays into her character and how crazy she may or may not be. And I think that's a very subtle element to the film that I think is fantastically done. I mean, if you're not really taking it for what it is, but yeah, it's definitely there. I think it's fucking fantastic. But this movie is just from point A to B is really, really bizarre. If you like movies with really bizarre dialogue and there's a lot of weird ass scenes and shit, and I'm not saying it's like David Lynch weird. There's a structured narrative here. It's just what the buildup to what happens is crazy. That's why rewatching this film, I was like, God damn, dude. Like, I'm not overly familiar with the Italian director that did this film, but man, dude, the writing in this is so fucking good. It's really, really good. So, but I don't want to give everything away, man. I could talk about this one all day. It's one of my favorite watches I've had in the last, I can't even remember. I remember years ago when David watched Gun for Jennifer, I was watching one of his videos and he's like, this is why I love cinema, because I just discover movies like this, they come out of nowhere, and you discover these fucking gems and shit like that. And this is what I feel like this movie is. It was one of those watches I didn't know shit about. Absolutely loved it. Everything about it. And props to Elizabeth Taylor for like, there's a scene in the opening film in the beginning of the film where she just, like I said, she freaks out about this dress and stuff and she rips it off and stuff. And she's wearing this bra underneath and it's basically, you might as well just had naked boobs because you can see right through her bra. I'm like, man, it's pretty awesome. And if you know anything about Elizabeth Taylor, when she was even 42, she was fucking gorgeous, man. Just gorgeous. But
the oldest I've ever seen her is in the mid 60s, like in a movie.
Yeah. Like I said, I've only ever seen not even a handful of her films. I've seen a couple, like, but
I've seen her biggest ones like Virginia Woolf, Place in the Sun, Giant, like those ones.
Yeah. Yeah. See, I can't even remember. Maybe I've only seen like 2 or 3. But I mean, Elizabeth Taylor's so recognizable. You know who she is and stuff. And like, I knew the type of films, like for the most part, her films were things I was never really going to check out. They're not really my thing. So that was one of the most intriguing things about watching this film was seeing her in this very kind of neurotic, like out there, crazy, ominous, like horror mystery thriller, fucking weird, very, very dark film. Like the performance couldn't have come at a better time. Like I said, it came right at the time she was getting divorced for like the 3rd or 4th time. I don't even know at that point. So like she got divorced so many damn times in her life, but just everything kind of leading up to it really kind of played into the character, but it's unique. This is a very, very unique type of film. And again, going back to what I said right off the start, some people might not consider this to be a horror film. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and, debate you, but what I see is it's scary as hell. It's, it's a journey into the mind of somebody and it's scary, without saying too much, but it's really wild. It's really, really wild. So, so many good things, man. There's this crazy fucking scene and there's a lot of foreshadowing. There's a lot of, like I said, there's a lot of nuances and there's a lot of interesting things that are happening throughout the film. There's this crazy scene where she's in an airport and the security dude says, "Hey, I need your bag." And she's like very neurotic and she's very like out there and she's just pissed off and she's on a mission. She wants to not be there. And he's like, I need to see your bag. And she's like, yeah, you want to see my bag? You know what's in my bag? A bomb. Like, oh my God, dude, I worked in an airport for 10 years. You don't say bomb in an airport. That's fucking crazy. But again, it's kind of a foreshadowing thing. And I'm still not 100% sure. I know there's a little bit of political shit that's going on there with what happens later on with the bombing and stuff like that. But again, it's 1970s Italian stuff. I'm not 100% sure on that, but I do get the gist of the film. Really, really good stuff. I can't say enough good things about this one. 10 out of 10, Identikit, aka the driver's seat.
10 out of 10, Jesus Christ.
Absolutely.
This
Twice.
game is fucking wild.
This movie got better for, like, I gave it a 10 the first time I watched it. I liked it even more this time. So this movie is actually based on the book called The Driver's Seat. And I will say that the title, The Driver's Seat, is actually a better title than Identikit. Identikit makes sense because, like I said, she's out there trying to find her identity. There's a portion of the film that's really about that. But The Driver's Seat is very academic in a sense. You know, like I said, there's a lot of layers to this film. I feel like it's one of those films where you could probably discuss and talk about all the different, you know, metaphors and everything that's kind of going on in the film. But The Driver's Seat's an interesting title for the film because she's portrayed as someone that's kind of unreliable, kind of out there, a little bit crazy, not really knowing what exactly she wants to accomplish, what she wants to do and try and like, but it's called The Driver's Seat. But in reality, her character comes off as being someone that's so neurotic, so, you know, just overly ambitious to the point where, you know, she seems like she's out of control. But the irony is that she's in the driver's seat. She's in control of what she's trying to accomplish here. It's really, really fucking brilliant. Amazing film. Awesome, awesome movie, man. So either title works, but I think The Driver's Seat's awesome. And apparently this adaptation is very, very close to the book. Like very close. It's like identical. So for anyone that's read the book, let me know if you've read the book and seen the movie, but doesn't seem like too many people have actually seen it. But yeah, great movie. 1974, Jim.
All right. Yeah, you've told me to watch that one like before, like a while. I just never have, but I have that set.
Volume 1 is great, dude. Like, every movie in that set is good.
Very good. Yeah, I've almost watched it. Like it's been like, oh, maybe I'll watch this thing, but I never followed through with it.
Yeah.
All right. So we're gonna bump up to 1983. And we're going to go to France for this one. This one is director Raúl Ruiz, Chilean director, his film City of Pirates. There are no pirates in this movie, nor is there a city. So don't get your hopes up if those things sound appealing to you. I don't think I could describe the plot of this movie to you. So I'm just going to read the Letterboxd description. A surreal odyssey in which a melancholic maidservant crosses paths with a homicidal little boy, travels to a tiny island of pirates, and encounters a man with multiple personalities. Moodz had made a comment in his last review that he's file because I knew this was coming. He said it's weird, but it's not like David Lynch weird. This is weird, but it's like more than David Lynch weird. This is like as surrealism as it gets. This movie is just pure like nightmare surrealism. Like the things that make this movie good are like the things that like make like movies like The Beyond good. It's not about this. This reminded me a lot of a movie I watched about a year and a half ago, maybe 2 years ago. No, it was last year, or the year before. Yeah, it was the year before. It was. I talked about it on Sinbin last year too, on our spotlight, show called The Hourglass Sanatorium, and I had said in that when I talked about it then that even watching it the second time, I was trying to like sit here and decode like what the symbolism and like what all these things are meaning, and it just like was not possible, and I would get frustrated with myself. This is also one of those movies where there's a very loose narrative, but the movie is more about it's let the images speak for yourself. This movie is extremely experimental. The filmmaker does things like mess with underexposing his film. He messes with overexposing his film. The whole movie is like very orchestral and musical, and it just has this constant tone of like almost like inward discovery. It has a huge dark foreboding like bass line to it, and it's just like pure like sadness and dread. Uh you have really two main characters, or three characters really. You have this maidservant that who you're just following around, who is just who goes to this island where there only seems to be one more person, which is the man of multiple personalities, which I think is obviously supposed to be he's obviously supposed to be schizophrenic. I don't think that's like really tough to tell. And then this little homicidal boy is basically like Peter Pan, and there's this film's it's very strange. I think it gets into some spiritual aspects, I think, but there's nowhere close to one interpretation for this movie. It's literally the interpretation of what people are of what you watch, and but the way this movie like unravels and comes to an end, it I couldn't even describe to you like what it means, but it's so chilling and dark. And the last 15 minutes of this movie, I swear to God, it's like the most most haunting and enlightening thing I've ever seen. It has like the most incredible, like satisfying ending to a movie, but I still couldn't even tell you what that ending like actually means. I think this movie is basically it's a movie about like discovering repressed memories that like you never wanted to discover, and like having to like swim and deal with that for literally eternity. It's a movie about being stuck. I think it's supposed to be right. Like I interpret it as purgatory of just being like stuck in this never ending like zone that you just living and suffering with like the life you've lived and the things you've learned about yourself and the people around you. I think this movie has characters that are running on different non-linear timelines. It's so fractured and nightmarish and dreamlike. It's almost indescribable. The first time I watched this movie, as like it's coming to this climax and the movie is just like coming towards its end and these characters are speaking, I could see the movie was finally wrapping up, and I was literally like begging the TV to not end. I felt like I was so close to reaching some sort of breakthrough of this just like ultimate like form of discovery and enlightenment in myself, that it just got me thinking about it for days and days and days. And even that night, I could not stop thinking about it. And this movie straight up gave me a nightmare. And I even remember this like months later, where like I was like being accused of like being like some sort of like murderer. And then like they said like, and like they like showed me some sort of tape where like the murderer like looked into this mirror, and like it was like this image of like me like looking into this mirror, and like I got arrested. Like my parents were like fucking crying, and I literally woke up in a cold sweat. Like it felt so real. There's something about this movie that really like, in the same way like it took me a couple viewings to like really work out what I saw the TV glow meant to me, and like how it like fucking like really penetrated me like somewhere. This movie did the same thing.
Where did it penetrate you?
Right in his butthole.
Yeah, right in the bunghole.
I haven't worked it out yet.
He didn't deny it.
Or I think there's more that when I watched it a second time, that I kind of worked out what some of the symbolism means. But it's
hold on. What was the name of this movie again?
City of Pirates.
City of Pirates. What year was it from?
1983.
Is it a horror movie?
Yeah. It's the way I found this list. It's not listed as horror on Letterboxd, but the way I found this list, and I found this movie in the first place like months ago. If you go look at the Letterboxd top 250 horror movie, there's an extended list. I don't know, the link in the description of any movie that's ever been in the top 250. So a movie that like was there at one point and the ratings eventually made it fall off, or a movie that like lost its horror tag or something, like they remain on that list. So you like Hangover Square's on that same list too, where at one point it had a horror tag and the horror tag fell off. But a lot of this this filmmaker seems to have like a niche little circle of people who he's very, very well regarded. He's very experimental. It seems he's got a lot of very long movies, and like all his movies, people seem to like.
Would we like it?
I don't know. This is going to be the most divisive movie. I don't know if any single person is going to like it.
This movie did not get released in the U.S. until 1989.
Yeah, this movie has like a DVD from like 2002 in Europe, and that's it. I showed it to my girlfriend, and she gave it a 3 out of 10. And her review reads, "This was a compilation of nonsensical bullshit." So
does she have a Letterboxd account?
Yeah, she constantly changes like who she is because she's a troll. It's like a lot of troll stuff.
I should follow
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. But yeah, you'll see like she says pretty funny stuff. Like, this is her review of Dead Nail, 2 stars. Movie sucked ass. Like, she just says stuff like that. But
is she coming to Wasteland this year?
It's not that fucking bad.
I don't know. Maybe.
Tell her. Erin needs girls to hang out.
I know, right? I'll try to convince her. Oh.
Well, isn't Carly coming?
No, I'm not letting her come. It's boys' night with the bros.
But yeah, this is one of those movies that is, like I said, it's going to be divisive. Like, people are going to think this movie's like nonsensical bullshit, but there's going to be some people it just clicks with, and they're going to think it's incredible. All I can say is when you watch
it sounds like I would like this.
Don't fixate on trying to understand what this movie means. Just let yourself go and just like kind of indulge in the images and just what you're seeing and just let it like saturate.
Just call it an academic piece, man. Like it's.
I don't think it's academic though. I think it's like an artistic like expression of like.
But maybe it is though. Maybe there is some metaphors and allegories that need to be deciphered by conversation, because maybe there is things and maybe there's symbolism to the point in the film where the symbolism is a whole narrative to itself. You know what I mean? Like maybe that's the point of it. It's a symbolist. It's a symbolize.
This is the thing about the director too, where he may have had some like very complicated feelings. Where he was actually like exiled from. He's from Argentina. He was from Chile. It was Chile or Argentina. I forgot where it was. I think it's Chile because he was exiled. He was exiled from there. So that's why this Chilean guy was making movies in France. And this movie was like shot in like Portugal, and the little kid that they play like that plays like the murderous type. That kid actually grew up to be like a real French actor that was reasonably successful. And in an interview asking about that when he was a kid, he said the director asked them to try to play like your inspiration is Peter Pan and the Chilean dictator Pincho, who was the movie that I had actually in my top 10 of 2023. Il Conde was like an allegory for. So there's definitely some complicated feelings about that going around with this director.
Yeah, I wasn't feeling that movie.
So yeah, I think it's really a case by case thing with anyone. I just would say I would love for people to watch this movie and really just keep an open mind to it and not try to like watch this and unlock things. And I think you'll get the most out of it that way. Just really let the images speak for the images and the music like speak for itself, and just
so the cinematography is really good. Like, what about
very good?
What about the colors? What about like does it look good?
They're very experimental. So like you have different color hues. You have overexposed film.
That's what you're saying.
Underexposed film. You have different like color gradings all over the place. It's right. Very fascinating. But I would really like people to try this and see what they think. It is on YouTube. The transfer is not great on YouTube, but it's definitely, if you're watching your computer, it's okay. There is a better transfer on, I believe it was Internet Archive. You can find it by Googling it. That I couldn't get the subtitles on that version to work on my I could get it to work on my phone, but I couldn't get it to work on my TV. So I didn't want to watch one, but luckily I got this on an MB that came with that transfer, so I got to watch it on there the second night. But yeah, this is like an instant favorite movie for me. I'll definitely watch this again. This is one of those movies I would like fucking like jump for the heavens if it's got some sort of release. City of Pirates is gonna get 9.5 out of 10 from me.
I'm still waiting for JP to start coming over a film that he picked too. Because I just juiced over Identikit, and then he just fucking went batshit over the Pirates movie.
Okay. My turn?
Yep.
All right.
Time to juice.
No, I'm not juicing. All right, so jumping into the 2000s, we have a film that I think is incredibly underseen. It has 1380 on Letterboxd for logs. A couple of my friends have given it Parker gave it a 9 out of 10. Carly gave it a 9 out of 10 on Letterboxd. Not logged by YouTube. I'm pretty confident in saying that Moodz has seen this. It is directed by a guy who was part of the bracket, Chris Sivertson.
Nailed it.
It is 2006's The Lost.
Oh yeah.
Directed or
did Jack catch him? Jack catch him?
Lucky McKee.
Yeah, I've known about this movie, but I've never seen it.
Yeah, I honestly have seen this movie a couple times. I haven't watched it obviously in the last 7 years. So
yeah, directed or based on a novel by Jack Ketchum, produced by Lucky McKee. And yeah, it is a movie that I've always been a really big fan of. It follows this guy named Ray Pye. It's a very weird movie because I think it's set in modern time, but it feels like it could be set in like the 50s or something.
This has got a really good cast.
Yeah, the lead actor is actually really good in the movie.
This is the guy. He must have done this really. This must have been an early role. He's in Red, White, and Blue, and he's in Starry Eyes. I immediately recognized his name.
Yep, Red, White, and Blue, and Starry Eyes. He was in those as well as Cabin Fever 2.
Okay.
And The Devil's Carnival. But yeah, so he's the lead character. His name's Ray Pye. And he is the son of a woman who runs like a motel, like a, small little motel. And it opens up with him and his friends out camping or something. And they run into he runs into this girl that's like completely butt naked. And she's like, was using the outhouse or whatever. And she's all like, hey, I didn't know anybody was here, blah, blah, blah. It's all awkward and shit. And then him and his friends spy on them because they're hot or whatever. And turns out they're lesbians, which really fucking pisses Ray off. They murder them. That's the opening of the film, and hide the bodies. And then 4 years later, we have the sheriffs who pretty much we get the backstory that he was the prime suspect in those murders, but they couldn't find any proof that he actually did anything, so they basically never convicted him or anything of those murders. And it's basically him just being like a delinquent in this small town. There's a new girl that moves in the area and gets a job as a housekeeper at his motel, which he's like her manager at that point. And she is also dating that's like a weird aspect of this, weird angle in this film. She's dating like a 60-year-old detective, and she's like a 19-year-old girl or something, like early 20s. And the detective is one of the people that think that he murdered those two girls up in the woods or whatever. He also has a girlfriend and a friend who were also with him during that murder. And then he meets a new girl who's like very kind of dark and edgy, and they become a thing. But the whole time you're just like, this dude's gonna snap again one day and like kill everybody, and that's kind of what happens in the movie. The thing that I think is really cool about this movie is that he's very charismatic, right? Like he's the type of dude who he definitely there's an aspect about him that's kind of interesting. For one, he wears like eyeliner and makeup and shit. It's kind of weird to say this, but he always reminded me of how Vance Captain Spaulding's 069 looks, like his actual looks. This guy reminds me of him.
Wow. That's interesting.
For those of you who've been on YouTube for a while, there's a guy named Vance who was on YouTube, and this guy kind of looks like him to me. Like,
dude, he's so cut right now, man. Like, he works out like a motherfucker. Like, he's
dude. What the weirdest thing about that? He sent me a random friend request on Facebook like a month ago.
Yeah, me too.
Really?
Yeah.
No shit.
Yeah. That's how I know that what he looks like. I was like, oh my God, dude, he is fucking ripped right now. I was like, damn. But he still looks like Vance from like 10, 15 years ago.
Yeah. He's crazy. A skateboarder too, which I was a skateboarder.
Yeah.
But anyway, so this dude, he has like slick back, like almost like Elvis-y type hair. He has a mole on his face that looks like drawn on. Like I said, it looks like he was wearing eyeliner and shit, wears a leather jacket, he's just like another aspect, he puts crushed pop cans or beer cans in his shoes to like seem taller. Like, he definitely has a complex, like he's like not good enough or something, but he has like good looks and is like good with like, has like a lot of charisma. He seems like the type of guy that can get girls but can't handle if one like rejects him. You know what I mean? I
feel like at Wasteland this year, I'm gonna see you and I'm like, JP, you grew. No, it's just the beer cans in my shoes.
Yeah. So that's basically the story. I think this movie is phenomenal, dude. Like, this is probably the best movie of my list here. I've always loved this movie. I think it's super cool, and the setting is awesome. It's like 2 hours, but it doesn't really drag. The character of this Ray Pie dude is like so charismatic. It's sort of like reminds you of like an American Psycho type thing where you're just following this guy that's clearly fucked up. And so something I didn't even know until pre-gaming on this show here. I was just like pulling up my pages on my other computer, so I had references. The Jack Ketchum novel is actually based on a real life serial killer named Charles Schmidt.
Yeah.
I did not know that ever, but the real life killer was in Tucson, Arizona, and he was good looking and like an athlete in school, but also drew on a fake mole on his cheek and wore makeup like to make himself look good. He also did something with a clothespin to like make his lips stick out like Elvis. So the Elvis reference that I felt like I was getting from the movie, that was actually, which they never say anything in the movie, I don't think, but that actually is funny because the real killer was trying to make himself look like Elvis.
Does he eat peanut butter and banana sandwiches?
I don't know. But this guy essentially also stuffed beer cans in his shoes to make himself look taller.
Fuck, man, I can't even imagine how much that would suck.
Uncomfortable. To walk on. Yeah. But in the movie, it gives him a weird walk, and he says that he got into like a fight with a drug dealer or something, and it like crippled him a little bit or something, which is a lie. But the real life guy said that too. That it was the mafia that he said he got into an altercation with that got him shot or something.
Lived to tell about it. Wow.
Yeah. So that guy, apparently it was based on a real thing. The real life killer was murdered in prison, in, I believe 1975 at the age of 32. He was stabbed 42 times, including in the eye, 47 times including in the eye and kidney.
Somebody didn't like his fake mole.
Yeah. So his body was then stolen from the morgue, but then was later recovered by police.
Who stole his body?
Probably some pissed off people.
That's crazy.
Probably the fucking brother of the girl he murdered or something. But so yeah, this movie is awesome, dude. It held up too. I haven't watched it in a few years, and I watch it and I'm like, dude, this is definitely like, I cannot believe that this low amount of people have logged this on Letterboxd, because to me it always seemed like a little bit hidden, but still like kind of, I would think that it would be popular, but
it got how
solid it is.
You would think of being a Jack Ketchum
that too.
Well, and the fact that it was released by Anchor Bay, it was like a big time DVD release and stuff like that too. You think that more people would have saw it. I mean, Christ. I mean, especially coming out like the girl next door, like
the girl next door and the woman. Like you would think that alone would have this.
Okay, what the fuck's going on here?
Can you not hear him, or is that just me?
No, I can't hear him.
Okay. JP, I think you're muted somehow because we can't hear you.
Oh, I was like, what the fuck? I was like, shit.
Yeah, we can't hear anything you're saying.
Not a fucking word, man. Can't hear a goddamn word.
I thought it was my headphones. That's what I was checking.
No, I was like, yeah.
Oh, he's getting pixelated.
Oh, no. I mean, honestly, the connection shouldn't affect the audio. Like, you would still hear it. He shouldn't be completely muted. That's fucking weird, but
maybe he can't hear us.
He's definitely he's having some technical.
Yeah.
And he's gone. All right. So whatever. In the meanwhile, we'll figure this out. But yeah, he was pretty much done. So we'll get back to him in a minute. But I guess we'll just move along here.
Okay.
All right. So for my next pick here is from 2010. And this one is my highest logged one, which actually surprised the fucking shit out of me. I didn't realize that. I thought this was going to be one of the lower ones for some reason. I guess people have seen this one, but still it's relatively low in, the whole big spectrum of things. So with 5,938 watches, a film from 2010 called 7 Days. It's a French-Canadian film released by IFC Films. Have you ever seen this one, Tyler? Do you recognize this?
I don't. It sounds familiar, but I watched a lot of random movies like around that time period, so
okay.
I'm not sure. I'm looking it up. I know. Yeah, I recognize this poster art.
Yeah, it's got a couple different artworks and stuff. It's weird when you look it up on IMDb too, because it doesn't come up as like, oh no, it does say Pods on here or whatever.
What happened?
I don't know.
Oh, okay, you're back now.
Yeah, we couldn't hear a fucking thing you were saying.
Yeah, man. you muted out like for me. I was checking my headphones. I thought it was me. And then
I thought it was Moodz. And then I guess I was like,
no. Me and Tyler were fine. You were just like gone.
Yeah, then you started getting pixelated.
Okay, we weren't sure how long you were going to be gone for, so I started. But anyways, you can go back to your thing.
So The Lost. I think it's just insane that not many people have seen it because you have The Woman, you have The Girl Next Door, which are both very popular movies based on Ketchum's novels. And this one just seems like it would be known, but it according to Letterboxd, like nobody has really seen it. I mean, dude, I looked up Dead Male earlier, which Tyler mentioned, and that movie already has 5,000 logs.
Yeah, because it's shot. I mean? Yeah.
Right, but I'm just saying, like that. It's crazy to think that like this movie doesn't have like anything.
That is pretty wild.
Yeah, more people have seen Dead Male, like that's been out for like a week and a half, like on an online streaming service, than have seen this movie.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you look at it this way, man. The Lost isn't streaming anywhere per se, so
that's on Tubi.
Is it on Tubi? Well,
it is on Tubi.
And man,
I was actually scrolling through
head start, something like that.
I was scrolling through Tubi the other day, and I was like, "Damn, they have a lot of fucking movies on here, man."
Tubi is the MVP. I'm not even
crazy.
Kidding.
It's also fucking nuts how many movies they have.
Actually, also on Tubi, was the Born for Hell movie that I watched, and what was. I think the first movie what was the first one that I picked? John? No, it's not on Tubi. Yeah, but Tubi is great. I love Tubi for many reasons, but I think it has like probably pound for pound the best selection. I mean, there's a lot of horrible movies on there, but the range of how much stuff they have is better than anybody, in my opinion.
Yeah. I mean, they have like a whole Italian like giallo sections, and like it's pretty wild.
Yeah, it was probably the MVP for me during 75 prep. There was a ton of stuff on there that I couldn't find anywhere else.
I mean, there's even like 59 movies on there that I watched, and also it's another one of those like. There's a lot of movies that are like TV movies from like the Sci-Fi Channel era or something that are on there,
Yeah.
like from the early 2000s and stuff. They just have a lot of cool shit. But yeah, The Lost, I think it's a great movie that everybody needs to see if you haven't seen it. It's really dope. Even Parker gives it a 4.5 out of 5 on Letterboxd. So yeah, I'm gonna actually bump my rating from an 8.5 to a 9 on this one.
I mean, honestly, if I rewatched it, because like thinking back, I probably would have rated it probably 9 out of 10 too. It's great. It's a really, really good film. So I get the rating.
Yeah, and it's just honestly like one of those kind of movies that I like. Like it's just like the type of stuff that I really get into.
Right.
Actually, I saw a review on Letterboxd that said that I went to see this movie in the theater when it came out with a friend, and towards the final scene of the movie where it gets like kind of brutal or whatever, my friend stands up and says, "I can't stand this shit," and walked out of the theater. and I didn't know what I should do because I wanted to see the end of the movie, so I stayed inside the theater.
You made the right decision, man, because that person's a pussy.
Yeah, I agree. I can't stand this kind of shit.
Who has to announce that? Come on, man.
I know, like
I saw that. I forgot what movie it was, but it was in like the last 2 years. I was at a theater. I think it actually might have been Beau Was Afraid. Funny enough, I don't remember what it was exactly, but somebody like stood up and like got pissed off at like a reveal at a movie. Was like, "Oh, this is so fucking stupid," and like walked out like right before the act.
Dude, I love one of my favorite things ever is seeing people walk out of movies. I'm pretty sure that 2 people walked out of The Ugly Stepsister. Especially because the theater, like one of the theaters that I go to, the one that gets like the more obscure stuff too. It's so weird because on one hand, it's like sort of a Pittsburgh and this area is like an art, like we appreciate art here for the most part, right? Like, so you get a lot of people that just know film that go to this stuff. That's but on the flip side, the theater is located like in the hood, kind of like right next to the hood. So you get like a ton of other people that come and see these movies just to see something. And then like, they're not into like the more artsy stuff. So they get all like annoyed. Like, what the fuck is this? Like, I remember watching, Climax and like just these 2 girls just like stood up and like looked so confused and was like, "What the fuck is this?" and just walked out. And it was just hilarious, you know. I love, like, it's one of my favorite things to see people get mad at a movie and walk out. Yeah, I love when that happens. It's funny to me.
When I saw Heretic, after he does that whole like diss track on religion, like some woman just like got up and walked out, and I was like, "Ooh."
Yeah. I love it's when it's something like either too fucked up that they didn't expect to see in a theater, or even something that's like just too artsy. And
it was like a matinee showing.
There wasn't enough people in my theater when I saw Heretic, man, for people to walk out.
It wasn't many people. It was a matinee showing, and it seemed like an older woman, so she probably didn't like them like mocking religion.
I think the most people I ever seen walk out of a movie in like that I've witnessed was when I went and saw Tarantino's Grindhouse double feature.
That's such a shame that thing wasn't a success.
Oh my God, dude. I watched so many people walk out. Like there was people that made it through like the first feature and then they just fuck this. And like, it was crazy how many I swear half the theater was gone by the time it ended. It was fucked. And there was a lot of people in there. So they were obviously fans of like Tarantino. Oh, we'll go see the ship, and they just didn't get anything that was going on. They didn't get the exploitation thing of Death Proof and you know what Rodriguez was doing with
like the Grindhouse theater.
They just didn't get it. They didn't get like the fake trailers. Like people walked out in the fake trailers. Like, what the fuck is all this shit? And I'm like, what the like? Why are you here? You know
that came out. That was an example, much like Masters of Horror, where I feel like it came out right before horror exploded and like people started getting like nostalgic for horror, and like you started seeing like big droves of people. Like if you go back to like pre 2010, like horror fandom was like an obscure thing. Like and it still is in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah.
But like even us, when we started this podcast, there were not many fucking horror podcasts out there.
You can tell too. This
You
is
know what I
something
mean?
that, like, this is something I noticed when we were prepping for like 2011 movies. That there's like movies on Letterboxd that like were popular movies like around that era, because that's when I really started getting into like the horror online horror community. There were like popular movies like everybody had seen from that era that had like a couple hundred logs.
Yeah, it's like insanity. Like there's just it came out at a time like if Grindhouse came out in the last 5 years, like, and done in that way to people would understand it now.
Yeah.
People when it came out then, like, just didn't understand what it was supposed to be. Like now everybody understands like what a Grindhouse
except for like the film fans that went and saw that and understood what Tarantino was doing with the
like people that
thing.
Like the complaints that were coming out with Death Proof and shit like that were like it's so like boring and talky for most of the movie, and then like it gets crazy at the end. It's like that's literally he's like mimicking the style.
That's exactly what 70s films were.
That came out in the 70s of like car movies in the 70s. You had to sit through a bunch of shit to see some crazy car stuff.
He's not a fan.
But like the crazy thing is, as much as I love the third act in Death Proof, which is like actually one of my favorite Tarantino movies, I love the extended cut of that because there's even more dialogue and there's even more shit. Like it's crazy.
Yeah.
But I love the fucking dialogue. Like Stuntman Mike is one of my all-time favorite characters in any Tarantino movie. Like him eating the nachos gets me every fucking time, dude. Like it kills me every time. Like, no pun intended, but like, dude, like, oh my God, man. I mean, that's one thing I love about Tarantino movies is dialogue. If you can't handle a Tarantino movie that is very talky, then you're not the appropriate audience for that shit, man, at all.
We should honestly eventually do like a Death Proof, or not Death Proof, a Grindhouse show where we just do all of it.
Yeah.
The two films, and then all the, like, Machete Kills, Thanksgiving. Don't doesn't exist, but if it did, we'd do that too.
Oh, I thought you meant just like everything in Grindhouse.
No, I mean like everything.
I mean, we could talk about we could talk about the fake trailers because even Rob Zombie did one, and like.
Yeah, but I'm saying you do a whole show with the two Grindhouse movies and then all the trailers that became movies.
Right.
And you just call it like the complete Grindhouse.
It's so awesome that Thanksgiving.
The Grindhouse universe
finally became one.
The Grinderverse.
Yeah. Yeah. Because you got Hobo and Machete.
Grinderverse. Yeah.
Now Thanksgiving.
Which is funny because we've actually done Hobo before.
Right, we have done Hobo before, like episode 12 or something.
But we could definitely go back and revisit that.
I remember you didn't like the acting in it. You're like, no, I think this is just bad acting.
It's not though. I mean, you got to remember, like, you know, the bad guys in that movie are like they're like cartoons. They're supposed to be cartoony. That's kind of the point of that. Rutger Hauer is not at all. Like his acting's great. You know. You got Ricky from fucking Trailer Park Boys in there too.
That whole speech he makes to the babies at the end, it's so dumb, but it's also like moving at the same time.
Dude, it's fun, man. It's fun. It's so much fun. But anyways, what'd you give that movie?
9.
Okay, so I'll restart this. And so my next pick here is from 2010. With 5,938 watches. This is the most watched film on my list, which shocked the shit out of me. I couldn't believe this one actually. I thought it would be way less, but it's still not a lot in the grand scheme of things, really. It's a French-Canadian film called 7 Days. JP, have you ever seen this one? It was released by IFC Films, actually, around that time.
Sounds familiar, but I'm not sure if
it's possible. I saw this movie. I don't remember. This is like back to 2011 again. This is like one of those movies. I watched a lot of movies in this era that were like new that had just come out.
What year, Moodz?
2010.
Yeah, if I've seen this, I don't remember a lick of it. But I remember there's like 2 different movies when I was prepping for 2011 that like I thought I hadn't seen, and I got like halfway through the movie, like, oh, I've seen this movie. I know what happens.
IFC did such a good job in that era of like the 2010s ish.
Yeah, like, there's a lot of good films released.
Yeah, tons of good ones.
That was that era.
And like I was actually thinking about this while I was rewatching this. I'm like, man, this would be a great release from IFC to bring to Blu-ray. But This kind of sucks, man. This one's kind of stuck on DVD. So this is the one pick that I actually have on DVD and like no Blu-ray. So the premise of the movie is very, very simple. It's basically about this this doctor that has his daughter kidnapped and basically raped and murdered, you know. And he,
why would he do that to his daughter?
He did. No, this is what okay, so I probably worded that wrong.
Anyways, peace and quiet.
So his daughter is raped and murdered, and
he had someone do it.
No, he did not. I worded that. Okay, fuck you.
So it's like incest.
I'm having a.
So, anyways, so she's raped and murdered. They find the body and stuff like that, and of course, he's a father, and he basically vows to get revenge on this person that
is he a little ticked off
this horrible thing. Of course. So the interesting thing about this film, it's like it's such a weird premise because like you don't really see this in
sounds revenge. Like what's that movie with they capture the pedophile dude? Is it Big Bad Wolf or Daddy's Little Girl? Which one is it?
Daddy's Little Girl. Yeah, that's one.
Kind of reminds me of that.
Doesn't that happen in The Treatment too, or am I misremembering that?
The fucking Treatment's fucked.
Dude, that movie's fucked beyond fucked.
I thought about that one.
Dude, it's on my list actually. I'm not even joking, but anyways. So anyways, short story long. Long story short. Totally got that backwards. I
was about to say, if you're fucking telling me a short story long, I'm gonna be pissed.
No, I could do that too. But anyways, so they end up catching the guy like pretty much right away. And what happens is this doctor basically fucking abducts this killer on his way to his trial. And he abducts him and he takes him back to this like, you know, this place out in the woods and stuff like that to basically torture and, do his thing with him. But the cool thing about this film is that, you know, it's not a mystery to the cops who is, you know, what has happened to this prisoner that was supposed to be going on trial. So the doctor basically he tells the cops, he's like, hence the title of the movie, 7 days. He's like, you know, you guys got 7 days to find me. I'm going to torture this guy for 7 days. And at the end of the 7 days, I'm going to kill him. I'm going to kill him. So you got 7 days to basically find me. And, you know, it's kind of the premise of the film.
This sounds familiar. I might have seen this, but I don't remember like anything else.
Yeah. So it's really cool because, you know, obviously who has done the abduction, you know, the guy that's done the murder and stuff like that. I mean, there's a little bit of a mystery because like, of course the guy's like denying it that, you know, he didn't rape and kill the little girl and stuff like that. But it's kind of cool with the police investigative angle of the film. You know, like they know who's done this and stuff, but they're really trying to find out who's doing this. But, you know, it's really just kind of a character study on this doctor. Like this guy lives this pretty good life. The opening scene in the film is so fucking haunting to me, man. It's just like, you know, you got this normal wife, she's doing her thing, and you got this doctor and he's on his day off and he's in his office and he's on his computer and stuff like that. And all of a sudden the doorbell rings. And he answers the door and it's this little kid. And he says, "Hey, mister, I just brought your daughter's homework because, you know, she might want to, you know, finish this up." And he's like, "What do you mean? Why are you bringing her homework?" And he's like, "Well, because she didn't come to school today." And he's like, "What the fuck? Could you imagine this?" Like, I'm a parent. I would be freaking the fuck out. Like some kid shows in my house being like, "Okay, you know, your daughter didn't show up to school." So the beginning of the film is just so damn haunting. And then they find like this movie pulls no punches. They find the body like right away. And it's like, it's so damn disturbing and so real looking and so brutal. And the cinematography in the movie is just, it like accentuates the scene so well by capturing the horrificness of the situation in the father's face. And he's just so fucking sad. And then it pans down and it sees the blood in between her legs. And she's like this like 10-year-old girl. And you're just like, oh my God. But this movie's very quiet. It's very, very quiet. It's just like, it's kind of like going back to, it's just super ominous. It's super ominous. Like there's basically no score to it. It has this overwhelming dread feeling throughout the entire film. Through all these scenes, you're just watching this going, oh my God, this is like pure dread. It's like pure nastiness. It's brutal. Honestly, man, when they show the dead body of the little girl, it's like I was having flashbacks of watching Stand By Me in the theater in 1985 when I was like 5 years old and seeing Ray Brower's dead body down by the water underneath the railroad tracks. And that body to this day to me still looks super real.
Mm-hmm.
And when I saw the little girl's body in this film, it made me feel so shitty. It was so real and it was so realistic. They show everything. Like her eyes are open. She's completely lifeless. And you're just like, fuck. Like they capture it so well and they set it up so well for the father to do what he does. It's really horrific. It's fucking brutal. So anyways, he gets word that this guy's been captured and he's on his way to trial and he sets up this plan to like basically kidnap him. And he doesn't fuck around. Like he leaves all his identification in the car and stuff like that, blah, blah, blah. They know who did this, but the cops need to find him. But so fast forward to the actual revenge part. And like I said, it's like a character study of somebody. Now, put yourself in this person's shoes. He's not a killer. He's not a bad person. He's a good person. He's actually a doctor. He's one that saves lives. I love this angle for this film because, in reality, he doesn't want to fucking, he doesn't want to hurt people. He makes a living off saving people. So that angle is really cool in the film. But man, I tell you, man, like the torture in this is fucking brutal. It's one of the most realistic and nasty depictions of raw torture I've ever seen, but it's not really even about the torture. It's more about, it's more about the character study of this doctor. Like we see the torture, we get it, but it really focuses on his mentality and like what he's really going to do. Is he really going to kill this person? Does he really want to do this type of revenge? Does he really want to ruin himself like this? And it's just like, it goes on and on and on. And it's just like, it's torture while you're watching it, man. It's like, it's so painful because you feel his pain. You see exactly why he's doing this. And as a parent, for anybody, you get it. You get it. You totally understand that if you lost a child in that horrific way, I mean, what would you do? And the film constantly makes the audience question it, right? It just keeps asking you, like, would you do this? Would you do this? And I love that about the film, man. It's brutal. Again, going back to like how it sounds, it's very quiet. This is not a fun movie. It's very quiet. He barely says anything in the movie because he will not talk to this motherfucker. The guy pleads for his life through the whole thing. And it's very, very well acted, man. The doctor does such a good job. The guy that even plays the rapist, murderer, he's really good in the film too. In fact, everyone's really good. It's honestly one of the most disturbing films I've ever seen in my life, to be honest. But it's one of those films you definitely probably need to see. Maybe you don't need to see. I mean, it's not for the faint of heart, to be honest. In fact, some of the shit that he does to him is so brutal and so almost like sophisticated because he's a doctor, so he can do some certain things. There's something that he does to kind of alter the way he shits. It's fucked up, man. It's beyond creative, but it's maniacal, but it's also warranted, right? And I love that about this film. It's really, really brutal. I just feel like it's a film that you probably need to see at least one. I wouldn't say it's one you need to like throw with your friends and have beers and be like, hey man, this is a great time. No, it's not that fucking movie, guys. It's not that movie at all. It's very disturbing. It's not, like I said, for the faint of heart. It's tough, but it's very, very well done. Everything about this movie, sound, cinematography, acting, gore, just a brutality. But at the core of it, it is, like I said, it's a character study of somebody put into a really compromising position who is somebody that, is looked upon, this is a very good person. He's a doctor. Everybody knows this guy. He's a very good person. If you're put into a situation, what do you do? And I think they depict it very, very well here. Very, very well. So it's probably one of the most brutal films that I've seen in a long time. Again, like I've seen this film. This is only the second time. I watched it when it came out, roughly. I actually think I picked this one up shortly after it came out. But, people talk about disturbing films. 7 Days, French Canadian film, man. Check it out. It's nasty. It's really, really good though. Really good. So.
Yeah. Definitely sounds interesting. It reminds me of I've seen there's a couple movies that kind of like I can think of that kind of like veer into the genre of like somebody captured and like emotions run high and messed up shit happens. So it's definitely a good premise for a movie. Yeah.
Well, there's a really good moment too, because like I said, there's a lot of a police investigation portion of this because they're trying to figure out where this guy is, right? Because they have a deadline, hence 7 days. And there's this really good moment in the film where these two cops are sitting there and the one guy goes, well, what are we rushing for? Like, I don't feel bad for the dude that got fucking, I don't feel bad for the rapist murder, right? And the other cop says to him and he goes, well, we still have to do our jobs. So there's this like reality, there's this humanity in the reality of the movie. And that's really what it's about, right? Like, I mean, the cop that's saying that, we still have to do our jobs he agrees with the cop, but he knows he still has to do his job, right? Mm-hmm. And I love that it grounds itself in reality because that's how people are. You're not going to be this cop and be like, well, let's just let him do his thing. Fuck it. But you still have to do your shit. And I love that about it. It's very, very grounded and it's really good, man. Really fucking good film. I'm just shocked that I guess 50, whatever it is. I mean, that's a fair 5,900 watches. Still not a lot though. I mean, in the grand scheme of things, that's fuck all. That's fucking not a lot. Like you guys haven't even seen it. So, yeah. But I mean, if we ever got a 2010 year, this might be a contender, man. It's a tough one.
2010 is going to be a banger year whenever we pull that. I'll tell you that right now.
No, there's a lot of good films, but this one is definitely a film. It may not make top 10s per se, but it might, but it's also one that you won't forget. You definitely won't forget this. I'm telling you, man, when you see that fucking girl dead, it's so damn haunting and brutal.
It's a core memory.
It is, man. It honestly kind of haunted me, man. It haunted me. Like even thinking back, like I watched this a few I don't know, maybe 7 days ago. I don't know. It's brutal, man. But it does what it's trying to do. It's trying to be brutal, and does a good job. So, but yeah, 7 days from 2010. Check it out.
I will be very hyped when we get 2010. I mean, you got Black Swan, Insidious, I Saw the Devil, fucking Cold Fit, Serbian film, fucking can't think of other movies. Troll Hunter,
7 days,
Bedeviled, Stakeland. I mean, there's like Dream Home. There's a lot of good movies.
Oh man, Bedeviled and Dream Home came out in 2010. Damn.
Yeah.
Fucking tough, man.
Red, White, and Blue.
Which I just rewatched the other day. Man, that movie's brutal. You want to talk about? I've been watching some nasty fucking movies.
Yeah. The more you name off these movies,
the
more it just like just makes me like think of like how much like 2010 got fumbled on the summer series.
Yeah, but I feel like movies like 7 Days and Sen and Tunchi didn't even. But
it's like they didn't even like have movies like Black Swan or like what was another one?
So you're not getting Sen and Tunchi in 7 days then.
Yeah, like even beyond that, like no Black Swan, no Cold Fish, like those are popular enough where
The Last Circus.
But Bedeviled was that on there?
Bedeviled was on the list, yeah, because
Rare Exports.
Yeah, I actually swapped out a movie for Bedeviled because I was the adjudicator and I swapped out Tucker and Dale vs. Evil. They put it at like the third spot. So, like everybody loves Tucker and Dale vs. Evil, and I was like, I like the Korean revenge movie more. So bye.
Yeah,
even like Saint, dude.
Dude, 2010 is a good fucking year, man. There's a lot of really notable films.
2010 is a banger, bro.
But that was kind of like maybe like the start of like major resurgence there.
I mean, dude, if you sort by popularity on Letterboxd, all the way almost to the bottom of the first page, The Dead, which was my hidden gem last time.
Yeah. Just not theatrical yet, because even like I remember when we started the show in like 13, I can't remember what we said. What was there, like 4 theatrical films in 2013? Like it was beyond pathetic. Just think of how far we've come. Like we went from like 3-4 theatrical films 12 years later. Now there's uncountable. We can't even count them.
Yeah. So anyway,
Tyler.
All right. So for
last one,
the final pick of the night, we're going to be going capping out the year 1988. We're going to be going to the land of Japan, because realistically, is it a list for me if there's not a Japanese movie? And it comes from director Nobuhiko Obayashi, and it is the Discarnates. If you recognize the director's name, it is because he's the director of the, I believe, 1977 movie Hausu.
Oh,
a very popular film. He's also a very celebrated Japanese filmmaker, probably one of their most well-regarded filmmakers of all time. He's the man. This movie, it was actually like, I couldn't find this movie at first, then I found that Internet Archive, and I kind of forgot about it, and I thought I had my picks slotted in, but I requested this on NB, and then the last day before I was leaving for a trip, this movie popped up on there, and I was like, I feel like this is just fate. So I went and watched it, and yeah, this movie had a really big effect on me. That my last watch joined my list. This movie, it's very Japanese. Essentially, you have our main character. What is his name? Let me remind myself. Our main character, that goes by the name of probably something really Japanese. Our main character, Harada. That was the name. Yes. So it starts at where our character Harada is going. He's going through a divorce. His wife and his son want nothing to do with him, and he's like kind of out eating with his boy. He's a very successful television screenwriter, and he's with one of his friend who he does something in the industry, but they're close friends. They're like out to dinner together. You can see them like sharing food off each other's plates, so they're boys. And then he drops the bomb, and he's like, "I've always been in love with your wife. Can I have permission to date your wife?" It kind of has this like little play. I'm like, how polite can you be before like someone crosses the line? Kind of like kind of reminded me like a little bit about like Funny Games, a little bit like what can someone wait? How far does your politeness go? This guy, the divorce paper, like the ink on the divorce papers isn't even dry yet, and this guy's asking if he can go after your ex-wife. So, and he kind of just like takes it and like accepts it. And this guy now lives in a near empty apartment, almost entirely empty. There's a woman there at night. It's like him and this woman on a different floor, and that's it. And in this kind of like rut in his life that he's at, where he's lost his wife, he's like living alone. He's very lonely. He's indulging in his work. He lives in the city. He lives in Tokyo. He travels to his hometown, which is, again, it's another like countryside house. He travels to his home village, and there he finds his parents. He encounters his parents, and that might sound like a normal thing, but his parents have been dead for 30 years. And if this sounds familiar to you, that's because there was a movie that came out in 2023 called All the Strangers, that directed by Andrew Haig, that was adapted from the same novel, the Japanese novel Strangers from 1987. That movie's more of a loose adaptation. They make it gay. I don't mean that in a derogatory sense. I mean that, and they literally make it a homosexual movie. and strip all the horror out of it. And this is like the original, closer adaptation to it, where it's more of like a Japanese like yokai story. So like he's visiting. So he runs into his parents as they were in this village, like as they died like 30 years ago, and he just kind of rolls with it. And they acknowledge that like they're his parents, but they're dead. Like it's as it progresses on, but he doesn't really like kind of like push the issue of what of like why are you here? Like you're literally dead, and like he's in his 40s now, so it's like his parents are like literally like younger than him, because he's like he lost his parents when he was like 12, so he wants to spend time with his parents. So it just becomes like a very like relatable thing where like you're later in life and like you want to like spend time with like your parents, and he doesn't want to. And so he just doesn't like ever push the issue, and he just keeps visiting him and going with it, and it seems to like push him out of this rut he's in with his life. He starts to like mess with like the other woman in that building that's basically alone with him at night, and everything kind of seems to be going good, but then everyone starts to start commenting as the movie progresses, like you look like shit, you look like drained, like you look like you're white as a ghost, your eyes are sunken in. And as he spends more time going to his parents that he knows are dead, it's draining the life force out of them. And it sets up it's cool how they incorporate it, how they like use the other woman in the apartment, and it's not like this like visceral and malicious horror movie. It's actually very mellow. There's none of that stuff in there. This movie's actually very, very Japanese, and I mean that in the sense like it's very like Japanese like slice of life type of movie. It's like the Yasujiro Ozo traditional type of like Japanese slice of life movie incorporated into this like yokai traditional story. And the thing to remember about some of these Japanese movies, I know when people think Japanese ghost stories, they automatically think of things like Ju-on, where you have these pale white like ghosts. But like yokai in Japan means like a lot of different things. It's like all types of like specters. It's like all encapsulated like supernatural creature thing. And it's not necessarily all supposed to be scary or malicious. Like sometimes Japanese just like have like ghosts living in the walls, like in their like movies or like their literature. And it's just like, it's not like a terrifying thing. It's like a supernatural fascination thing. So it kind of like takes that kind of route throughout this. And this movie is just, I was locked in on this. I thought this was a fantastic film. It definitely like, this movie really had an impact on me. It made me think about it for days, what this movie like was really trying to say, and like it made me just like, and it's something I think most people can relate to, obviously with their parents. And it's definitely this movie. I'm not gonna lie, got some tears out of me. I think that's why I really wanted to talk about it. It got me. Yep.
Did you say pussy? Because that's what I was gonna say.
It got me. It got me a little bit, but it's really well written, and it comes like full circle in ways that maybe was a little unsuspecting to me. And I really enjoyed this type of movie, and like it had such a good ending and wraparound that it's just like it's the kind of thing that like stuck with me, and I think like it has a lot to dissect that you can like think about like the purpose of like what happens with all the characters in this movie, and why certain things happened, and how you could like there's a lot to dissect about why you think these things happened in the movie and what it's supposed to mean, and like what everyone's role is in relation to each other. And it's just something that's like immediately relatable to most people. I thought this film was absolutely fantastic. I don't believe this has any type of release. It might have some old Blu-ray release, but there's no type of like accessible release for this movie. It's on Internet Archive, so with subtitles, so you can watch it on there. If you just Google like the Discarnates, watch the Discarnates, it'll come up. I was lucky enough to get it on that MD server we're on, so if you happen to be on that, it's also there.
So this sounds pretty cool, man, but where can I watch the gay version at?
You can watch the gay version like anywhere, because that movie's really popular. It's got a Criterion 4K.
It has a Criterion 4K, of course it does.
Watch that one. I've seen one movie from that director that I did like. I thought it was pretty good, but it's not a movie like I was in love with. And he makes like it seems like mostly queer cinema, and it's not that like I don't like movies like that. Like I was hyping up that Luca Guadagnino guy during the director's bracket. He makes a lot of queer movies, but like just the pacing of the style combined with that, it's not a movie like I was jumping to see. But I'm more interested now because how much I liked this movie.
Yeah.
That I would go and see. And that movie has that version has no horror. It's so much.
This one sounds pretty fucking cool, man. What's it called again?
The Discarnates. But yeah, I liked it a lot. This is a great filmmaker. He's not really known for his horror movies, despite making this movie is not very known. But House is obviously like a very like well known, appreciated Japanese movie. Yeah, but this movie just checked all the boxes. This is like my type of like mellow movie. It's shot really well. It's very if you like that traditional like golden age like Japanese style, this is that type of movie. I really liked it. It stuck with me for a long time. I think I'm gonna give this movie a 9 out of 10.
I feel like I didn't even rate my 7 days.
You might have not.
Did you?
I don't think I did.
So what's your rating?
9.
Cool. All right. My final one here is I had to do a found footage film because I did one last time and got to show some love to the found footage. I actually even considered, I think I might have said this last time, I considered doing all found footage films because there were 5 that I thought were gems. But I decided to go with one that I like quite a bit. It's a very short movie. I mean, maybe not. Yeah, I'd say very short. It's 75 minutes. I'd consider that very short for a movie.
Short.
It is The House with 100 Eyes. I think Moodz has seen this one, right?
I've never heard of it, so I haven't.
It has a
Artsploitation again?
Artsploitation, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was my only Artsploitation, but we had mentioned Artsploitation.
Yeah.
492 for the logs on Letterboxd. So not very many people have seen this.
Damn, crazy.
Yeah. This is, I think, one of the earlier Artsploitation films. I actually could not find my copy. It's around here somewhere, but I have no idea where. So
what made you think of this one to do then if you couldn't find a copy? Because
I told you I just went through my Letterboxd and took like 20 or 30, I think it was like 30 titles that I considered and randomized them.
So you actually have like a little bit of a list in there.
Yeah. But I did cheat. I didn't completely randomize. Like I said, 2 90s popped up. I took one off or 3 90s popped up at the start. I took 2 off. And then I did a special only found footage so that I could get one found footage in there because I did a serial killer and a found footage last time. I just decided to do that again.
Right.
So yeah, House with 100 Eyes. It is sort of like a mockumentary. Last time I did Capture, Kill, Release. This is funny enough. This is actually very much in the vein of Capture, Kill, Release. It follows Ed and Susan, who seem like normal suburban couple in their probably like late 40s, maybe I would say somewhere around there. And the only thing different about them from regular couples is that they create their own snuff films. So they essentially decide that they want to do basically their masterpiece. It's mainly led by Ed, and he wants to do a 3-in-1, 3 victims in one night. They have cameras set up all over their house so they can record all the chaos. And it is basically them picking up some like homeless teens. It's actually crazy because one of the characters is, because they ask them, they do like little interviews with them, like on like a casting couch type thing. And one of the victims is actually 17, which I didn't remember before. One thing I cannot for the memory, I wish I would have had my DVD, but I watched it on Plex, I think, and it was like on Plex, not like someone's server. Like Plex just hosted it because I couldn't find my DVD. But there's actually, they blur out the nudity in a scene, and I don't remember if that was the case in the original version or not. Man, I cannot remember.
Dude, I want to say no. Considering what
I feel like I would have remembered that, but like the concept, I think, is that this is the found footage,
right?
So you might blur that out if you're like the police or something. But something I didn't realize about this movie, because the subject matter is like very dark, you know, it's fucked up. They're like kind of like the one girl is like kind of chubby. And the dude just like insults the hell out of her and says like how fat she is and stuff like that while he's like about to kill her.
Well, this is what year is this movie again?
2012.
2012. So it's pre-sensitivity though. So
yeah. And so, but one thing I didn't realize that before, because I haven't watched this since I got that screener in like 2013 for this.
Yeah.
But it's actually like kind of fucking funny, dude. And I don't remember feeling that way before. Like, it's actually kind of funny.
I gotta rewatch this, man.
Fucked up because it's like really dark ass humor. You know what I mean? There's actually like a character that you're introduced to that is in a like dog crate, like a carry crate for dogs.
Right.
And I'm like,
remember,
dude, it's fucked up, but it was kind of fucking funny, dude. I'm like, oh my God, I should be laughing at this. But there's a scene where like Susan, who is sort of like just a weirdo woman, like she's doing her makeup, like, and she says this quote that's like, my mom always said, like, you know, while she's doing her makeup, she's talking about men and stuff like that. Always do whatever, if you find a good man, always do whatever they want or something. And she's like, if you're with a bad man, always give them what they deserve or something. I thought that was a cool quote. And then she's like just done. She's like, and that's how you put on your face. And I'm just like, what a weird woman. She's like just talking, like putting on makeup, like talking to these people, these victims or whatever. But she like ends up accidentally, or not even accidentally, she poisons one of the victims, and the husband like freaks over it because he's like, I fucking told you, Susan, nobody wants to see somebody die of poisoning. And she's like, but look at all the blood. And he's like, the blood doesn't matter, Susan. The blood doesn't matter. They don't want to see that. And I think like I didn't realize like the comedy before, like that is funny. But yeah, it's 75 minutes, dude. It's such a brisk watch, and it's good. It's a good movie. Like, it's highly entertaining. It's good found footage. It's fucked up, but also awesome. So the director, Ed, the character Ed, was a co-director on it. This is the only film he ever directed. But the other director, Jay Lee, directed Alice Kills, which I don't think I remembered. He also did Zombie Strippers and two other movies that look horrible, The Slaughter from 2006 and New World Order from 2002. But he has not made a film since Alice Kills.
Oh, The Slaughter from 2006 actually isn't as bad as it sounds.
Okay. But he hasn't made a film since Alice Kills. That kind of sucks because
yeah, really.
He was starting to, or sorry, since this film, House with 100 Eyes. So he did Alice Kills, then this. In my opinion, two really solid movies back to back, and then just nothing. So that kind of sucks. But yeah, House with 100 Eyes, I give it an 8 out of 10. Definitely a really cool underseen found footage. Only 492 logs on Letterboxd for that one, and one of them is Carly.
Yeah, crazy, man, crazy. Yeah, I'm gonna have to revisit that one. It's been since I probably got it for a screener or to review, because I'm pretty sure I did it. But so, anyways, all right. So for my last pick here is another film from 2012. It's an indie film coming from the UK. This one had, before I logged it, it had 14 watched. Fucking 14. And that is Nick Box's She's Dead. You guys have probably never seen this one.
No, I'm not one of the 14.
I don't think I have.
So, yeah. So this is a Blu-ray here. It was actually limited to 50. So But
50
anyways,
copies. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, 50 copies. So I mean, I'm not showcasing this because
is this a comedy? The plot sounds comedy.
It's completely not a comedy. There's not
really.
There's no comedy.
The one line plot on Letterboxd is 3 men have 1 hour to dispose of a corpse. Doesn't that sound like a fucking comedy?
Yeah. Well, look at the poster too. It kind of reminds me of like the Three Stooges.
Yeah.
So this is the Blu-ray art. And I love the tagline. It says 3 men, 1 corpse, 1 room, 1 hour. And that's actually very precise, actually. So
there's no cast listed on Letterboxd.
Well, there's only like 4 people in the entire movie. It's a contained film. It's literally in 1 room.
This sounds up my alley.
So it's pretty cool, man. It's pretty cool. So the film opens up with our main character here, and he wakes up in the morning, and unfortunately, he wakes up next to a dead woman. And he's like, what the fuck? I don't know what the fuck happened.
I hate when that happens.
He can't remember because he went out the night before, he explains it away. He's like, I had a fucking shit week, I had a shit day. I went out for a couple beers, and it led to way too many. I got shit faced, brought a girl home.
Does the woman look murdered or natural causes?
No, she looks like she's bloodied up. She's definitely bloodied up a little bit, and he doesn't understand. He can't figure out what the fuck happened to her. So in the morning, he gets on the phone, and he's like, well,
are you from the UK, bro? The Horn?
This guy reviewed and rated his own movie. Jesus Christ.
So
what did he rate it? Oh,
4 stars.
Well, to be honest, man, my entire family is actually from UK. Anyways, but that's besides the point. So he gets on the phone, and he calls basically a dude he's like a disposal service, right? So this guy comes to the apartment, and he's like, well, what the fuck, man? He's like, what the hell happened? And he's like, I have no fucking idea. I woke up next to this girl, and she's dead, and I need to dispose of her because my parents are coming home in 1 hour, and my dad's a very distinguished person, and this can't happen because it'll ruin him, blah, blah, blah. So that's the premise of the film. So,
dude, this guy has done 4 Amityvilles.
So I'll get into
Amityville Frankenstein, Amityville Elevator,
okay,
Amityville Job Interview, and Amityville Teabag.
Okay, so before you guys start tripping on Nick's actually a buddy of mine. And I'm not doing this film because he is a buddy of mine. I've reviewed films and trashed them before. Nick will tell you he's a very good person because he agrees with what I said about a couple of his films. This is a really, really good independent film. I think he did such a good job with this. And I think he even said this is like his crown jewel. I agree with that. I think this is one of those premises where it's super simple, but he executes it pretty fucking well. So essentially what happens is he calls up this disposal service, and this guy shows up at the place, and they're trying to figure out some shit. He's like, well, what the hell happened? He's like trying to figure this shit out. And it's so British though, dude. It's so British. I even said to Nick one time, I was like, dude, this is so British because he won't start doing what he needs to do until he has his cup of tea. It's not even comical. It's dead fucking serious, right?
That's ridiculous.
But I will say,
is that why it's Amityville Teabag?
So I've never seen any of Nick's later films. I have all of his films from Dead Films Good, from 2010 to 15, 16 or whatever. I've never seen any of the things he did later. But anyways, the cool thing about this film is it's set in real time. So the tagline is 3 men, 1 corpse, 1 room, 1 hour. It's literally set in real time. So it tells you flashes. You got 57 minutes to figure this out. Parents are coming home, and it's in real time. So you got an hour of the film. It's pretty cool, man. This is one of those films that's really kind of hard to talk about because it does have some twists and turns, and it has some angles to it. That's pretty cool. But it's an hour long. But I will tell you one thing. The music in the film, I think, are really interesting musical choices. And it's not like a score thing. It's actually kind of like a soundtrack thing. Very cool. The acting is really good. I think the dialogue is actually it's fun. But there's some nastiness to it, man. There's when the third man shows up, because like I said, there's the guy who wakes up next to the corpse. He calls up the disposal, and then there's a third guy that comes in, and that's where things kind of take a little bit of a weird turn. Like JP, you will appreciate this shit because it's kind of fucking nasty. Really fucking nasty, actually. But we get all this shit, like, and it's basically they're trying to figure out how to get rid of this body before the parents come home, and then shit kind of goes down. It's honestly really well done for like an indie film. I can't complain about anything that happens here. I love how Nick used a washed out look to the film. It's shot digitally, obviously, but it's shot and it doesn't look real digital. It kind of has this like washed out like 70s look to it, even though it's shot like that. It's really hard to explain. I don't know how he did it, but it looks really cool. But premise is really cool. Acting's really good. Surprisingly, dialogue's pretty fun. But where it goes is that's the icing on the cake right there, where it goes and stuff. So this is one that I've always really loved. Like I said to Nick years ago, I said this movie right here, man, it's like an indie gem. It's like an indie gem. I can't believe people are not talking about this one. I think I did talk about this many times back in the day, and people are just like, whatever. Probably can't get a hold of it, right? That's kind of the problem. It's like 50 copies of Blu-ray. But if you can see this, and I'm not sure where you can actually see this. Now, I should have researched that because maybe somebody can find it. It's got to be online somewhere. It has to be online somewhere. But you got to check it out, man. I think it's really fun. It's not, even if you end up not even enjoying it, which if you're into these type of films, I'm pretty sure you'll actually enjoy it. It's an hour long. It's literally an hour long.
Would me and Tyler like it?
Yeah, I think so. It's got some nastiness to it. I mean, I think there's enough there that you guys, I think you would probably like it more than Tyler. He's a little bit more pretentious than you are. So, but
you haven't seen pretentious until you've seen City of Pirates.
No, I think this one is, I mean, if you appreciate well done and wholehearted, like, I mean, there's a lot of effort put into here, man. Like that was
here's what we need to do. We need to start our own label, but this is our first release. She's dead.
Right. I'll call up Nick and be like, yo, bro, we're going to re-release She's Dead.
Cut us a deal. Let's license your movie.
Yeah. Over here in the Americanas, and give it a wider release. So more than 14 people can log in on Letterboxd.
Right. Yeah.
It is not.
I had, what did I have? 45. And I was like, dude, nobody got anything lower than me.
When I logged it,
comes with 14.
When I logged it, yesterday, the day before, I actually even put a 2-word review on there. I said time trauma. It's time trauma.
You need to go back to your 2-word reviews.
So, but it makes sense, man. When you watch the film, time trauma makes a lot of fucking sense. So, yeah, She's Dead from 2012. If you can find it, which I really hope people can, because I
did some brief looking and I can't find it so far. I haven't dug deep. But
I just searched YouTube and it's not there.
It's not even.
If it's not on YouTube, I mean,
it's interesting because Nick had his channel on YouTube forever. I'm surprised maybe his channel's gone. Shit.
Dude,
where he's like, you gotta buy my Blu-ray. I have 35 left.
What's that?
Or he's like, you gotta buy my Blu-ray. I have 35 left.
Wait, really?
Because 15 people logged it, so I was like, he's got 35.
Oh yeah.
Oh, it's actually. I think it actually says 60 on the back here. No, I think it's.
Oh, it's got 45 left.
Is it numbered like individually?
Well, it's supposed to be numbered, but Nick even told me, he's like, I forgot to write on some of them. So, but.
All right. Well,
but very ambitious filmmaker. Like his early stuff. Like I said, I haven't seen the Amityville things that he's done, so I'm not even gonna go there with the Amityville stuff. But his early stuff, very ambitious, very interesting indie filmmaker. That did a lot of good stuff. Man. Like Violent Vicar, man, that was one of his more popular titles that he did, and it's actually pretty amazing. Actually, pretty good stuff. But one thing I like about Nick was that he always had very unique ideas for films, but low budget stuff. So, but yeah, She's Dead, 2012, 14 watch. Let's make it 16 or 17, guys. Come on.
It's on daily. Oh, she's back. Never mind.
So yeah, I will tell you what, doing a hidden gem show, like when we first, can you hear me? Am I cutting out?
Oh, you can hear you.
When we first decided, like this time, kind of right before the season was almost over, we were like, gem show. I was like, I'm like, I don't know what to pick. It's like a pain in the ass to look. But then once I start rolling with it, it is so fun. And I'm like, and as we're recording, I'm just thinking of stuff that I want to do next time.
Yeah, it was fun, like kind of like trying to sculpt my like perfect five that like all fit. We're all different.
Man, I have a whole list of movies that I could do another one right away.
30. So to see that I picked particular.
You having a windstorm over there because you're cutting out like a motherfucker?
Yeah, now you're cutting out again.
Yeah, it's storming.
Yeah.
But I'm particularly happy when I pick stuff that Moodz hasn't seen too, because he's always the hardest because he's seen so much.
You definitely got a couple there.
Yeah, I was pretty happy with this. To next year's annual Hidden Gem show.
I thought for sure that you're going to have Blood Punch on there this year.
I specifically don't have Blood Punch because I think you're going to have Blood Punch.
I was the same thing. I was like, I didn't want to do Blood Punch because I thought you were doing it.
In fact, Red, White, and Blue was on my master list as well.
Damn,
and you watched it, so I was like, oh, you might be picking that. So I'm going to stick away from that one.
Okay, so that's one of the films that I actually watched for this, but I ended up not using it. Okay. I went with these ones instead because I was going to use it. So,
yeah, but it's really fun. Chances that I've seen one of Tyler's are very slim usually, but some of those sounded interesting. As we said at the top of this show, anybody who watches 14 of the 15 of these, because they're not going to be able to find that 15th one that Midge just mentioned, you can get 14 total entries. I guess we'll say we will.
It's kind of funny. It was the 15th title review tonight, but it only had 15 logged. Well, yeah. 14, but I think I'm the 15th one. It should say 15 now.
But we will do a drawing on the Hills Have Eyes show, and we will give away 2 prizes. If there is a foreign listener who does their, and I want like a little, don't just say you watched it in the comments, say something about it.
Yeah. So
it doesn't have to be like a full on like saying.
Even if you're like, it fucking sucks, stop letting Tyler pick movies. Just say it.
I'll give you double entries if you say that.
We should probably do a rundown. Tyler, what are your 5 titles again?
All right, my 5 titles are John Brahms' 1945 film Hangover Square, Uri Herz's 1972 film Morgiana, Mike D. Leon's 1976 film Rights of May, Raul Ruiz's 1983 film City of Pirates, and Nobuko Obayashi's 1988 film The Discarnates.
Yeah, and mine are going in reverse order. House with 100 Eyes from 2000. Reindeer Games, aka The Girl in the Base. Born for Hell 76, which is released by Seven, by the way. So you can pick that up if you want. It's still in print because I don't own it, and I was thinking about picking it up now. And then the first one was John on YouTube, but a release. Calm down, bro.
Yeah, your internet sucks right now. But anyways, so mine are The Carrier from 1988. This might be out of order, I can't remember. But Senentunchi from 2010. Identikit, also known as The Driver's Seat from 1974. Then we got 7 Days from 2010. And of course, She's Dead from 2012. So check those out, man.
Yeah, and that is, I tried to hit like different decades for the most part. I missed the 80s this time because I picked 2 from the 70s. The 80s is always hard for me because I feel like it's the most explored decade.
Mm-hmm. Which is funny because I found The Carrier from 1988 and you guys hadn't seen it. So
yeah,
I'm a little bit like, it's so strange that Parker had it at a, what did he have? 2, 3?
Two out of 5.
I don't, it's fucking weird to me, man. Maybe he just, I don't know, man, didn't really grasp it. I don't know. I think it's way better than that. I think it's really good, actually. I think it's definitely worth the watch. But, so
yeah, I guess we got one more show for the season, boys. That'll be next week.
Next week's top 10 of 1959. You guys ready?
We will have Tony on that show.
Is it just Tony?
I think it's just Tony, right, Tyler?
Yeah, nobody else is watching like 40 movies from 1959 besides Tony.
Well, that's why we love Tony, because he did 1936 with us.
36, yeah.
Yeah. So Tony's on the Retro Johns with us, the way Retro Johns.
Yeah, and I'm excited, man, because like after we do the show, we got the new year picking
for a banger year for doing 60s.
Yeah, so it's going to be the 60s, which is only 60 to 67.
Yeah,
available.
We have really high potential for fucking banger.
Yeah, we might get a good year.
60 or 64. I will be so juiced.
I am not as hype on the 60s as you fellas, but maybe I will be surprised.
Dude, there's some good years, or there's a lot of good films in the 60s.
60 and 64 are like historic.
I think the reason that the 60s are tough for me is because I was originally, when Duncan was doing that summer series for the 60s, it was like every damn year had 2 bona fide 1 and 2, and then the rest were like kind of unknown. But it always seemed to have, every year had like the 2 like auto number ones. You know what I mean?
But was he digging for the films? Because there's more than
it's us. We're like, dude. I mean, I'm just saying, like a year like 1960. Like, I mean, is anybody not gonna have Psycho as their number 1?
That Psycho might be that high of a bar that's too high, that is too hard to pass. But you have Eyes Without a Face and you have Peeping Tom, and if you're a Bava guy, you got Black Sunday.
Yeah, but I mean, it felt like there were a lot of years in the 60s. It was just like, bro, like the number 1 was like predetermined for, I would say, 90% of people.
64 would be like, 64 is a really good year. 64 has Blood and Blacklist, it has Woman in the Dunes, it has Quiet In, it has Ona Baba, it has Hush Hush Sweet Charlotte. That's a stacked year.
There's a bunch of early Italian films that are really good from those years, man. So Bavo would make a lot of lists, man.
That one I could see like 4 or so different.
It's got At Midnight, I'll Take Your Soul.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Coffin Joe. Yeah. Fuck yeah.
65, you got Repulsion.
I was just actually thinking that Repulsion from 65. Fuck yeah, man.
What else you got?
So good.
65 is a little softer than those other ones. I know 61 has The Innocents and has whatever, Baby Jane. Oh no, Baby Jane 62.
62. Yeah. Carnival of Souls and Baby Jane. That's what I'm talking about. It's like, I don't know if there's anything that's better than those two.
That 62 might be tough, yeah.
But to be fair, I haven't really dug deep in the 60s, really. You know what I mean? Like, so
yeah. I think it's just 60 and 64 are like insane years. 67 has Spider Baby and Wait Until Dark.
Right.
Man, Spider Baby's date has changed so many fucking times.
Hey, you little motherfucker.
But it's also got V, which is a film that's kind of come to light. Fuck off.
Forgot to mute his mic. He's yelling at his dog.
Martin Scorsese's The Big Shave.
The Big Shave.
The Big Shave is listed as a horror movie.
What? I've actually never seen it before, but is it actually a full length film?
Nah, it's like 13 minutes, I think.
I was gonna say. I think it's college
minutes.
Don't get a puppy, dude. They're bad.
They're bad.
Man, I had 2 of them at one time. That was brutal.
66 has seconds, baby.
Yeah, we'll figure. So within a week, we're gonna find out what our next.
Yeah. Man, I hope it's 60.
I hope it's 60 or 64. I hope it's 64. So you guys have to watch Woman in the Dunes.
Yeah, I'm down with that.
Are we? So when we guess our number 1s and 2s for everybody, the winner will either be able to add double up on a year or remove a year. So if for example, if Moodz wins, you put 1960 twice. So it has.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. I think I would double up 64 for sure.
A 2 and 7 shot.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think I would remove something. I'd probably double up for sure.
Yeah. I double up 64. That's my move.
Yeah. I don't think the 60s has a year like 2004 where I want to take it off.
Or it's like 1997. But, again, I've actually found a few films from 97 that makes a year a little bit better. You know what I mean? But
yeah, 97. I mean, honestly, all of the years in the 90s have a top 10.
They do. I mean, even 1996, man. Remember when we did 96? We found Thesis. I mean, that could be a hidden gem.
Yeah.
I don't know if people are watching it. I mean,
it
finally got a good release.
With 96 is I probably would have now. That was when we were still like new to it.
I had Piano Man on my top 10, and that I feel like that no one's watched that movie. So
yeah, I also found Ebola Syndrome that year, which I'd never seen.
Oh God, so good.
All right.
Yep, that's it, man. That's going to conclude episode 293, Hidden Gems Volume Dukes. All right, guys, we'll be back next week with episode 294, Top 10 in 1959. It's going to be fun. Featuring The Shiner. Tony. Right. Check you guys next week. Deuces.
That's all, folks.